Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. After days of escalating strikes, the US and Iran reportedly agreed to halt hostilities as President Trump announces a meeting with Iranian officials in Doha. The search for survivors continues in Venezuela as the death toll from the devastating twin earthquakes nears 1,500. And Wimbledon is underway, but injuries and a major comeback are already making the headlines. The US and Iran have agreed to halt attacks after days of exchanging fire. A US official says ships will once again be able to move freely through the Strait of Hormuz. President Donald Trump also says Iran has requested a meeting in Doha, which he says will take place tomorrow. Here's White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
So Special Envoy Witkoff and Jared Kushner will be flying to Doha for high-level meetings this week as we continue to discuss the memorandum of understanding. On the sidelines of those high-level talks will be the technical talks. So as far as we're concerned, we're holding up our end of the ceasefire. Violence will be met with violence. As you mentioned, if the peace process plays, this MOU continues, gas prices will continue to tumble. We're seeing crude is lower than it was prior to the start of this excursion, as the president calls it. Or if Iran chooses to be a bad actor, they'll prove themselves to be the pariah of the Middle East. They've totally alienated themselves from their Gulf and Arab partners in the region. And the United States of America has the best and strongest military in the world. The president retains the right to use it.
For more on this, I'm joined from Islamabad by Hanan Hussain, senior expert at Initiative Futures. Thank you so much for your time with me today. Hanan, Iran previously denied any talks were planned, so we just heard from Caroline Leavitt there. What's changed, and are you confident Tuesday's meeting in Doha will even go ahead?
Pretty confident, because a senior Iranian source just before we had this discussion on air had confirmed that the Iranians are indeed in a position to hold those talks. I think it's just a matter of time until Iran agrees on a format which it feels is a bit conducive to it. That'll basically come to the fore. So I think on the point where these talks are necessitated, look, what we've seen over the past week or so is Iran kind of setting the stage for tit-for-tat escalations with the US. We have seen that hasn't basically restored a lot of the sentiment within the region that Iran is indeed a country which is going to adhere in good faith to the terms of the 14-point plan, because as the memorandum turns out, it requires a lot of support on both sides to maintain their end of the ceasefire, per se, in order to advance the 60-day talk. So I think Iran's actions of late are something which cannot be justified for long term, and we have seen that when both sides have reportedly agreed to halt hostilities. The idea is that this spell of escalation puts very delicate diplomacy in the back burner. That's something which Iran cannot afford, because all this talk about releasing frozen funds or doing away with sanctions relief and all that is a bit of, it comes across as a little bit of bluster when Iran does not exactly engage in strategic channels of communication. So I think Iran's intent to go forward is something which is in its own interest, and at the other time is also about shoring up trust with mediators as well as the US, because if you want to advance peace, it has to be a two-way process.
And that's a really good point, because I want to touch on you just talking about Iran not acting in good faith when it comes to this MOU, because obviously we heard from Caroline Leavitt there, and Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff will be involved in these talks in Doha. What do you think that signals about the Trump administration's approach to negotiating and dealing with Iran at this very stage?
Two things. First of all, that the United States is a bit comfortable playing both sides in terms of a high-level dialogue, because this is going to be a talk which is not confined to a technical level working group. This is about the U.S. leadership hitting from the top and saying that we're going to negotiate, we're going to talk a little bit about the MOU, but we're going to talk about core interests which brought us on the table and going forward. Because, as you know, for a start, the Iranians had agreed that they were going to open up the Strait of Hormuz, and that this entire idea about de facto, in some ways unilateral and frankly illegal Iranian hold over the strait is something which cannot be justified in the long run. But we have seen over the past week that the Iranians have tried to exercise that influence. So I think that in itself is just a microcosm of the many interests which the US feels it can hammer out with the Iranian leadership by approaching a two-track approach. The technical talks are going to continue as they do, but the high-level engagement with Iran is something which the US feels it can engage in when there are spells of escalation going forward, and that the US also has a lot of leverage to, in some ways, dial back some of the leverage which Iran is openly celebrating. The Iranian president was, for example, very confident about billions in frozen Iranian assets being released from Qatar. Well, that cannot be done without U.S. blessing. So I think the U.S. wants to test Iran's ability to adhere to its end of the bargain. And for that, a two-track approach is not coming into shape.
And do the Iranian strikes on US bases in both Bahrain and Kuwait show that the ceasefire has actually failed to reduce the threat to neighbouring Gulf countries following Marco Rubio's visit to the region, which was just literally last week?
To a large extent, yes, because if you look closely at the visit, it was aimed at placating Gulf allies who've been in the throes of this war and had, frankly, nothing to do with starting, initiated, or prolonging it. So I think when you've seen Iranian attacks kind of hit into Bahrain and Kuwait with a lot of regional alarm, it basically calls into question the regional guarantees which the ceasefire was promised. And I think that's something which Washington had openly and hardly marketed. And the Iranians, through veiled signals, had also, for example, communicated to Pakistan that, this is in regional interest. But as it turns out, Iranian actions run counter to it. So in some ways, yes, the ceasefire's promise of lasting, enduring regional stability is something which has openly been called into question based on last week's escalations, despite the U.S. making a marathon diplomatic effort across the Gulf to assure allies to the contrary.
And I want to talk a little bit about these frozen assets because you have touched on them, but I want to dig a little bit deeper. Iran's president has called the agreement a great victory and says Qatar will release the $6 billion in frozen assets. In your opinion, right now, where we are when it comes to talks, you spoke about the US using two tracks to diplomatically deal with Iran, but do you feel like Iran has the upper hand right now, or the US? Because we see Iran exercising its ability to close the Strait of Hormuz and cause economic turmoil.
I think the Iranians do have leverage or the upper hand, but only in the short run. So, for example, if Iran wants to choke the Strait of Hormuz for a longer time, it's naturally going to run counter to many of the consensus-building efforts involved in seeing this MOU through. It also will lead to a limiting of guardrails, something which Iran is really aware. Because if you look at Iran's behavior over the past 4 months, it has resorted to closing the Strait of Hormuz when it has felt that, either negotiations or Iran's entire, this artificial narrative around self-defense, attacking Gulf countries were called into question. It can resort to that. But the idea behind negotiating in a 60-day framework is that all these things are conditional. If Iran wants to celebrate, for example, billions coming out of Qatar, and there are many other countries around the world where Iranian frozen assets are kind of concentrated, U.S. Treasury controls play a huge role in green-lighting or in some ways even reversing those assets. So I think I would not look at Iranian triumphs or leverage in a disconnect from U.S. leverage over Iranian control, something which has endured over the years. So yes, Iran will have a degree of leverage in the short run, but in the longer run, I feel the U.S. has the contours, the instruments, be it military, be it diplomatic, be it economic, to turn Iranian leverage into a liability should the Iranians offer enough reason for the U.S. to tilt in that direction.
And can the US and Iran reach a lasting agreement if Israel continues military operations inside of Lebanon and also insists on maintaining troops there until Hezbollah disarms?
It's going to be very difficult. So I think, we've heard today from the Lebanese parliamentary speakers very close to Hezbollah saying that, this deal has no future going forward. And I think, that coming in from within Lebanon is a dangerous signal that, forces aligned with Iran who, for example, need to be reined in by Iran are not exactly, at the forefront of Iran's priorities. And when you look at Israeli actions, there are no verifiable steps, unfortunately, to cede back, withdraw troops and end the occupation over there, because the Iranian U.S., I'd say the larger binary around that peace building calls for Israel to be reined in by the U.S. and Hezbollah, frankly, to be disarmed and disconnected to not serve as an irritant at all. So I think the lack of action on that front and the continuation of hostilities in Lebanon is something which puts any lasting U.S.-Iranian understanding on the back burner and on very thin ice to the detriment of peace.
Thank you so much, Hanan Hussein, as always, for your analysis.
Pleasure.
For more on this, I'm joined from Jerusalem by Dr. Shuki Friedman, Director General of the Jewish People Policy Institute. Shuki, I don't know if you just heard my interview before you, but do you think Israel's continued military campaign inside of Lebanon risks undermining the momentum created by Iran and the US when it comes to this MOU?
On Friday, we made a history. We signed a framework agreement with Lebanon, backed by the United States, agreeing that Israel has the right to protect itself, agreeing that Hezbollah should disarm and actually demolish, and agreed that Israel will stay at Lebanon up until that will happen. That means that, first of all, Israel has the natural right to protect itself according to the UN and furthermore, it's our duty as Israelis to protect the northern border to the extent that Hezbollah continue to attack Israel and Israeli soldiers on the border within Lebanon. So I think it's too threatening on the agreement between the United States and Iran, but on the other hand, the contradicting, in a way, agreement with Lebanon is actually giving the Israelis the legal base to continue their resistance to Hezbollah in Lebanon and retreat from Lebanon when Hezbollah will completely disarm and will actually cease to exist.
So with the US-Iran MOU calling for an end to fighting across the region, do you believe Israel is actually prepared to make any concessions in Lebanon? And I just want to say that we've had a new death toll in from Israeli strikes in Lebanon. 4,257 people have been killed in Israeli attacks across Lebanon since the 2nd of March. And that's according to the Health Ministry, despite these talks happening between Israel and Lebanon in the US.
First of all, I have to recall that the Lebanese, or actually Hezbollah, launched attacks against Israel after the assassination of Khamenei. So actually, Israel started to protect itself from the beginning of the war. And furthermore, the majority of this death toll is Hezbollah warriors that have been killed while fighting against Israel and against civilians in Israel. And you have to remember that Hezbollah is launching attacks not only against the IDF soldiers, but also against civilians in the depths of Israel. So as Israelis, we have no other choice but to protect our civilians and soldiers and border. But we are realized, I think Israeli government realized that the situation is sensitive and therefore is eliminating its responses to targeting immediate threats to the forces that are acting now in Lebanon. And in the longer term, I look forward to have a full and comprehensive agreement with the government of Lebanon, the sovereign in Lebanon, which is actually call Israel to fight against Hezbollah and limit his power inside Lebanon, because the government of Lebanon, and majority of citizens over there, understand the threat of Hezbollah not only toward Israel, but also toward Lebanese. And I think there is a mutual interest, not between Israel and Lebanon just itself, but also between other countries in the region, because Iran is, for now, continue to destabilize the region and actually shut the Strait of Hormuz every other day. And Gulf states and Lebanon and other states in the region, you have to realize that they are being hostage by Iran and Hezbollah to the extent they continue their fightings against Kuwait, against Bahrain, against vessels within the Strait, and against Israel.
Shuki, many people would argue that it's Israel which is destabilizing the region when it comes to Gaza, when it comes to the West Bank, and when it comes to Lebanon. But I want to move on to the next story, and I want to talk a bit about Iran right now, because Iranian officials still haven't confirmed if the talks Trump did announce on his Truth Social will go ahead in Doha. How vital is it right now for the US to try to sort out the situation in the Strait of Hormuz in order to have the wider talks, the technical talks go ahead, and especially the nuclear talks?
I think we have to see things strategically. we are now shaping the region for the next decade, maybe. And therefore, it's crucial for the US and for Israel and for the Gulf states, including Saudi Arabia and Qatar and other states, to demand that the Strait of Hormuz will continue to be open to international vessels and traffic, and furthermore, not let Iran hold the Strait as a hostage of any inefficient, on their perspective, acts from the side of the US or other states in the region. And if you look at what is happening now, every now and then, Iran is using this tool to leverage the region and leverage the United States and leverage the world. And therefore, if we accept, I mean the region, accept this reality, we're going to very dark times.
Yes, when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, that's where Iran does see its leverage at the moment. But Shuki, can the Gulf states realistically build closer security ties with Israel when international pressure on Israel is indeed mounting? And even President Trump has publicly criticized Israel's actions in Lebanon.
You know, we are looking at the interest, security of the region for a decade to. And therefore, I think it's true that the current situation internationally is not comfortable for Israel, but is whether the question of whether the Gulf states should have a closer tie, more open ties with Israel in security arena and so forth, is a question that's crucial for the security of the region and the ability of the region to prosper. Because if we give up to Iran as a region, not as Israel, I think the street is going to amount, and when the Iranians bypass the agreement with the United States, they will go back to develop their nuclear weapon and go back to develop their missiles, which we all witnessed, threatening not only Israel, but also Gulf states and in the near future, Europe and even farther destinations and targets. So I think it's crucial to, even it's complicated, tighten connections and understandings toward a security and secure region for the sake of the future of Israel, but not only for Israel, but also for the world economy and for the region.
And Turkey has said ending Israeli military operations is key to lasting regional peace. Do you agree with that sentiment coming out of Turkey? Because as I just mentioned, the death toll in Lebanon has risen due to Israeli strikes, and also Israeli forces killed Palestinian teens in the West Bank. So we're seeing more violence across the region through Israel's actions.
Israel doesn't have any ambitions to take territory or continue a military campaign in the region. Israel seeks peaceful borders and secure its citizens from the threatening of terror from the north and from the south and from the east. And therefore, it's for now crucial to protect the interest of Israel. But what I'm trying to emphasize is that what Israel is doing actually not just protecting Israel interests, but also protecting regional interests. Because for Lebanon, for example, they signed this agreement of framework with Israel on Friday because it realized that Israel is actually acting to the sake of the state of Lebanon and sovereignty. And therefore, I think Israel will retreat from Lebanon and from Gaza and from all other occupied territories, because when we realize, Israel will realize that we are managed to secure our borders through framework agreements and peace, that's what we will do.
So do you believe that Israel will secure its borders through diplomacy?
I think this is the hope of every Israeli. We don't want to continue these operations all around. It's demanding. And I think from both sides of the border, both in Lebanon and in other arenas, people want peace. Israel want peace and the Lebanese want peace. And they also signed an agreement toward a peace. So I think the region want a peaceful days and prosperity and ability to develop economic ties, not military ties. And having said that, we still have to look forward to eliminate threats on this peace and prosperity, which mainly come now from Iran.
Dr. Shuki Friedman, as always, really good to have you on. Thank you for your time with me today.
Pleasure.
Now, rescue teams in Venezuela are continuing to search for survivors after last week's deadly twin earthquakes. The death toll has risen to nearly 1,500, with tens of thousands of people still missing. Rescuers are still pulling survivors from the rubble as the search does continue. For more on this, I'm joined from Caracas by Venezuelan political analyst Andres Silva. Andres, as always, really good to have you on the show. So as I just mentioned, rescue operations have now entered their fourth day, with efforts focused on the hardest hit state of La Guaira. Last time you and I had a conversation, you mentioned you hadn't heard from your uncle who lived in the area. What's the latest on the situation, and how is your family?
Well, thank you for asking. I'm really grateful with the entire team. They've asked me how we're doing, that they have us in their thoughts and prayers, and truly, I'm very thankful for all the attention just given to this case. Thankfully, my family, my uncle was missing for some hours. We found him. We couldn't communicate with him, mostly due to the massive telecommunications failures that we've had since the earthquake. But since everyone is, thank God, fine at home, we have been focusing and channeling our energy into helping those in need, running supply drives all over the city. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to make over 120 burgers at home with some friends that we were able to give to some of the survivors, the search and rescue teams, and other people. And what has really got us going is that massive show of solidarity and union between all Venezuelans that have been helping.
Andres, I'm so glad that your family are all well, and it's a very nice thing to help people. So thank you so much for giving us an update there. And let's just talk a little bit about what's been happening, because a 4.6 magnitude aftershock did strike the north of Caracas. That was earlier today. Many survivors say they do feel abandoned by the government in Venezuela. Why has the official response actually come under so much criticism?
Well, during the first hours after the tragedy, which are, of course, the most crucial hours with survivors under the rubble and people in despair, the government has been very slow to deploy the supply that was needed. In these instances of earthquakes that's caused such damage, we have the examples of countries like Chile, like Japan, and others that immediately deploy civil protection services, the armed guards. And here in Venezuela, that has not been the response. Truly, the most massive amount of help in the crucial hours has come directly from civilians looking for their family, showing solidarity to other Venezuelans and helping out. And the government has been very slow to deploy. Once the international help arrived, we have seen more military and public official presence in the country. But the videos circulating social media of civilian search and rescue teams talking to the armed guards and showing them how upset they are at their lack of action. The videos of National Guards either rampaging and pillaging the remains of buildings, looking for cash, looking for clothes, while the civilians that should be protected by these forces are the ones leading their effort. It has truly been very discouraging to see their lack of empathy and of efficiency in this case.
Yes, and during a very difficult situation for many civilians inside of Venezuela. But with nearly 1,500 people now reported dead and hundreds of buildings destroyed, what are likely to be the long-term economic consequences for the interim President Delcy Rodriguez's government? I guess economic and at the same time political.
Well, economically and politically, it's going to be brutal with the response that they've had. The government has always been a bit lucky to have natural or just out of their control events take over when they're having a bad moment or announcement. And something that many people bypassed on the day of the earthquake is that on that same day, it was announced that the government we're restructuring a $240 billion debt. And of course, that piece of news was lost among everything that has happened with the earthquake. But it is a $240 billion debt that now has to have a from $10 to $100 billion restructuring effort for the country. So right now, that will hurt them both politically and economically. The lack of a quick and swift response by the government will hurt Delcy Rodriguez's chance when there is a new presidential election. And this could have been her golden moment to show people, even strong opposition forces in the country would have been tempted to vote for Delcy Rodriguez in the case that she would have had a good response to this natural disaster. But the economic downfall and the lack of empathy from political officials within the government just gave the Venezuelan population that was willing to turn the page with them a splash of cold water in the face, and it has once again made them doubt that maybe January 3 didn't change everything about Venezuelan politics like some were hoping.
Yeah, definitely. And we talk about Venezuelan politics, and obviously we must remember that Donald Trump has been very involved in Venezuelan politics when it comes to capturing Nicolas Maduro not that long time ago. How significant is the U.S. response to the earthquake? And do you think it will change how Venezuelans view Washington?
Well, it's been very important. They have been very vocal about supporting Venezuela, especially Secretary of State Marco Rubio. But we know how American relief efforts in natural disasters have been a bit wonky at times. Many people in the United States still don't forgive Donald Trump for how he handled the last natural disaster in Puerto Rico. And now in Venezuela, we're not really seeing it as a merely humanitarian and philanthropic effort, but at least I see it as a way of the United States to protect their investment. Donald Trump has put a lot of economic and political capital on Venezuela. And for them, of course, restructuring and rescuing the country from this natural disaster is a way for them to keep Venezuela as a viable investment opportunity. I don't doubt that there are many people from within the Trump White House administration that are genuinely worried about Venezuelans, and they are wanting to help the people of Venezuela. And from within Venezuela, they are very thankful to the United States. They're very thankful to El Salvador. President Nayib Bukele has been one of the public figures most praised from within Venezuelan social media circles. But for America, even though most Venezuelans at the moment are having a more positive image about Washington being thankful for their search and rescue teams and the $150 million that they promised, they will still want to be seeing the results of this aid, which should be amplified by the fact that Venezuelan officials, as I said before, have not made the proper impact. So they have the opportunity to make it, but they have to truly work for it, not just announce the aid that they are sending.
Andres Silva, as always, it's so good to speak to you. I'm glad that all your family are safe and well. Please do take care of yourself. Once again, always appreciate your time. Chinese bull wrestling, or Guanyu, is a tradition that dates back 600 years but remains a little-known sport domestically or internationally. Many young men and women are signing up to join competitions, but a lack of funding and exposure mean few can pursue it full-time, leaving the sport in danger of vanishing. Emily Sue reports.
In this half-covered amphitheater in eastern China, young men lock their shoulders against the neck of a bull. They grapple with the animal's horns to force it to its knees. The sport is known as Guanyu, a sport that was brought to Jiaxing, a city just south of Shanghai, by Hui Muslim migrants more than 600 years ago. It evolved from a herding skill into a folk competition.
You need to constantly switch your shoulders left and right to follow its direction, then lock it into position, then apply force, and only then can you successfully bring the bull down. So, strength and technique, neither can be missing.
Unlike Spanish bullfighting, Chinese wrestlers use no weapons and do not kill the bull at the end of the bout. In the early 2000s, Guan Yu got a boost from the government and was officially listed as Intangible Cultural Heritage. An annual competition is held at the China Bullfighting Hall, and 9 university students entered the race this year. Problem is, nobody wants to make a career out of it.
After they graduate, they won't end up doing our Genyo sport. So actually, in terms of candidate selection and our inheritance, it's quite difficult. Nobody wants to do this kind of sport full-time to carry on this intangible cultural heritage.
30-year-old Li is a rare example of someone who pursued Guan Yu. He joined 72-year-old master Han Huaihua's martial arts school out of his love for kung fu movies. Han says the prominence of Guan Yu has faded over the years and said there's not enough government support to foster a professional sport, but he remains defiant.
I'm committed to keeping this tradition alive. I will raise money or borrow money myself to keep it running.
For now, Han's fight is to keep Chinese bullfighting alive, one bout at a time. Emily Sue, Arabiya English, Hong Kong.
Day 1 at Wimbledon is underway, bringing both disappointment and excitement. The 2 British stars have withdrawn with injuries, while one of tennis's biggest names is actually making a much highly anticipated return after years off the court. For more on this, I'm joined in studio by Olympian and broadcaster Samantha Murray. Samantha, great to have you on. I'm so excited that Wimbledon is back. I feel like it's always something that's so good to talk about. But what are the big storylines as the championships got underway today, of course, in London?
Hi, Leigh Ann. It's great to be with you again. Yes, English summertime is in full bloom, and we have the wonderful Wimbledon tournament with us in SW19. Big news is Serena Williams. She's returned 4 years away. She's now a mum of 2, and she's come back with a wildcard entry into the Grand Slam. No one really knows what her form is like. She had a brief competition experience at Queen's, but she's back in the tournament, and she's doing it for different reasons this time, with what she said yesterday in the press conference. And she said that she has that excitement and nerves like usual, which was a good sign for her. So really newsworthy story. She is bigger than tennis in terms of brand, Serena Williams. We've also got Novak Djokovic. He's chasing that elusive 25th Grand Slam title. Can he do it? He's 39 years old. And Jannik Sinner is back in force. He's already won his first match at Wimbledon. He was taken to a 5th set, which was interesting, but it's all to play for in both the men's and women's tournament. Yeah,
Jannik Sinner did lose the first set there, but he managed to pull it back. I also love the fact that Serena Williams is going to be coming back, as we said, 44 years old, but she's going to also compete in the doubles alongside her sister Venus.
Yeah.
So it's a real sort of Williams throwback coming back to Wimbledon this year. But let's talk about the US hopes. So is there any one fan should be excited about? I know Taylor Fritz will be playing soon.
Yeah, Taylor Fritz is considered one of the strongest grass players on the tour in general, so that's really exciting for American fans. Interestingly, on the women's side, they have 10 players all ranked within the top 10. So you've got Jessica Pegula, Coco Gauff and Amanda Anisimova, all within the top 10. So it shows strength and depth in American tennis, probably testament to their fantastic facilities and player academies across the country. Back on the men's side, you've got Ben Shelton. He's also in the top 10 ranked. Francis Tiafoe, who was really strong at the French Open, and Tommy Paul bringing the side up. So they have a great team going in. So everything for American audiences to enjoy, I think, at this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. Jessica Pegula actually won her match today, so we see her progress through. Tiafoe is such a character.
Yeah.
He's so great to watch on the tennis court, of course. And we also heard this year, and we chatted about it before, didn't we, about players raising concerns over prize money. It's been such an interesting debate that's really dominated Wimbledon before it even started. But tell us a little bit more about it, because it's been quite interesting, because they actually got a 20% pay rise, the players, which is more than most people get in normal jobs.
Yeah, that's right. And this protest actually began last year in March 2025, where the Players Association decided to protest against the slams and the ITF, effectively the World Organisation of Tennis, asking for more revenue, in terms of prize money, reform in terms of welfare for the players, helping things like pension funds and maternity, paternity leave for players, and considering life after sport, that kind of thing. And also the players would now like to have a greater say in how tournaments are actually run. And this has continued, and it was just ahead of Wimbledon that the top players, so the big names that we all know to love, were saying they were just going to protest even more and cap their media time to 15 minutes, marking the 15% that they're paid in prize money and shared across the players in the Grand Slam. They wanted this to be 16%, and they have a goal of getting it to 22% by 2030. Now, interestingly, today, these discussions have come to a halt, and the players have agreed to stop the protest. So we won't see this 15-minute and then a walkout by someone like Jannik Sinner or Aryna Sabalenka, for example. There have been discussions between the LTA, the Lawn Tennis Association, and the player representatives, and they've reached some kind of agreement. Not everything has aligned to the players' terms, but they're happy to move forward and be more agreeable for broadcasters. And the interviews are something we look forward to. You get a real insight into these amazing personalities and the backstories of the players. So for now, the protest is off. What the outcome is, we don't yet know.
It will be really interesting to see what the outcome is. But who are your favourites, do you think, to lift the trophies? Because I just want to say that my favourite is going to be Novak Djokovic this year. Because Novak Djokovic, he has won 7 Wimbledon finals. He ties with Pete Sampras. Roger Federer actually won 8. So now Djokovic just needs to get one more. He ties Roger Federer. He will also then become, hold the most Grand Slams.
Yeah.
But I feel like right now, I absolutely love Djokovic, and I hate the thought of saying this, but he is coming to the end of his career, and I wonder if this is last chance saloon.
Well, there are some wonderful 39-year-olds still making it in the sports world.
Oh,
we'll
yeah.
talk about that later in terms of football. But yeah, Djokovic, this is the sunset of his professional tennis career. We could probably say that. I'd love him to win as well. He is such a good sportsman.
I love him.
He represents tennis strongly. He's so athletic, and brings great character and charisma to the game. Jannik Sinner, though, it would be loved to see him defend his title at Wimbledon and continue his legacy. I think in terms of the women's side, there's Iga Swiatek. She's back to defend her title. You've got Aryna Sabalenka, world number 1. You cannot rule her out.
She's never won Wimbledon, though. She's only won... she's quite interesting.
She went out early last year, didn't she?
She did. She's only ever got to the semi-finals in Wimbledon, even though she's won 4 Grand Slams.
Interesting.
She's an interesting one on grass. I'd also love to see her win, but I'm not sure what her odds are.
Yeah, I wonder if the players will do that dance again that
yes.
they had going. She did a really good moonwalk, I remember. I think that was in Italy.
Yes.
Yeah. You've also got Mira Andreeva, the superstar 19-year-old, Gen Z. She won at the French Open, so she'll have a great mental place coming in, confidence into this tournament, alongside Alexander Zverev, who won also in the French Open, finally got that Grand Slam title.
No, so emotional, wasn't it, for Alexander Zverev? He's been trying to chase that for so long. Mira Andreeva, a really great player. I've seen her play, very young, but absolutely talented. But once again, it will always see how the clay court translates to the grass court, because we know it's such a different game, isn't it? It's a big serve, it's volleying, Yeah,
exactly. And I think you're probably more well-versed than I am to talk about playing tennis. I just love watching tennis. But yeah, tennis is the ball moves the quickest on the grass, making it has to be an instinctive game. So that's where you get these fast rallies at the nets that we remember Roger Federer for. And seeing that in the centre court of Wimbledon is iconic. It's what people pay to see. And again, big serves, it lends itself to that sort of play.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's not as romantic as clay court tennis, I guess. It's always a bit of a dance at the French Open. But let's talk a little bit about football, because the World Cup is on, of course. Canada are through after beating South Africa.
Yes.
You also just told me before we must talk about Lionel Messi, because he'd done another achievement.
Yes.
And England's draw.
Yes, so true. So Canada have made it through to the knockout 16 round, which is the first time for them, and that just happened in the 92nd minute of overtime as they were 0-0 with South Africa, and Stefan Ustako scored a goal. Amazing for the co-hosts. I don't think anyone saw that coming, so that's interesting news. And South Africa have sadly gone home. They'll likely face the Netherlands or Morocco next, so those are really difficult draws for Canada, but I think congratulations is in order there. But yes, Messi has done it again, another accolade to his name. He's the first player ever to score in 7 consecutive World Cups, aged 39, just like your favourite Djokovic.
Isn't that so crazy that the longevity in sport, like you say, he's 39, Djokovic is 39. What's happening?
What is happening? What is the supplement? I need to know.
What is the secret?
Yeah.
And before I let you go, England.
Yes.
What is their draw looking like?
Yes. So they've made it through to the knockout stages, and they will play the Congo on Wednesday. They should get through, but nothing is guaranteed in a World Cup. They have some great names, great players, Harry Kane, Jude Bellingham, that really pull it through for England. It's like their secret weapons in terms of the squad makeup. However, there are question marks about England defensively, and that's probably what Congo are looking to tap into to really bring some strong play to the side. I'm ever hopeful, for the Three Lions. They've drawn themselves at the same side of the tournament as France, and should they win with Congo eventually, it looks like they'll end up in the quarterfinals against France, who are very strong indeed.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see how well they do against the DR Congo. I'm also really hopeful for the Three Lions because England haven't been having a good time politically. I think they need some good news in the football, don't they?
Absolutely. Need sport to lift us up.
Yeah.
Jack Draper's out of Wimbledon now straight away, so that's a shame. But yeah, it'd be great to see some and Cameron Norrie's gone out as well today. So it'd be good. And Emma Raducanu's not in either. So I don't know who's left really for England. We just have to hope. I think there's a wild card entry, so get behind that person.
I know. I think England right now needs some sport love. We need to send, maybe all the hopes are riding on the Three Lions at the minute when it comes to the UK. But Samantha Murray, as always, thank you so much for joining me. A reminder of our top stories. After days of escalating strikes, the US and Iran reportedly agree to halt hostilities as President Trump announces a meeting with Iranian officials in Doha. The search for survivors continues in Venezuela as the death toll from the devastating twin earthquakes nears 1,500. And Wimbledon is underway, but injuries and a major comeback are already making the headlines. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
Our allies, their allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Now, much of the growth in tourism numbers that we've been talking about, as well as the increase in average hotel occupancy rates, is being driven by domestic travel, with many Saudi residents choosing destinations closer to home. And this, of course, includes the kingdom's growing portfolio of Red Sea resorts. Well, these Red Sea tourist resorts are reporting stronger demand, offering a clear indication that investment in tourism is translating into sustained demand. Well, I'm joined now by Tony Cohanim, who is the general manager of all the Marriott properties in the Red Sea. Tony, thank you very much indeed for joining us. I mean, the Red Sea is one of Saudi Arabia's flagship tourism projects. I want to ask you, first of all, do you think it's going to become a must-see global destination?
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be on your show, and it's also a pleasure to talk about the Red Sea and what we've been doing over there. I represent the Marriott portfolio on the West Coast, really, which encompasses the Red Sea and the Mala destinations. I've been involved in the project now for 4 years, and we were actually the first island resort also to open in Saudi Arabia at the St. Regis. The St. Regis Red Sea Resort. That was just at the back end of 2023. I got to tell you, it's been a very pioneering journey for us, and Marriott's just been very privileged to be part of this journey. I think we've, 4 years in, I feel like we're finally reaching a tipping point where the destination has got a lot more visibility and awareness, both in the domestic market and in the regional market, and actually the international market too, thanks to the fantastic efforts of our ownership group, Red Sea Global, who have been on this journey since the beginning with us, and chose Marriott to be their kind of first hotels. The first 2 islands that opened were the St. Regis, followed by the Ritz-Carlton Reserve. It's fair to say that we probably started with our most exclusive product, which, appealed to maybe a narrower audience of affluent travelers. What we've seen this year, really since the opening of the Red Sea Edition, which is our 3rd property in the destination, priced at a lower price point and appealing to a much broader audience. And so that's probably contributing really to the increase in occupancy. And the general accessibility of the destination to a broader, wider audience, which has been really welcome on all sides. Yeah.
Tell us, who is a typical Red Sea guest at this point?
Well, I think this year has been a tale of 2 stories, really. I think the first part of the year, let's say up until the end of February, we had really noticed a major shift in what we would refer to as our source markets, our segmentation, with about 60% of our guests coming from overseas. And that's a contrast from the first couple of years of operation, where, of course, the domestic market made up most of our guest base. I guess what we've seen since the current regional instability is a return again to the domestic market. So I would say about 85 to 90% of our guests are coming from Saudi Arabia. And it's fantastic. I think we've been, in a sense, notwithstanding the tragedy of what's been going on, I think we're one of, in a funny kind of a way, we're a beneficiary in Red Sea, given our geographic location, the perceived, security of the destination, and so on. And so, yeah, we're seeing, people coming in big numbers. And this recent Eid holiday period, for example, all of our hotels were full. It's great to see all the hard work, come to some fruition from a commercial standpoint. So we're very pleased.
Yeah, and actually we've talked about this quite a lot on this program, about how Saudi Arabia is a country with a strong domestic consumer base, and that sets it apart from quite a lot of other markets in the region. I'd like to ask you about guest behaviour and what you've noticed over the last 12 months in terms of, what their patterns are. Are they staying for longer? Are they spending more? Are they looking for add-ons and different types of experience? Any sort of trends you're picking up on?
Yeah, I think, the domestic market, because of the accessibility of the destination from, major urban centres like Riyadh and Jeddah, we see a lot of our business weighted to the weekends. So, Thursday through Sunday. And then, of course, during holiday periods, you get longer stays. So I think in our domestic market, we're looking at a kind of a 3 to 4 night kind of average length of stay. International market, on the flip side, typically it's closer to 5 or even 6 days sometimes. And we had seen that actually over the New Year period and to the early part of January, where we had a lot of international guests on our properties. And that's okay. We're happy to take business in whatever form it comes. And I can tell you, as somebody who's been in Saudi for all together 8 years, 4 years in Riyadh and 4 years on the West Coast. The one thing that's been consistent in the domestic market is this great sense of pride about what's going on, and I can't tell you how many local guests tell me they can't quite believe they're in their own country when they come to the Red Sea. They're able to experience the incredible scenery, nature, and a high level of service and product quality that might be associated with other destinations, perhaps in the Maldives or wherever. So to be able to get that in their home country, I think is a fantastic opportunity for us. And we just need to deliver on the promise of great service and activations and all of the things that make a great holiday for somebody. We got to be able to do that. So that comes with some pressure, of course.
I was going to ask you there to do a bit of a sales pitch for us as to why someone would choose the Red Sea as opposed to the Maldives or the Seychelles. You've sort of done that. I mean, what would be your key point for someone mulling which destination to go to? What would make a Red Sea experience really different? Why would it stand out?
It's a great question, Tom. One of the beauties of the Red Sea destination, and frankly, the vision for this project was to provide. It's a luxury environment first and foremost, so it does come at a price. But I would say the mix of hotel brands that we have in the destination, not just within the Marriott portfolio, but also other international brands, offers a lot of choice. Whether that's if you're coming for a family vacation, maybe you're coming for honeymoon, or perhaps you're coming with some friends. I think there's something for everybody, which is really, really great. So if I could maybe just talk about our own hotels, like our St. Regis and our Ritz-Carlton Reserve, their island properties are what we call mono islands, where you simply have one hotel on the island. And those two resorts happen to be quite close to each other on two separate islands. So that's like a private island experience, right? So that comes, like I said, at a certain price point. What's beautiful about the Red Sea Edition is that it's part of a community and an ecosystem of 11 resorts, all on the same island. And so there's a lot of this kind of interconnection and people moving around on the island between the hotels. To try out other food and beverage concepts, for instance, or some hotels might have a better kids club, and so they, maybe as a family you might want to go check that out. We also have what recently opened this year, Adrina, which is a fantastic kind of water and adventure park with some high quality, surfing simulator experiences, and so on and so forth. So again, when you have a single owner who's developing a whole destination, they have the benefit of seeing everything and providing many, many options. And so we're blessed really with lots of variety.
Well, Tony, you've done a fantastic job of selling the destination. I'm very keen to go there myself. Just lastly, though, looking forwards, we've got some big events on the horizon, Expo 2030, the World Cup. Is that playing a role? Are you seeing that playing a role with regards to driving interest and therefore bookings?
Yeah, I would say at the moment, in our case, less so the Expo. I would say the World Cup, as Marriott, we have almost 50 properties in Saudi Arabia. So, FIFA have already been in contact with Marriott about, getting some inventory for the many hundreds of thousands of people that are going to come to Saudi Arabia. So they've been quite, forward-looking in securing the hotels they need to be able to support that event. Expo, I think, is coming into view now. I think it's a fantastic opportunity. I was here during the G20 summit, which goes back to kind of the pre-pandemic era, and I know it was actually ended up being during the pandemic. But these events, they're helping to put Saudi Arabia on the international stage. And like I said, there's this underlying pride always in everything that's being done in Saudi Arabia to try and, I guess, demonstrate to the world what they can do, but also bring their unique personality and expertise to these great international events. So I have no doubt that in both cases, Expo and the World Cup, they're going to do a tremendous job, and we're excited to be part of it in some way.
All right, we really appreciate you sharing all of that with us. Thank you very much indeed. Tony Coveney, General Manager at Marriott Red Sea. Thank you for your time, sir.
My pleasure. All the best.
When they started, they were hailed as historic. Now, as round 5 draws to a close, a top diplomat says they're a train wreck. Can the Israel-Lebanon peace talks succeed without Hezbollah disarming? And will Israel withdraw from southern Lebanon? Stay with us. That debate coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Now, major sporting events, concerts, festivals and cultural attractions have helped transform Saudi Arabia into a regional entertainment hub. Well, driven by Vision 2030 and growing private sector investment, the entertainment sector has become one of the fastest growing segments of the kingdom's economy. Well, since the launch of Riyadh Season, for example, in 2019, the sector has attracted hundreds of millions of visitors. And industry forecasts suggest the market could be worth more than 17 billion riyals by the year 2030. Well, connecting consumers with many of those entertainment experiences across Saudi Arabia and the wider region is Platinum List, one of the Middle East's leading entertainment discovery and ticketing platforms. And I'm joined to talk more about that by Muayyad Qudus, who is the Senior Business Development Manager at Platinum List, who also heads up the Saudi team. He joins us today from Jeddah. Muayyad, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to talk to us. How are you seeing Saudi Arabia's entertainment market evolve?
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's really a pleasure. So if I may to say that the entertainment industry in Saudi started in 2017. We started with approximation of 17 events per year. Then we reached 600. So you can say that it grows gradually. And the percentage per year of this growth, it may reach 54% per year, and this is the worldwide record. We started with 17 events. We reached up to 600 events. If I may to say that the events, it's the bigger event. Each event has its own subsidiary. So when we say, for example, as a Riyadh Boulevard, Riyadh Boulevard, we took it an example as one event. But if you go there, you can check hundreds of events, hundreds of activities. Then we can say that the investment in the entertainment industry. So in 2016, the investment was less than $600 million. Now we reach $14.6 billion. So the increase is incredible. Even if we go and talk about the customer behaviors, the ticket price. So we were starting, the ticket average price was 1,400 Saudi Riyal, but now it got decreased to 250. This means that the customer perception and behavior got changed. Now people becomes more mature about the entertainment, about what type of segment they are related to. So we started with small concert here and there, but now the variety in the entertainment industry is very big. You were talking about entertainment events, sport, tourism, etc. So, and when we say that the family-oriented events it becomes in the first line. And when we talk about the female, so female, you know that Saudi sometimes is a closed society and families. Now, in 2016, independent female attended events wasn't exceeded 2%. But now we are talking about 48% independent female attended those events. So this increase shows you that the entertainment in Saudi becomes more mature, becomes more attractive for all members. So when it comes to family, people in South Saudi attract people from outside Saudi to invest, attract the event industry worldwide. Biggest companies around the world are eager to invest here in Saudi in this sector in practical.
Wow. So, I mean, you've had incredible growth, and you've talked us through some of the drives of that growth. Really interesting there on the gender equality as well with regards to the attendance of these events. Let's talk about the year 2026, how this year is shaping up. I mean, just talk us through some of the highlights. What's on the horizon for the Kingdom during the course of this year?
Yeah, so due to the regional uncertainty, now we're talking about, let's talk as Eid al-Adha as an example. Eid al-Adha was the biggest window for people to go outside Saudi to enjoy their time. But now we can say that 80% of those people weren't able to go out. Because of that, the domestic tourisms got increased up to 80% in the region. Yani. Now we have a lot of options to go and enjoy our time. So if you go to, for example, I'm from Jeddah or Riyadh, the weather now becomes very hot. We have a very good destination to go inside and enjoy the beach, a beautiful beach like Red Sea, and enjoy a beautiful weather like go to Asir here and there. And in beginning of 2026, Qiddiya launches 2 parks. One of them was Six Flags, and the other one is at Arabiya. It's an aqua park. So those 2 big parks attract more than 150,000 attendees in less than 6 months because of unique experience. If you are eager to experience a very adventure attraction, you have one of the most famous park like Six Flags is the first Six Flags branch in the Middle East is in Riyadh. And when it comes to aqua park, so we have the biggest aqua park in the MENA region that just launched in Riyadh. So we have a lot of experiences, events, projects got opened in 2016.
Okay, yeah, 2026 is an exciting year clearly for the Kingdom, and we actually covered Arabiya and the opening of it on this program a few weeks back. In terms of big concerts, big attractions, big events as the year goes on, what are you most excited about?
So I'll give you a very interested study. So we were studying the market, the variety of the event concept. We realized that 85% from the projects related to entertainment industry in Saudi was concert. When we say concert, in all type, Arabic, EDM, and you name it. 58% from the project in 2016 were concert. Then we have sport event. Yani in Feb, we were hosting Formula E in Jeddah. And also in Q4 this year, we will be hosting, inshallah, WTA. It's a tennis, the final tour of tennis player that will be hosted, inshallah, in Riyadh. Formula One supposed to be in March, and there is negotiation now to be back in December. A lot of mega or giga international project will be hosted here in Saudi, and this shows you how much Saudi become a very attractive market to host such an international IPs, and more are yet to come. Saudi Week can manage, host, execute, and come up with the new IPs in the entertainment industry. Entertainment, when I say entertainment, this means sport, cultural, tourism, etc.
Right, so clearly lots more exciting events as the years go on. So we'll be seeing more of this, not less. And how do you think live events like the ones you mentioned are being made more attractive to customers? What sort of initiatives are there?
Depending on the type of the event, we have a lot of variety of options. We have people can go and check. Nowadays, I'm talking with you, we have more than 150 events will be happening this weekend in Saudi. If you are in any type of events, you can check it out, check the platform, the trusted platform that for aggregator, and I may to say in the entertainment, you can check, you can go and enjoy your time. Go to Red Sea, go to Riyadh. No, we're supposed to manage EWC, Esport World Cup in Riyadh, but it got relocated to France. And also other activities will be happening during summer, especially Asir season. Yani we have planning, and that's a very important topic that we usually have seasonal events. We have Riyadh season, Jeddah season, etc. But now the events calendar got throughout the year. We rename and we reshape the concept of season into calendar. We launched Jeddah calendar, and Riyadh season now becomes more as an IP, but the event in Riyadh is throughout the year.
Okay, well, I think
non-stop events.
Okay, well, you've explained for us how it is that the entertainment sector has become one of the fastest growing segments in the Saudi economy, a sector worth, it's forecast, 17 billion riyals by the year 2030. Thank you very much indeed for talking us through all of that. Muayyad Qudus, Senior Business Development Manager at Platinum List, thank you very much indeed.
Pleasure. Thank you very much.
Now, tourism has become one of the cornerstones of Saudi Arabia's economic diversification strategy, and the latest numbers suggest the sector is continuing to gain momentum. That is, despite challenges posed by the regional geopolitical context. Well, while these tensions have had some impact, Saudi Arabia's tourism industry appears to be more than just weathering the storm. Tourist numbers rose 8% in the first quarter of 2026, and according to JLL, average hotel occupancy climbed to more than 66% in the first quarter. Well, the sector now represents about 5% of Saudi GDP and supports more than 1 million jobs across the kingdom. Well, last year, Saudi Arabia welcomed more than 122 million domestic and international visitors. That's a 5% increase on the previous year. Well, collectively, tourism spending reached around 300 billion riyals. Well, one of the companies that is helping to drive Saudi Arabia's tourism ambitions is Al Musafir, which is the kingdom's leading travel platform. And I'm here with Muzammil Al Hussein, who is the Al Musafir CEO. Muzammil, thank you very much for joining us and welcome back to the program. Some very strong Q1 tourist numbers. And I just wanted to ask you, what's behind those numbers?
Well, I think, it's a pleasure to be here. And I think what's behind the numbers is two main factors. The continued growth of domestic tourism in Saudi Arabia with the opening of new resorts such as across the Red Sea, as well as in Jeddah and King Abdullah Economic City, as well as the opening of new giga projects and the launch of Six Flags and Aqua Arabia in Qiddiya City. In addition, the strength of the religious tourism segment, Q1 was extremely strong when it comes to Mecca and Medina, especially driven by Umrah. During the Ramadan period and continuing after Ramadan into Q2. And now with the completion of Hajj, it's just completed as well.
Okay, so you've painted a picture in which domestic tourism is extremely important. I mean, that's clearly been extremely valuable in the context that we're in currently, hasn't it?
Definitely, 100%. And I think you notice that during the geopolitical situation, what you notice is a significant number of Saudi travelers choosing to stay close to home, but still traveling, especially with the launch of these new projects that really created new interest and new destinations for people within Saudi to explore, as well as seeing continued interest from the rest of the GCC as things started to stabilize in the region.
You mentioned the Hajj, and I just wondered how the Hajj season had gone and whether you're seeing any new trends emerging when it comes to religious tourism.
Well, we had a very successful Hajj driven by the kingdom's significant commitment to performing safe and secure Hajj for all its pilgrims and visitors under the Ministry of Hajj and Umrah. And I think what you realize that Hajj continues to improve year on year. There's significant investment in the infrastructure and the stability of the entire ecosystem supporting the Hajj initiatives. This year, Hajj 1447 was a success. Over 1.6 million pilgrims performed the Hajj from around the world. And we continue to see a significant improvement both in the technology and the capabilities of the entire ecosystem infrastructure to support Hajj.
And just talking about travel trends and habits more broadly, are you seeing any trends emerging? For example, people perhaps making more last-minute decisions about their travel plans, or are people planning more in advance? What are you seeing on that front?
Well, generally speaking, the Saudi Arabian tourist is primarily a last-minute traveler, or within 7 to 10 days. What we noticed during since the geopolitical situation has been that the need for flexibility. Customers are demanding flexibility from airlines and hotels given the uncertainty of the environment. We've also noticed that there is some more planning happening, especially for hotel stays, while people keep the flights more towards the recent upcoming travel. Additionally, destination-wise, continued again, as I said, domestic, but also a lot more trending toward Western Europe, Southern Europe, and Turkey. Those are strong destinations.
I was going to ask you, I mean, given this last-minute sort of element to the planning that's sort of been imposed by the circumstances in which the region finds itself, I mean, the fact that this country has a very young population, does that help when it comes to meeting the demand for these last-minute travelers? Is that a factor in this last-minute decision-making process?
I think I wouldn't say it's because of the young population, but I think the young population in general allows for more flexibility, more openness of where to go and what to do. But at the same time, even the families, the older generation still continues to travel, and they travel, generally speaking, a lot less planned than maybe people in Europe of a similar age. So demographically, the culture just tends to a lot more last-minute travel.
Okay, and just carrying on with trends for a moment, are you seeing people shifting more towards the luxury end of the market? Are you seeing more shifts towards activity-based holidays? Any trends you're picking up on?
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, luxury travel continues to be strong. 80% of our bookings are 4- and 5-star hotels premium. But at the same time, what we are noticing is experiential travel. People really want to enjoy and spend in the destination. They want to enjoy the beaches, enjoy the shopping, enjoy the culture. And they continue to really spend in the destination in addition to just going to the trip.
Okay, we're going to be talking a bit later in the program with another guest about how generative AI has really picked up here in Saudi Arabia, and it's seeing extraordinarily high growth levels. I'm wondering whether that plays a part at all in influencing where people go on their holidays and perhaps how they plan them.
Yeah, I think it's not influencing where they go, but it's helping people research and plan. We're seeing a lot of interest and a lot of usage from generative AI platforms. We are the first platform in Saudi Arabia on ChatGPT. We've seen people use AI to help them plan, explore destination, but the bookings still come on through platforms like ourselves or the airlines. And we see that AI is allowing people to know more about what to do, where to go, and explore the destination even better.
Okay, I mean, you gave us a little teaser earlier on, but just tell us, in the hot summer months that are coming up, clearly a lot of people are going to go to cooler climates. Where are people heading to this summer?
Yeah, I think so. We do see strong strength in domestic tourism still. Jeddah, King Abdullah Economic City, Red Sea, and Asir, still strength. But also in terms of internationally, Turkey, Western Europe, and Southern Europe remain popular destinations. And even now parts of Northern Europe, such as Amsterdam as well, and London, of course, continue to be popular destinations for Saudi travelers.
Okay, is there one destination that's looking like shaping up to be the destination, internationally speaking, for 2026?
Not one, I would say. There's many. Continued travel, and I think the travel wherever we see increased connectivity of airline flights. We see that Riyadh Air is launching again officially on July 1st to London. We see Saudia continue to add routes, Flynas as well, and Flydeal. That will be where people go.
Okay, I mean, we've talked a lot on this program about how Saudi Arabia has this goal of 150 million visitors a year by the year 2030. How achievable is that target looking to you at this point?
Well, I think it's very achievable. If you look at the numbers, originally the target was 100 million. It actually got increased to 150 million. So We're well on our way. Domestic plays a significant portion, religious plays a portion, and leisure tourism is growing with the World Cup coming, with Expo. There's a lot more happening to bring people into the kingdom. And as the products continue to open, we have, again, Qiddiya just opened earlier this year. Diriyah is opening. A lot more projects continue to open, and that will bring demand into the kingdom.
Right, so clearly a lot of big events on the horizon. 2030 shaping up to be a really important and busy year as well with the Expo, and of course before that the World Cup. Just lastly, tell us about the feedback, Muzammil. What are international visitors in particular telling you and telling your employees about what strikes them most, in particular when they visit Saudi Arabia for the first time?
I think the main primary feedback is the hospitality of the people and the culture is so welcoming. People really, really enjoy coming to Saudi Arabia, spending time with individuals from Saudi who are hosting them, who are serving them in the hotels and the hospitality and tourism industry. And they really, really enjoy the hospitality, and that's hard to find anywhere else in the world. It's very, very welcoming.
Okay, well, you've been very generous with your time. We really appreciate it. Great having you back on the programme. Thank you, Muzammil Hussain, the CEO of Al Musafa. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Karim Khan, KC, prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. Welcome to Al Arabiya, sir.
Thank you for having me.
We understand that the OIOS, which is the Office of Internal Oversight Services here at the United Nations, prepared a 5,000 pages report after 1 full year of investigations. The ICC Bureau, which is the ASP primary oversight, legislative and management body, appointed 3 judges, 2 men and a woman, looked thoroughly in the report and made 137 findings, and in all findings they found no evidence of inappropriate conduct or misconduct or abuse of authority, not a single one on your behalf. This decision was advisory opinion by the 3 judges on the 21st of March of this year, clearing you of all allegations. You would think that this is the end of the matter, but it wasn't. How do you explain that?
Well, I can't. You're quite right that the United Nations Office of Investigations collected 5,000 pages of evidence, an awful lot of it from me, evidence that I gave. And in the 137 findings, there is no finding of conduct that could constitute prohibited conduct. But importantly, the most important thing is 3 independent judges handpicked by the Bureau of the Assembly of State Parties, reviewed all of the underlying evidence, the full 5,000 pages, and the UN report, and they unanimously, as you said, concluded that there was no evidence to find misconduct or breach of authority to the required standard. And I thought that was the end of it. Why appoint judges if you're going to reject their findings and their advice? And unfortunately, the Bureau departed from the principle of deference, and they have referred the matter now to the Assembly of State Parties. But I think it's astonishing, it's unwarranted, and it's unlawful.
The Bureau also voted on the 8th of June to suspend you as a prosecutor of the International Criminal Court till the whole ICC 125 state membership convene to vote on a secret ballot on the issue on the 24th of July here in New York. The ICC Bureau must win by at least a 2/3 majority of the 125 member states. If they fail in doing so, then the whole motion to find you guilty of sexual misconduct is rejected by the ASP, the Assembly of State Party, and that's that. If they win and the ASP finds you guilty by 2/3 majority, which is 83 member states, then they will start another motion to vote on firing you. And that can be decided by a simple majority, i.e. the support to the motion of firing must be 63 member states or more. So I hear here now at the United Nations, the ICC Bureau want to vote to go straight on the motion of firing you with simple majority, bypassing the determination of your guilt or innocence of misconduct by two-thirds majority. Will the Bureau succeed in doing so? Especially, this is the one time in history that such a vote is conducted. Can they do it?
Well, the Bureau has a composition that I think the WEOG, the Western European and other group, Eastern European group and the allies are disproportionately represented. Going back to your first point, it's really critical to understand that in the 20 years of the International Criminal Court, until my matter, experts have written that not one decision of the Bureau was decided by a vote. It was all by consensus until Karim Khan's matter was before the Bureau. The biggest group of countries is the Africa Group. There are 33 countries from the Africa Group, and no country from the whole of this vast continent of Africa supported the finding of misconduct. They were really of the view that you have judges, you should stick with the judges. This is what people have said after the vote. In terms of the procedure, I'm in the dark. I mean, it's amazing that I'm in the dark. I find out things from the media, from speculation. They have not told me what the procedure is. I can't, of course, go to New York, but I don't know if I can address the Assembly of State Parties. The procedure says I should be able to, but they haven't given any guidance to my lawyers. They haven't told me anything other than there will be a special session of the Assembly of State Parties convened in New York on the 24th of July.
The UN ambassadors of the 125 member states of the ICC will be voting here in New York on the 24th of July. They are politicians, not legal experts. They're not judges, but they will decide your fate. Nevertheless, it is doubtful if they would have read the 5,000 pages report by the OSIS or the 3 judges' advisory opinion, which had 137 findings, all in your favor. How do you feel about that?
Well, I'm not even sure if the Bureau member, hand on heart, have read the material. I mean, we have formally asked the Bureau Secretariat, my lawyers have formally asked, which members of the Bureau have read the evidence, and we have not been given the information. The fact that they have evidence available is not the same thing as reading it.
After indicting Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel and former Defense Minister Gallant, you became the first ICC official to be sanctioned for doing so. Later, another 8 officials were sanctioned, 6 ICC judges and 2 ICC officials, and these sanctions led to your bank accounts being frozen. You cannot now even have a credit card to your name. In addition to that, you are not allowed to travel, and hence you will not be able to be here in New York to defend yourself on the 24th of July when your fate is decided. Your thoughts on this subject?
Well, we see an increasing proclivity on the part of powerful states to use coercive measures. I've mentioned that there was an arrest warrant against me and some other judges by the Russian Federation, and I've been now sentenced to imprisonment in my absence to 15 years by the Russian Federation on account of applications for warrants that were issued by independent judges on the evidence. In this round, you're right, of course, my predecessor for some months was under sanctions, but in this round I was the first person sanctioned by President Trump in February 2025. And of course, it was quite lonely for several months. I was the only one, and later on, some judges and deputies, I think in about August, September, they were sanctioned. I just think it's unwarranted. People try to enter public service. Some do better than others. But to use the power of the state to coerce, to intimidate, is deeply dangerous. We see this tendency to what's happening in some countries domestically with prosecutors or attorney generals of previous administrations. We see threats against UN special rapporteurs like Francesca Albanese or judges of the ICC or myself. We see threats in the media about putting sanctions and targeted measures against other individuals who simply take a different view. And they don't, in the most cases, at least in my case, and in the ICC, I'm sure, take a different view out of malice, out of bias, or out of any antipathy to any people or person in the world. It's simply an exercise of responsibilities, given that one has to look at the evidence and the law and apply the law fairly, equally, for example, in Palestine and Israel, as we did in Ukraine and Russia, as equally as we're doing in Afghanistan and Myanmar, and the list goes on. And to cause pain is not an unanticipated consequence, it's the desired outcome. Because you've seen from public sources, even before the current administration in the United States took office, 12 senators wrote, and they said, you target Israel, we will target you and your family. You have been warned. That's almost a verbatim quotation. And so one can say on this area, at least, they are truthful and they've made good on their promises because the court as a whole has been targeted. But I deprecate it. It's undermining the moral authority of states. It is dividing the international community. In the end, it's bringing us closer to more and more conflict, because if we don't have the law, what do we have?
On Friday, June the 19th, you have been suspended from practicing as a barrister or a lawyer in England and Wales by the UK Bar Standards Board, BSB. What happens if you lose the vote on the 24th of July here in New York? Would that mean to end the career of Karim Khan KC as a lawyer and as a barrister? I apologize for this. This must be painful to you, sir, to hear.
Well, I'm sure some would quite like that. I mean, there have been previous attempts by UK lawyers for Israel, twice in fact, to make complaints against me on the basis of the applications that I filed in the Palestine situation. That was dismissed. They appealed it. That was dismissed as well. This interim suspension, you're quite right, it was very painful. It hurt that there was an interim suspension by the Bar Standards Board. It's not based upon their own evaluation of evidence. It's not based upon anything really, except the fact that the political bureau of the ICC, this group of 21 countries, by qualified majority, decided to suspend me. And of course, one can raise one's own questions. These allegations have been known for more than a year. I took a voluntary leave from May. What the need was for that suspension is questionable, but certainly led to somebody giving this information to the Bar Standards Board, and then the Bar Standards Board issue an interim suspension. It's emotionally painful, but I'm not even practicing domestically at all. It's very clear. It's a full-time job as the prosecutor of the ICC. My chamber's website made it clear that I wasn't practicing any work in the UK or anywhere else. But we have to just keep fighting on all the fronts that I'm being attacked on. And I will do my best, even though it's extremely difficult. I hope it's not the end of my career. But I'll simply say this. I've won the legal case. I have the decision of 3 independent judges. I'm a simple person. I know a little bit about the law. I won in that fora. Where I'm a bit out of my depth is amongst big, powerful states that have the full apparatus of ambassadors all over the world, and some of them are very vociferous and organized in their lobbying for a particular outcome. And an individual, like me, it's difficult to deal with that because I'm not a politician. I'm an international public servant, but I'll do my best, and we leave it to God and leave it to states to decide what they want to do. But yes, it's right. The future is not in my hands. All I can do is keep making the arguments and hope, as the panel of judges did, they will see that there was no misconduct or abuse of authority established and reject this majority decision by the Bureau of the Assembly of State Parties. And from what people are saying, it seems they got one more vote than they required. And I hope when all states are there and they're properly and more equitably represented, some sanity and fairness can prevail. But that's not under my control.
You chose to voluntarily, like you mentioned, to suspend yourself when the charges were leveled against you till the end of the 1 year investigations into the allegation conducted by the OSIS. From the start, you always insisted, of course, on your innocence of these allegations. But then there's a question: why did you volunteer to suspend yourself from your position as the prosecutor of the ICC, the International Criminal Court, without any guarantees, while your accuser continued working in your office at the ICC, giving her, some would say, and her claims an advantage?
Well, I won't speak about staff members of the ICC. I've got a responsibility in relation to that, and whether people were on leave or working is a separate point, but I didn't take leave. The first point is the allegations firstly raised themselves as a matter of record in May 2024. It was closed by the internal oversight mechanism because a complaint was not made. I carried on working. I took advice from IOM and other senior people in the institution. In October, when my name was released, and there was what I described just before the announcement of the warrants, a media campaign, I carried on working. October, November, December, January, February, March, April. It was in May 2025 I finally took voluntary leave, and I did that quite frankly because the campaign from major newspapers around the world and egged on by people that were leaking information or misrepresenting information in this one-sided attack became so loud. It was distracting, I think, from the work of the office. And I thought in the end it was maybe it was a wrong decision. Maybe it was not a good decision by me. But in the end, I decided to take leave. I didn't think that the leave would be more than a couple of months. I didn't think it would take as long as it did. But once I took leave, it became difficult really to go back. But time will tell if that was the right decision or the wrong decision. I made it believing that it was the least worst option at that particular moment in time.
You successfully indicted and issued arrest warrants on war crimes against President Putin of Russia and Maria Lvova-Belova on March 2023. You also successfully indicted and issued arrest warrants against Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his Defense Minister Yoav Gallant on November 2024. So it's safe to say you made powerful enemies in both East and West. What gives you hope that you can win such a vote in the Assembly of State Parties in New York on July 24th?
Well, the important thing is I made those applications as prosecutor, but the judges of the International Criminal Court, they're the ones that issued the warrants. They're the ones that analysed the evidence, and they're the ones that independently determined that the evidence that we submitted required them to issue the relevant
upon your
warrants.
request.
And so there are, upon my request.
The ICC today faces American sanctions, as do its judges and yourself, its prosecutor. It faces internal crisis. It's engulfed by controversy and faces a legitimacy debate unlike any other in the 23 years history. In your honest assessment, is the ICC is going to emerge from it all the stronger for having been tested, or will we be witnessing the beginning of the end of the international courageous attempt to end the culture of impunity around our world?
It's a great question. I think the jury's out. I don't believe with this adage, this simple adage that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. if you're beaten up, you're not stronger in the short term, you're bruised or your bones are broken. So time will tell. It's true that the threats, the sanctions, the coercive measures have forced the court to adapt, to try to become more resilient, to be less dependent upon the vagaries of political power or expedient decisions. I think that much is correct. But it's important also that you are anchored in due process. And we need to stay the course. We need to make sure that in the storms that we see around us, including the storm of the ICC, we don't try to dress something up as a legitimate decision to try to make people happy or to lessen the heat. You have to sometimes go through the fire, stay firm, stay focused, and take the consequence of whatever they are. And I think that applies to me. It also applies to institutions. You do what we think is right. Don't depart from due process.
On the personal level, how are you dealing with this kind of pressure? And how do you deal with it without being consumed by it? How does your family, your daughter, your wife, deal with such pressures?
This is painful. I'm lucky. I'm blessed with a wonderful wife, wonderful children, a wonderful family, and they're my life raft. I think without them, no man is an island. I'm certainly not. I would have sunk a long time ago. So I'm very blessed in that regard. I'm believe in God. I believe in service, and I think importantly, I think we have to look at what's much more important than us. I said to the office when I was elected to the staff in a town hall that when one becomes a judge or a prosecutor or in any walk of public life, whether we know it or not, we are exiting stage left. We are temporary custodians. There's a limited mandate. We should be looking at the victims around the world that look to the ICC, that look to the institutions of the United Nations also for protection. They're suffering 1 million times worse. They have much more insecurity, much more pain, and they deserve better from us, from me, but from the institutions as well. And I think focusing on them, that's a battle worth fighting because their rights should never be surrendered to. And that's why international service is a wonderful opportunity to work for something bigger than our individual egos or our individual ambition or even the temporary occupation of our positions.
You have been sanctioned, investigated, suspended, and attacked from multiple directions, all while running the most active docket in the history of the court. Knowing now everything that you know, would you do it all again? Would you change anything?
Well, I'll do it all again in the sense of making the decisions I made. Of course, there's lessons to be learned, mistakes, improvements that we can always make in these types of jobs, with all one's limitations to serve something more important than ourselves, our shortcomings, our limitations as human beings. That's a great opportunity. That's a great blessing. And I feel very fortunate for all the daggers drawn and difficulties, criticism, sanctions, convictions, warrants in absentia that we face, and the character assassination that I think I've been subjected to, the breach of due process. It's a heavy price, but I think I feel still honoured that I've had this opportunity. I wish it wouldn't have happened, of course, and I hope things can be clarified by the Assembly of State Parties in just over 4 weeks' time.
Karim Khan, KC, prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, the ICC, we thank you for this exclusive interview with Al Arabiya, and we thank you for your insight and your frankness. And we will be here at the United Nations to report in the outcome of the vote on the 24th of July.
Thank you, Talal. Thank you so much for having me, Talal, and please let me know what happens there if I'm not there myself.
When they started, they were hailed as historic. Now, as round 5 draws to a close, a top diplomat says they're a train wreck. Can the Israel-Lebanon peace talks succeed without Hezbollah disarming? And will Israel withdraw from southern Lebanon? It's up for debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. When a US State Department official said Israeli troops had started pulling back from occupied southern Lebanon, it sounded as if the peace proposal was actually working. That is, until we heard this.
We are not retreating, and as of this moment, and this is a political achievement, there is no demand from America for Israel to withdraw from Lebanon. We are there to protect the residents of the north.
A US-brokered plan would see Israel hand control of the south over to the Lebanese army. But there's a very big catch. Hezbollah isn't involved in the negotiations and refuses to disarm.
We will remain in the buffer zone in southern Lebanon for as long as necessary to protect the residents of the north. As Prime Minister of Israel, I am committed to this, and nothing will change it.
It casts serious doubt on the likelihood of lasting peace, and it also raises questions about whether or not the US has any sway over Israel. So, on this episode, we'll ask, are the Israel-Lebanon peace talks doomed to fail? Will they only succeed if Hezbollah disarms? And Israel's buffer zone really just a land grab? Well, joining us for the discussion is David Daoud, Senior Fellow at the Foundation for Defence of Democracies, focusing on Lebanon and Hezbollah. Mouin Rabbani is the Managing Editor of Jabaliya magazine and author of the upcoming book, Gaza Apocalypse. And Baria Alamuddin is with us once again, an award-winning international journalist, broadcaster and author. To all of you, welcome to Counterpoints. Well, instead of gaining momentum, it seems as if the US brokered talks between Israel and Lebanon are grinding to a halt. Senior Israeli officials have described this week's round of negotiations, round 5 of the talks, in fact, are the least productive to date. There are contradictory claims about Israel's willingness to pull back from its so-called buffer zone in southern Lebanon. Frustrations remain over Hezbollah's unwillingness to disarm. And then there's the added complication of Lebanon being included in that US interim deal with Iran, something that reportedly both Israel and Lebanon aren't too thrilled about. So, David, let's kick off our debate with you. Are the Israel-Lebanon peace talks now looking doomed to fail?
Well, thank you for having me on, and glad to be on with these esteemed guests. I think they were always doomed to fail. And I think, we saw Ambassador Yahya Leiter's comment the other day about the discussions, the negotiations turning into a train wreck. I think what we're having is not, let me disagree with the framing respectfully. It's not a loss of momentum. It's reality catching up with the two sides. It's reality catching up with the state of the negotiations, and that you have essentially two unbridgeable gaps or two unbridgeable positions here. The Israelis want disarmament of Hezbollah for understandable reasons, and the Lebanese are not promising that as part of the negotiation track. If we look at either President Owen or Prime Minister Nawaf Salam, even after the March 2nd, 2026 reignition of hostilities, even during these negotiations, first of all, they've not said that they're pursuing peace in the general sense with Israel, in the sense that, they have a very idiosyncratic distinction between peace and normalization, and Lebanon is trying to pursue quiet with Israel. And when it comes to Hezbollah, they're talking about internal dialogue, resolving the question of arms through internal dialogue and negotiations, which, again, from Lebanon's perspective, is an understandable position, given that pursuing Hezbollah's arms forcefully could lead to civil war. But from the Israeli position is less understandable, because the Israeli position is to provide security for the citizens of the north, many of whom will not return home unless they see a flag across the border, as it were, in which they put their trust and security. Right now, obviously, that's not going to be a Hezbollah flag. Hezbollah was right on the border up until relatively recently. In some areas, it remains there. And the Lebanese flag, unfortunately, doesn't inspire confidence yet, because Lebanon, over the course of 18 years since Resolution 1701 and the 15 plus months since November 27th of 2024, has been unwilling and unable to take the forceful measures necessary to disarm Hezbollah, given that Hezbollah has made it very clear that they will not surrender their arms one way or another.
Moeen, pick up on that. What do you think? Were these talks always doomed to fail, as Mr. Dawood is saying there? Is this just a reality check? Are the gaps unbridgeable?
Well, I think they were unbridgeable in the sense that Israel was putting forward demands that Lebanon could never accept. And if the Lebanese government would have accepted the Israeli demands, you would have a scenario very similar to that in 1983, when Israel, together with the United States, forced a highly inequitable peace agreement down the Lebanese government's throat. And this led to a popular uprising in Lebanon, as a result of which that agreement was abrogated. What I think has happened now is somewhat different. You have this U.S.-sponsored Israeli-Lebanese diplomatic track that was, again, for those reasons, going nowhere, but it has now been overtaken by the U.S.-Iranian track. And the so-called ceasefire of November 2024, which never materialized because Israel continued with its aggression against Lebanon on a daily basis, has now been overtaken by this so-called deconfliction cell that includes, I believe, the United States, Iran, Pakistan, and Qatar. And I think, all the relevant parties have come to the realization that unless Israel is restrained by the U.S., there can be no ceasefire in Lebanon. There will be no Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon, and therefore there won't be a resumption of security or stability in the Middle East. We should also understand, Israeli leaders, including the defense minister, were quite open today. They have absolutely no intention of withdrawing from Lebanon under any circumstances. They want to retain a buffer zone in Lebanon, just as they established in Syria after the ouster of the Assad regime. And this reflects Israel's new national security strategy. And therefore, unless Israel is forcefully restrained from implementing its policies in Lebanon and elsewhere, the Middle East is heading towards an explosion, particularly in a context in which Israel is seeking to use Lebanon to seek to derail and sabotage U.S.-Iranian diplomacy, not because they're worried about a bad agreement, but because they reject any U.S.-Iranian diplomatic engagement as a matter of principle and are opposed to any U.S.-Iranian agreement as a matter of principle.
Obviously, Mr. Dawood, I'm going to give you a chance to respond directly to that, but I want to bring you in, Baria, before we do. Give me your impressions on that. Were they always doomed to fail, or if it looks like they are now in trouble, is someone to blame?
Yes, thank you, Melinda. Thank you for having me, and also hello to my colleagues, Moeen and Dawood. I really would have hoped that everybody would have thought that they're going to succeed, but I do agree with the doom and gloom that my colleagues have presented. And there are many reasons for that. Israel did not occupy parts of Lebanon to actually withdraw. The Israelis have always stated that they would like to have parts of Lebanon. It's very strange that they should engage in peace talks at all when they never really wanted peace with anybody. Their modus operandi is actually to just wage war and kill and destroy. This is not a way to make peace with your neighbors. also, unfortunately, we are dealing with a U.S. administration that does not show professionalism in its foreign policy or negotiators or even its strategy towards anything. I think the Lebanese government has stated in its policy, and it's from the very beginning that they want to have Hezbollah surrender their everything they have, all their weapons, the heavy and the light weapons. Also, the president have stated most of the Lebanese people want to see Hezbollah disarmed. Hezbollah is an army within an army. It does not serve the purposes of Lebanon. It was created because Israel invaded and actually Lebanon in 1982, and the people of the South, that was the answer, because also Israel and the West does not allow the Lebanese army to have sufficient arms, as we all know. So this is a complicated way of answering. I'm sorry, but these are good, not in detail, but in quick measure, the reasons why.
We're going to come specifically to Hezbollah disarmament, how they play into the current situation a little bit later in our debate. So I'm just going to put a pin in that section of your comments there, Ms. Alamuddin, and we're going to come back to it. All right, Mr. Dawood, respond to some of those comments, particularly the implication or the assertion that Israel's continued attacks, even during this ceasefire period, are partly to blame for the fact that, as you have said, there is no momentum in these talks.
Well, I mean, let me take this point by point. I mean, look, Israeli rhetoric, I'm not going to sit here and defend it. It's in many ways detached from reality. When we come to a minister like Ben-Gvir, it's frankly repugnant. But I will say, that I will note that Israeli rhetoric on staying in Lebanon indefinitely or freedom of action. Part of this is, look, Israel's in an election year. Prime Minister Netanyahu is very vulnerable right now to criticisms from his right flank and from the opposition in general on being the man who was supposed to be Mr. Security. This is his entire bread and butter for years. He's Mr. Security, Mr. Economy. The biggest security failure in Israel's history has happened on his watch. And one of the things he said during the tenure of the Lapid-Bennett government, and this is something that the opposition has been replaying over and over in attack ads and so on, is that one of the duties of a prime minister of Israel is to be able to say no to a president of the United States. And that is clearly not the case.
It isn't.
Between
and
Prime
I'm just
Minister
going to, again, I'm just going to pause on those topics because we are going to specifically come to Prime Minister Netanyahu as well. So I want to focus just in this early part of the debate on the talks. Yeah, give me your sense also with regards to the inclusion of Lebanon in that US-Iran Memorandum of Understanding. In Israel's mind, has that undermined any integrity that these peace talks have?
Well, I mean, I want to distinguish between the Israeli rhetoric and what's probably should be going on, at least in internal Israeli thinking. I don't agree with the formulation or the framing that the US-Iran talks have overtaken the Lebanon-Israel talks. The Lebanon-Israel talks were always an outgrowth of the US-Iran ceasefire negotiations. If we go back to the outset, when the United States and Iran decided to come to the first cessation of hostilities period, suddenly Iran includes Lebanon. The United States denies that Lebanon is part of the deal. And Iran starts to threaten to withdraw from this deal that the United States wants. We want a cessation of hostilities, and suddenly a Lebanon track is created. And I mean, you can see the sequencing. I've actually laid it out in if anyone has the patience, in a 2,400 article on Long Word Journal. The sequencing of Iran making the demand, pressure on Israel to accede to this demand regarding Lebanon, and then this Lebanon track, which is, I mean, if you ask me, just window dressing for what is actually happening. And you see Lebanese officials have acknowledged this. President Aoun and Prime Minister Salam have at different points said that the Islamabad track, when it was still in Islamabad, cannot be separated from the Washington track. More recently, I think it was June 17th, if I'm not mistaken, President Aoun Owen also said that, you know, the Iran track is influencing the Lebanon track. So there's been acknowledgement from the Lebanese side. When it comes to the November ceasefire agreement, look, the November ceasefire agreement was actually much more loose when it comes to Israeli freedom of action in Lebanon, because it only demanded an end to offensive Israeli military operations in Lebanon, in contradistinction to the April agreement, which defensive operations were then limited by limiting language in terms of imminence, in terms of attacks being prepared, whereas Hezbollah, by the November 27, 2024 ceasefire, by the international law documents, which the November 2027 ceasefire invoked, included by reference by Lebanon's own domestic law, the Taif agreement, should not exist as an armed militia at all. So Hezbollah has no right to act in self-defense, because by law, by international law, by Lebanese law, which was clarified on March 2nd of 2026, Hezbollah has no right to act in self-defense on behalf of Lebanon or itself at all. It is an illegal organization by international law, by Lebanese law.
All right, Mr. Rabbani, pick up on the idea of the conflation between the Lebanon situation and the US-Iran Memorandum of Understanding. Do you think that the files should be negotiated separately, or does it give Lebanon more bargaining power if they are conflated in this way?
Well, let me just begin by noting it's rather humorous to see an advocate for the Israeli position in the wake of the Gaza genocide and the illegal, unprovoked Israeli-U.S. war of aggression against Iran and the repeated Israeli attacks on Syria and Lebanon invoke international law as somehow relevant to all this. And as far as, you know, the repeated Israeli acts of aggression against Lebanon after the November ceasefire, one can hardly characterize bombings of Beirut and the whole series of assassinations throughout Lebanon since November 2024 as somehow defensive actions in response to credible imminent threats. So, you know, let's not be delusional here. Now, what has happened is that the Lebanese government has historically been powerless in the face of Israeli encroachments on its territory. 1982 was a very good example. Israel at the time said it was simply advancing 40 kilometers to push Palestinian artillery out of range of northern Israel. That ended up being an 18-year occupation, and it ended not because the Lebanese government or the Lebanese military, which has been kept deliberately weak and impotent by the West, was able to push Israel out, but because, whether one likes it or not, Hezbollah successfully evicted Israel from Lebanese territory. We now have a similar situation where since November 2024, the Lebanese military has been powerless to stand in the face of Israeli aggression. And given the power imbalance between Israel and Lebanon, the Lebanese government had absolutely zero possibility of enforcing an Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon. Enter Iran, which, for a variety of reasons I won't get into here, insisted on a ceasefire in Lebanon and an Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon as a condition for continuing with serious negotiations with the United States, which the U.S. would like to see succeed because of the global economic crisis that its war caused, and so on. The Lebanese government is seeking to disassociate itself from the U.S.-Iranian track because its success would have ramifications on the domestic Lebanese political arena, as Ms. Alamuddin spoke. It would strengthen Hezbollah at the expense of the Lebanese presidency and prime ministry, and that is obviously something that neither President Owen nor Prime Minister Saddam would like to see. So these three equations, if you will, the Lebanese-Israeli track, the U.S.-Iranian track, and the internal political struggle within Lebanon are all coming together. But it's pretty clear that Lebanon's fate in this equation is going to be decided not in Israeli-Lebanese talks in Washington or an intra-Lebanese dialogue in Beirut, but rather as a result of U.S.-Iranian diplomacy. That's the reality, whether we like it or not.
Baria, before I bring you in, just very briefly, David, I'm going to give you a chance just for a very quick right of reply. Just if you can keep it brief, because then I'm going to bring us back onto Lebanon. I'm sure there's some topics in there that you, for the sake of balance, quick reply to you, and then we'll hand it over to Ms. Alamuddin.
So I'm going to ignore the ad hominem attacks from Mr. Rabbani and just correct his understanding of both the November 27th, 2024 ceasefire, what I said on it, and the state of international law. I'm not here to defend any particular country. I criticize the Israelis.
But you're doing
it. I'm defending international law. Please don't interrupt me. So a ceasefire agreement, the consensus of scholarship is that it acts as a contract between two parties. The two parties were Lebanon and Israel. Lebanon's obligations were to disarm Hezbollah. Israel's obligations were to, under the November ceasefire, to cease offensive military operations while maintaining the right of self-defense. There was no other qualifying language on Israel's right to self-defense, in contradistinction to the April agreement, which was brokered between Israel and Lebanon in Washington, D.C. Under the November ceasefire agreement, if Lebanon did not fulfill its obligations, which was to disarm Hezbollah, legal scholarship would maintain that the opposing party, the victim state in that case, and I know that probably rankles Mr. Rabbani, but that is a technical...
Yeah, it's a very selective reading of the available scholarship.
It's a technical... It's actually not, and I would challenge you to actually demonstrate to me that you've even read this scholarship. But
check the UNIFIL reports.
The UNIFIL reports are there to report on technical violations, not on determining legality. I have checked the UNIFIL reports. I doubt you have. So anyway, what in that case, the mechanism was such that Israel would refer these actions to Lebanon. And if Lebanon did not act, then Israel would have a right of action. In many cases, the Israelis did not refer the actions to Lebanon. And I actually want to question the Israelis on why not. But perhaps it's because there has been penetration, and this is acknowledged, of Lebanese military intelligence by Hezbollah. So referring the actions to Lebanon would either not result in action, as we saw in different cases, or would result in this information being passed on to Hezbollah. And rather than the situation, the violation, Hezbollah's rearmament, regeneration, which has been admitted by Hezbollah itself, right? September 27th of 2025, Naim Qassem said that Hezbollah's regeneration was outpacing Israeli operations. In July of 2025, he even scoffed at disarmament south of the Litani River, saying, thank God the country is vast. They've only disarmed what they've seen. Move on to January 8th of 2026, and this is when it comes to Lebanon's ability or credibility when it comes to disarmament. Okay. The LAF said they had taken effective control of the southern Litani area, and that turned out to be false. Per Hezbollah itself, right? Naim Qassem in February refused to certify that Hezbollah had withdrawn south of Litani, and we saw that Hezbollah remained active south of the Litani River during this conflict. So would just like to clarify that. And look, in the interest of remaining respectful...
It's obfuscation, not clarification, and you know it very well.
I would advise that we avoid this kind of childish attempt at witty repartee. I would like to remain respectful. I understand that Mr. Rabbani and I...
Well, then respect the facts.
I am respecting the facts. I've actually brought in facts. You've brought in rhetoric and unrelated issues to what we're talking about. So again, I've brought in dates. I've brought in quotes. You've brought in rhetoric. So let's maintain a respectful dialogue here. I respect that we disagree. I respect your status, Mr. Rabbani. I would request from you reciprocal respect.
Well, this is also obviously going to be a contentious topic of debate, and it's something that I said we would come back to, and you've all raised it in your comments leading up to now, and that is with regards to the disarmament of Hezbollah. It remains one of the key obstacles to this whole process, and whether or not the Lebanese government has shown a willingness or an ability to actually get that done. So, Ms. Alamuddin, what's your take? Can there be peace between Israel and Lebanon if Hezbollah doesn't disarm?
Can I just simplify the matter for your viewers and not treaties and dates and whatever, because I think your viewers deserve a simple explanation of the situation between Lebanon and Israel. The fact is that in Lebanon, we have a weak army, we have a weak government, simply because Hezbollah dominated the politics and the peace and war in Lebanon. Hezbollah is not acting on behalf of the Lebanese state or the Lebanese people. They're acting on behalf of Iran. And Hezbollah became the power it has under the watchful eyes of Israel and the United States and all the Western countries, because it suited them. Lebanon has become almost a failed state because of this, because Israel does not respect the sovereignty of Lebanon. How many ceasefires did we have with Israel? And then Israel will come back and hit and destroy more than 70 villages, kill about 5,000 people, wound about 12,000 people, destroy the lives of many thousands others who were, left without homes, without schools, without businesses, etc. So the fact is, Lebanon suffers from a very bad neighbor called Israel that does not wish peace. Their understanding of the peace is power and genocides, and we've seen that. On the other hand, we have another player on the ground, which is called Iran, that is destroyed, that wants to keep Hezbollah going strong and holds Hezbollah the decisions and cards. I mean, just look at Iran. Iran needs everything it can have. Houthis have failed it. The Hashd al-Sha'bi in Iraq, they have failed them. Only Hezbollah came to their aid. And what they are today, where is Iran today? They have lost more than 600 billion. 55% of the people are employed. Inflation is at 90%, and 55% of the population is under the poverty line. I could go on with these statistics if you like. So Lebanon is a hostage. The Lebanese government would love to get rid of the arms of Hezbollah. This is not a demand by Israel to disarm Hezbollah. This is a demand by the Lebanese people. This is a demand by the Lebanese government. And allow me to agree with you, my dear Dawood, that actually it is the president that keeps on saying, the prime minister that keeps on saying. Many Lebanese people are on the record saying, we do not want an army within an army. We would like a strong Lebanese army. We would like to have peace with all our neighbors, but a just peace, a dignified peace, not a peace that is built on hatred and destruction.
Baria, if the government, though, if the Prime Minister and the President, even if they want to, if they can't disarm Hezbollah, well, then maybe does it need to be up to Israel and the US to get that job done if the Lebanese can't do it themselves?
No, it is Israel that has been empowered by by this administration of the United States of America. The Lebanese government and the Lebanese president and parliament and people are trying to solve their problems amicably. The fact is, unfortunately, Iran sees itself as a winner in this war. A winner, but still scared, because they know that this peace might not work, and they would need Hezbollah to come again to their aid and to attack Israel. The Lebanese government and the Lebanese people at large do not want to attack any country, not Israel, not Syria, not the sea, nobody. We are a peaceful nation. We are fun-loving, development people. We want our country to be developed. We want our country to be a nation of education, of poetry, of music, of peace, of development. We are not this kind of people. We do not aspire to be dead. We don't aspire for destruction. This is the core of the Lebanese people. It is unfortunate that when we look at numbers coming from the Israeli state, many of the Israelis, I believe 70%, want the war in Lebanon to go on. This is not the way we, the Lebanese, see ourselves next to our neighbor. We don't want war with Israel. Mm-hmm. It is up to actually now Mr. Trump to tell Mr. Netanyahu to stop, and to stop in reality, not to say there is a ceasefire and then the killings goes on every single day. Just now, the planes, the drones are killing people that are sitting in their homes. There was a lady called Mona the other day. She only works with turtles in Sur, and she was killed, and her life and the life of her loved ones destroyed. Okay. So what I'm trying to say, let's talk sensibly and talk reality, and unless and until there is a willingness by the United States of America mainly and the Western government to really come to the aid of Lebanon, to build a strong army and to tell Iran to back off. One of the reasons why Mr. Trump supposedly went to war with Iran is to dismantle these proxies and Allah is a proxy of Iran,
Indeed.
like the Houthis in Yemen. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, there you go.
If I may, I would actually thank you, Ms. Baria. It's a pleasure to see you again. Unfortunately, we haven't seen each other in a while. I do want to. I understand exactly where Baria is coming from, and I understand it from a Lebanese perspective. Let me give the flip side of this. Look, I mean, one of the pieces I've been working on writing now, where I want to show some disagreement with Baria, is how Israelis don't understand Lebanon, and not for the reasons that Ms. Baria might assume. Israelis perceive of Lebanon, have always perceived of Lebanon, the average Israeli, when they even think of Lebanon, is that it is a country that is a fraternal country, that the Lebanese are basically their siblings and are being held hostage by the latest occupation.
Us like this, Dawood. They don't treat us like that.
Well, I mean, if you'll let me explain. No, and this is the case where you see Israelis talk about the Iranian occupation of Lebanon, and this has been a perception that has been promoted by many Lebanese that the problems are external, and this is where I'm going to disagree with Baria. That the Israelis see it this way: that if you remove Hezbollah, that the Lebanese and the Israelis will, as Ambassador Yechiel Leiter naively said after the first round of negotiations with Ambassador Ahmadi, would just cross the border in bathing suits and business suits. And this may seem naive, it may seem unbelievable, but Israelis have this vision of Lebanon, and I think it is a naive one, because I don't think Hezbollah is entirely an Iranian occupation. I don't think it's entirely a manifestation of external forces. Look, Lebanon was built fractured. Lebanon was built as a Janus-faced compromise between different segments of the population that didn't have even buy-in into this idea of the Lebanese state.
Issue here, it's not the issue. We're not discussing Lebanese.
But this is part of the problem. But Hezbollah exists because of the Lebanese state's weakness and because of the fractious nature of Lebanese identity. Now, and this is part of the problem, in that, yes, I agree with Ms. Baria that 70% or so of Lebanese want state monopoly over arms, want Hezbollah disarmed, don't want war with Israel. Maybe they don't want peace with Israel. I talk about my friend Roni Shatah as a very representative type of person, one of the most wonderful, smart people you'll ever meet. And Roni will tell you, we don't like Israel and we don't like Hezbollah. We want them both out of our lives. That does not mean that the average Lebanese who doesn't like Israel wants war with Israel for any reason, to free Palestine, whatever their ideological position is on that. And I would extend this, by the way, to many in the Shia community that do support Hezbollah. But here's the problem. Because of the fractious nature of Lebanese identity, it's not the 70% versus the 30% that matters. It's within the Shia community that has now subscribed to Hezbollah's position because they believe Hezbollah is their vehicle for internal equality in a system that has historically been set against them and has favored Christians and Sunnis over them, and because they have bought into the idea that Hezbollah is their protector against external threats, Sunni jihadists and the Israelis, both for justified and for fictional reasons. But they've bought into this idea that Hezbollah is their vehicle for stability. But if you go and you ask the average Lebanese Shia on the ground, even a person who on some level nominally supports Hezbollah, do you hate Israel? Sure. Do you want Palestine freed from the river to the sea? Okay. Do you want to lose your home and your livelihood for this? Absolutely not. I don't want anything to do with this. So I agree with Baria that the average Lebanese doesn't want war regardless of mostly their ideological orientation, except for perhaps the hardcore of Hezbollah's supporters. The problem is that you have softer supporters that have bought into the idea that Hezbollah is a vehicle for them, again, upward mobility vehicle in Lebanon and protector against external actors. And this only functions, this only works because of Lebanon's built-in state weakness and its fractious national identity that has existed from the outset.
Mr. Rabbani, do you want to jump in? Or what's your take? I mean, is Hezbollah acting against Lebanon's interests? Do they only exist because a power vacuum has allowed Iran to instill itself into the country? Or are they acting as a service to the people?
Well, it's not necessarily one or the other. I mean, Hezbollah was clearly established by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard in 1982 to combat Israel. And it's, of course, closely aligned with Iran. I think proxy is a bit exaggerated, but irrespective of that, how one sees the relationship between Hezbollah and Iran, Hezbollah is also very deeply rooted within Lebanese society and within the Shia community as well. So it is a genuine Lebanese phenomenon. Now, as far as the competition between the state and the movement is concerned, I mean, there are multiple reasons why the Lebanese state and why the Lebanese military is so weak. But one important factor is the Lebanese army was never supplied by the Soviet Union. It doesn't get its weaponry from Iran. It gets its arms from the West. And there has been a policy decision to ensure that the Lebanese military never has the capacity to defend the country against Israeli aggression. It doesn't have an air force. It doesn't have many of the key elements needed by a modern military. And as in any other situation where governments don't resist foreign occupation, movements arise in that country to do so themselves, and that's how that was Hezbollah's calling card and its ticket to success. So, yes, we can speak at length about the domestic issues in Lebanon, about the relationship between Hezbollah and Iran and so on, but what it all comes down to is, will Lebanon be able to acquire its independence first and foremost from Israel as a precondition for establishing itself as, let's say, a coherent centralized state that is no longer subject to these other external influences, whether it was Syria previously or Iran today or whatever.
Well, but do you think that if that sort of peace and stability needs to happen, Hezbollah should disarm? Or do you think those two things don't necessarily go hand in hand?
Well, again, here I think it's a little unrealistic to view Lebanon in isolation from the broader region. And the way that Lebanon
the situation
is now being discussed
the sticking point is Hezbollah's disarmament. Should they disarm?
I think the sticking point is Israeli designs on Lebanon. And beyond that, the root of all this is, of course, the Palestinian question. And unless one addresses and resolves the question of Palestine, there are always going to be these other issues. And if Hezbollah disappears tomorrow morning, something else will arise in its place.
Baria, I can see you agreeing there. I mean,
yes, I do.
Why should Lebanon's situation be so predicated on everyone else's? I mean, if the government wants to have control and be a powerful state actor, they can't keep offloading their demands to other countries.
For so long, the government was not in control. For 30 years, over than 30 years, we have had really no powerful government. Our decisions were made indeed by Hezbollah. And I'd like to tell Dawood something about the Lebanese about the Shia. Hezbollah has lost a lot of its base after this last war because so many people's lives were destroyed due to, of course, the Hezbollah taking part in defending Iran and in coming in for Iran, and also Israel overreaching with its power and genocidal ideas and killing people and destroying villages. But the fact is, Lebanon is not only made of Shia communities. Lebanon is made of the Shia, of the Sunni, of the Christian. We are so lucky that we have all these dimensions in Lebanon. That's what makes, we have Jewish also community. Unfortunately, my school was in the Jewish quarters of Beirut, Wadi Abu Jmil. Unfortunately, we lost a lot of them. The fact is, we in Lebanon have a weak government, have a weak state. As my colleague was just saying, we don't even have an air force. Look at what we are surrounded with. We have Israel, the most mighty country in the Middle East, thanks to the Western government that keep on filling it with arms, especially the United States of America. But it's not only the United, it's Britain, it's Germany, it's Italy, it's everywhere. So, yes, I mean, can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, good. Okay, sorry, because I see the being frozen. And also to make peace, Dawood, for all the Lebanese to want peace with Israel. Israel has to show some mercy. Israel has to show some real recognition of the humanitarian element in Lebanon. You can't just kill one person. For one person, you kill a whole community. You don't do that. The way that Israel has been conducting the destruction of Gaza and Israel, and yes, in Lebanon, and I'm one of them, we do support the right of Palestinians for a Palestinian state that has its border, that has the right to live in dignity and democracy. That are proud of it in Lebanon. Most Lebanese support that, but you cannot ask the Lebanese to love. We don't want war. But let me ask you something. You have peace with Egypt. You have peace with Jordan. Okay? You have the so-called Abraham Accords. Tell me how many flocked of Arabs have flocked to Israel. Maybe you have some Emiratis going to Israel. But you don't have Egyptians. You don't have Jordanians. You don't have Moroccans flocking to Israel. You have to make peace with the people, not by signing papers with governments and with presidents. And I do hope Israeli government and Israeli people will understand that living in this part of the world, and I hope they stay and they live in peace and dignity and justice, they have to let others live. And they have to... that power will not get them anywhere.
All right. Okay, David, respond to that. And also, let me put this to you, because there are critics the Israeli government in the region who say that Israel doesn't want a prosperous and stable Lebanon, that instability in the region ensures Israel's power. What would you say to that and to Baria's comments?
Look, I mean, let me start by sequencing first. Hezbollah is an extension of Iran by their own admission. This is the 1985 open letter where they've said this, and Naim Qasim, who's now the Secretary General, 2016, when he was Deputy Secretary General, said this is a fixture, right? And the idea that they are an extension of the Islamic Revolution that arose in Iran, Taliyat al-Thawra al-Islamiyya fi Iran, right? They said this, and they said this remains an ideological fixture. So the idea that they're not a proxy, no, they're more than a proxy, they're an extension. At the same time, they are also 100% the Lebanese phenomenon because their cadres are Lebanese and because they are supported by Lebanese for various reasons, the Shia. The second thing I would agree with Baria, and this is why, look, I would agree with Baria when it comes to, the Lebanese Shia, overwhelmingly, we're still seeing the statistics are not showing, unfortunately, that we've seen this movement away from Hezbollah in the numbers necessary to delegitimize it as a Shia organization. And we see Amal acting as, the other part of the Shia shield, turning Hezbollah from a partisan issue into a pan-Shia consensus, because these are the two main Shia parties. That's not to say that all Shia support Hezbollah. I understand that's not the case. But moving on to the issue of peace, look, this is where I have a problem with the Israeli position on this, because I think the Israelis are, if anything, overeager. Again, I would distinguish between how Israelis view most countries around them and the Lebanese. With the Lebanese, I think they are very eager for peace with Lebanon. And they don't seem to understand that the Lebanese carry a lot of resentments against the Israelis. So I'm not calling for peace between the two countries. I'm calling for a situation that creates 20 years of genuine quiet. Look, I don't know if Baria knows this. I fought in the IDF in 2006. I fought in the IDF in 2006. This was almost 20 years ago. So there were children who were born when I was fighting in South Lebanon villages, Israeli children that ended up in the same villages as adults 18, 20 years later. I don't want that passed on either for Israelis or for Lebanese. I want a situation where the quiet that was created, unfortunately, after 2006 was a deceptive quiet that allowed rearmament, that allowed a war to happen. So I would want 20 years of genuine quiet that presupposes Hezbollah's disarmament, Israeli withdrawal, demarcation of the border, and where Israelis and Lebanese who are literally on the border. I've seen both sides of the border. I've gone to Lebanon as an American citizen. I've served in the IDF. I've seen my family are actually from the Lebanese Jews that Baria was talking about. I was born in Lebanon before my family was forced to flee. Lebanese and Israelis can see each other on the border. And what I want is for 20 years for an Israeli farmer to look northward and see a Lebanese shepherd and a Lebanese farmer and think, oh, what are they watering their crops with? What are they doing? And vice versa. Then we can talk peace. Then when there's a generation without blood, we can talk peace. The problem now is the sequencing, right? The sequencing that's being asked for now is the exact same sequencing that was asked for after 2006, where Israel withdraws, Israel ends military operations in Lebanon, which I can understand. But then the problem is what the Lebanese asked for in 2006 was the issue of Hezbollah's arms is resolved through internal dialogue and consensus. Again, this is the point I want to make. Prime Minister Nawaf Salam, President Owen, while they have insisted on state monopoly of arms, they have also said that the issue of arms has to be resolved through dialogue and consensus, basically asking Hezbollah to disarm, and Hezbollah is not going to disarm. Hezbollah will not disarm. They've said this. So the problem is, are we setting up for at least quiet for 20 years, or are we setting up for a combustible situation that 20 years from now will lead Israeli children, Lebanese children, as adults to fight again in an unnecessary war?
Okay. I'm going to move us because we're almost out of time. We've been focusing quite a lot there on Hezbollah's actions, in the sake of fairness. Let's focus on Israel's actions as well, let me bring you in, Mr. Rabbani. Give your reaction to what David has been saying there, and also if we talk about Israel saying that they need this buffer zone, so-called buffer zone in the south that Mr. Dawood has been referring to, do you think that it is legitimately a security concern, or, as I think it might have been you who raised it earlier, is this really a thinly veiled land grab?
Well, regardless of how you view it, it's a recipe for ongoing war and conflict and bloodshed and destruction. Israel's agenda is one of complete, total security, which really can't be achieved without ensuring permanent insecurity for everyone else. Israel insists, for some bizarre reasons, that all of its neighbors, all of its adversaries, all of its enemies be disarmed so that it can invade and occupy and colonize them at will. I mean, it doesn't want a powerful Lebanese army. Hezbollah shouldn't have so much as a water pistol. Iran can't have anything to defend itself with. I mean, what kind of world is this where you have a nuclear power with the world's most advanced, with the region's most advanced air force and all the weapons that the U.S. can produce, insisting that not a single one of its neighbors have the power to defend itself so that Israel can do whatever it pleases with them, as we're seeing now in southern Lebanon, systematically razing entire villages to the ground, homes, mosques, churches, schools, hospitals, everything. This is supposed to be a formula for peace, for security for anyone. No, it's the exact opposite. But Israel now has a national security doctrine that it has to nip any emerging security threat in the bud. It has to ensure that none of its neighbors have even the capacity to generate a potential security threat to Israel. It's a recipe for permanent war, and it's precisely what we're seeing on our television screens every day now.
Mm. I'm surprised you don't want to jump in on that, Mr. Dawood. I mean, or Barry. Is it? Is this really a legitimate security buffer? It was agreed, if you listen to the US, that they would start pulling back and handing over to the Lebanese army. Now we're hearing Israel Katz, the defense minister, saying that they have no intention to. Is Israel ever going to pull out of southern Lebanon, David?
Well, look, I think they have in the past under the conditions that prevailed in 2000. We saw the unilateral withdrawal. And no, it wasn't because Hezbollah militarily forced them out. This ignores the internal Israeli dynamics, which also, goes back to 1982 Lebanon, where the Israeli people had soured on the Lebanon war. And then, Hezbollah arises and Israel gets stuck. Well, Hezbollah catalyzes, right? The idea that Hezbollah arose only in response to the Israeli invasion of Lebanon is actually falsified by Hezbollah's own documentary record, including claiming Nazif.
But focusing back now, we've prosecuted Hezbollah, so focus on Israel.
I am getting,
just because we're almost out of time.
I am getting to that. But again, Nazif al-Harb, who bombed the Iraqi embassy in 1981 during the Iran-Iraq war, that should tell you what Hezbollah's DNA is. Anyway, coming to Israel, I think, look, if you want to understand whether this is a buffer zone or not, go talk to the Israeli residents of the north. Go talk to the people who have children there who don't want to.
What about the Lebanese residents in the south?
Again, we're talking about the Israeli side. I can talk about that. So look, I understand I've already said that I understand where Lebanese Shia have come to this understanding that Hezbollah is their vehicle for quiet. I can disagree with that, but I can understand that. But now we need to understand that Israeli residents in the north also have children, or also mothers. If you talk to, there's an individual named Sarit Zahavi that I think you've had on here in the past. And Sarit and I don't see eye to eye on a lot of things, but I can appreciate where a mother who has children in northern Israel cannot take risks, because that risk could result in her mother in her child being dead. Now, that does not mean I'm going to sit here and justify everything Israel has done in Lebanon. It was April 8th strikes in Beirut. I can't give an explanation that satisfies me, let alone anyone else. And I'm not going to even attempt. Right? The Israelis need to be more cautious in how they conduct targeting. I agree with President Trump on that. But I think in terms of withdrawal, yes, if the Israelis see that there is security coming from the Lebanese state, I think you will see withdrawal. Ignore the rhetoric from Israel Katz and Netanyahu. Again, this is an election year where they are trying to posture for their domestic base. That does not mean the Lebanese need to understand that or need to accept that at face value, but Israel has its own internal dynamics. As for Israel needing the disarmament of all of its neighbors, how broadly do we want to define neighbors? Mr. Rabbani has included Iran, but the Israelis were supportive of the UAE getting F-35s under the first Trump administration. They have no problem with the armament of Jordan and Egypt. The way they're conducting their affairs in Syria, again, I think it's a combination of panic after October 7th because of Mr. Shara's historical pedigree. I disagree with how they're conducting their affairs in Syria. I think the Syrian people don't want war with Israel, and this is something that the Israelis should be capitalizing on as a break on any tendencies that Mr. Shara has. When it comes to Hezbollah, the problem with Hezbollah even having a water pistol is if they have that water pistol, they are going to use it against the Israelis at the opportune moment, right? Let's not forget that on October 8th of 2023, Hezbollah attacked Israel, not the other way around. March 2nd of 2026, Hezbollah attacked Israel. Hezbollah reinitiated this conflict, not the other way around.
Okay.
So that's the issue with Hezbollah having arms. It never
It
ended.
never
Fine, I
ended
agree with
after
you.
November
But it never ended. But Hezbollah should have ended after November 27th of 2024. Per the ceasefire,
Hezbollah didn't fire a single shot after November 24.
It doesn't matter that they didn't. They didn't have the right to remain armed.
Yeah.
They didn't have the right per the ceasefire agreement that Lebanon agreed to as the sovereign. They didn't have the right to. I'm sorry, you're not a serious individual because you've not read the actual document. Lebanon agreed to the November 27, 2024 ceasefire agreement that Hezbollah would be disarmed. Lebanese law requires Hezbollah to disarm. Resolution 1559 and Resolution 1701 require Hezbollah to disarm. No conditions. So that is international law. That's Lebanese law.
All right, Ms. Al-Moudine, I'm going to come to you in a moment, but
your interpretation of
Moeen, give me your brief response, Moeen, and then we'll get Baria to wrap us out.
I've tried to be respectful to you. I've tried to be respectful to you, but unfortunately, all you have is rhetoric, Mr. Rabbani. And again, I'm citing the Taif agreements. I'm citing the March 2nd, 2026 cabinet decision, which proscribed, this is Lebanese law, proscribing Hezbollah's military activities.
Giving the answer
refused to comply. Hezbollah has. What are you going to answer? That you're going to attack me on a personal level? Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. David, let Moeen respond. Go ahead. We're almost out of time, so keep it short.
If you consider it a personal attack for me to point out that Israel never respected the November 24 ceasefire and conducted daily attacks on Lebanon.
I've told you why those are justified by the ceasefire agreement, and you choose to ignore that.
And that Hezbollah didn't fire a single shot at Israel because it respected that ceasefire. If you want to consider that a personal attack, so be it.
Hezbollah has not.
Okay, David, I'm going to need you to let Moeen respond because we're almost out of time. A quick response from you, Mr. Rabbani.
I'll give the final word to Ms. Alamuddin.
Okay, yeah, indeed. Baria, round us out. And also I want you to address your thoughts on whether you believe Israel will actually withdraw from southern Lebanon.
Israel will withdraw from southern Lebanon, not because it wants. When you have people like Smotrich and Ben-Gvir and Netanyahu and the government of Israel, they will never withdraw. Every day they threaten us with annihilating the whole Lebanese people, but more destruction. They occupy parts of Syria. They want to get rid of the people in the West Bank and send them to Jordan. They have taken over 70% of Gaza. This is not a government that wants to make peace with anybody or withdraw from any land of Lebanon or any other place. I'm really sorry to say that, but it is Israel's actions that are creating the fact that there is going to be wars forever in that part of the world, and that saddens me a lot, because not only Dawood will be fighting, but his children and his grandchildren. And I hope this changes, and then the Israeli people will realize that only peace brings them security, not war. War does not bring security. Might does not bring security. Only understanding justice, understanding human rights, which are universal. Human rights are not only for the Israelis. Israel is not a democracy. This falsehood that Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East has been unfortunately well documented. Unfortunately, Israel now is a state that is hated by most of the people. I don't like to say that. It doesn't please me to say that. I want the Israeli people, and I tell you again, Dawood, including you and your family and your friends, to live in peace, to live in security. But you can only do that when you respect others' people, not you personally, but the government, the Israeli government, understand that other people deserve the same. Arabs are not lesser people. The Palestinians have rights. The Palestinians have dignity like the Israelis. Arabs will come together and will defend the rights of people. This is not only about the Palestinians being Arabs. This is a universal right. Though I feel the same about Ukraine and about Putin attacking Ukraine. Okay. So let's hope that you and I and all of us will work towards that.
All right. Well, we are out of time, so maybe we end on that hopeful note. I appreciate all of your diverse opinions. I wish we had more time, but we will have to leave it there. David Dawood, Senior Fellow at the Foundation for Defence of Democracies, thank you for being with us. Moeen Rabbani, Managing Editor of Jabaliya Magazine, thanks for your contribution. And Baria Alamuddin, International Journalist, Broadcaster and Author, we appreciate your points of view. Thanks for being on Counterpoints. And to you at home, thanks for tuning in to this episode. Be sure to keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews on our Al Arabiya English YouTube channel and, of course, across social media. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Tunis, the capital of Tunisia and one of North Africa's easygoing cities. Yet, behind its laid-back approach is an exotic appeal. Tunis deserves to be the perfect introduction to the region. You'll find most of the main sightseeing in the Medina or Old Town, which is already an attraction in itself. There are winding routes along the alleyways, and behind the high walls, you may find yourself lost. But that's the charm of the city. There's a fabulous mosaic collection of the world-famous Bardo Museum. And then there's the remnants of the once glorious Carthage that's a tourist highlight. Carthage, the fabled wealthy seafaring city of the Phoenicians, lies scattered across the Bay of Tunis. Its columns and pile of marble rubble are bordered by a panorama of the Mediterranean Sea. And who could resist such a view? The sea is actually vital to Tunis's prosperity. The Carthage was completely destroyed in the Third Punic War in 146 BC. And the surviving ruins is worth the visit. The view is yet amazing, especially with its seafront setting. Meanwhile, there's also the Medina district or Old Town. It is considered Tunis's historic heart and known as the Port de France during the colonial period. Because while the Old Town walls of the Hafsid period may have long ago disappeared, when you get inside the mosques, mausoleums, and the madrasas, or the Islamic schools for learning, you'll see opulent tile art and splendid Fatimid and Ottoman architecture decorating the streets. Get lost in the beauty of the district's monumental relics. Last but not least is, of course, the shopping. In Tunis, the Souk des Chechis is the place to be. Makers of Tunisia's traditional woolen hats will be found here and are even conducting workshops. Looking for furniture to bring home? You'll find them between Rue Gemma as Zaytuna and Rue Kasbah. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. The US and Iran agreed to halt attacks as President Trump announces a meeting in Doha, but Iran says it has no talks planned with the US in the coming days. The search for survivors continues in Venezuela as the death toll from the devastating twin earthquakes nears 1,500. And Wimbledon is underway, but injuries and a major comeback are already making headlines. Now, the US and Iran have agreed to halt attacks after days of exchanging fire. A US official says ships will once again be able to move freely through the Strait of Hormuz. President Donald Trump also says Iran has requested a meeting in Doha, which he says will take place tomorrow. Here's White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
So Special Envoy Witkoff and Jared Kushner will be flying to Doha for high-level meetings this week as we continue to discuss the memorandum of understanding. On the sidelines of those high-level talks will be the technical talks. So as far as we're concerned, we're holding up our end of the ceasefire. Violence will be met with violence, as you mentioned. If the peace process plays, this MOU continues, gas prices will continue to tumble. We're seeing crude is lower than it was prior to the start of this excursion, as the president calls it. Or if Iran chooses to be a bad actor, they'll prove themselves to be the pariah of the Middle East. They've totally alienated themselves from their Gulf and Arab partners in the region. And the United States of America has the best and strongest military in the world. The president retains the right to use it.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Deputy Editor of The Spectator and host of the Americana podcast, Freddie Gray, and broadcaster and journalist Jono Hayes. Freddie, great to have you on the show, and you too, Jono. Freddie, let's begin with you, because it's been another day of contrasting views between the US and Iran. President Donald Trump says talks will resume in Doha tomorrow, but Iran have consistently denied they have any meeting scheduled with the US. So once again, what's actually going on?
Well, it's extremely hard to tell, and this is already a theme of the peace talks ever since the Memorandum of Understanding was signed. It's just become very hard to decipher what's actually going on. Iran says one thing, the Trump administration says another, and nobody can quite tell. I think what's very clear is that the peace process is ongoing, despite all these setbacks. Over the weekend, it looked like things might be completely falling apart, and yet more ceasefire news is announced today, better news on the Strait of Hormuz. I think what you've got to learn to do is just to accept over the coming days that there is going to be a lot of confusion. These talks are incredibly complicated. There are different parties involved, all pushing different agendas. The kind of headline news, though, has to be that the peace process is ongoing and it hasn't been derailed.
And Jono, we're just getting some news through from some Iranian officials at the moment, and it's quite interesting what they're saying regarding the Strait of Hormuz. They says Iran opposes and will try to obstruct any vessel transiting through paths in the Hormuz Strait not specified by Iran. And obviously Donald Trump said these talks in Doha tomorrow would be focused on just the Strait of Hormuz. It's really fascinating because right now Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are meant to be going to Qatar, but it doesn't seem to be happening. And I think the big question now is if they don't sort out the Strait of Hormuz issue, can the talks continue?
Well, look, I think it's about what Washington's priority is right now. And the Strait of Hormuz is that priority. We've known that for a while. And I think given the last 48 hours or so, especially when we saw Iran fire missiles and drones towards US bases, I think we were sure, and it's like Freddie said, we thought diplomacy might be dead, but yet America realizes just how important the Strait of Hormuz is, and I think that's very much why they've said, let's keep on talking as well. And I think that's something that we're going to see in the next couple of days and weeks and months. But commercial ships are moving through. We know that for the last couple of days. Gulf producers are back again. They're, loading oil, and LNG cargoes are going through the Strait of Hormuz. It's very much well below pre-conflict levels. So we're not seeing anything like the 400 vessels per day that we were seeing go through the Strait of Hormuz. I think over the weekend, it's something like 22 vessels is all that went through there as well. There are security concerns. There's insurance costs that are involved with this as well. But the US is very, very aware of the fact that these recent attacks will also have made many ship owners cautious about getting back onto the water and getting back into that strait. So I think the priority for the US right now is to reopen that, because, of course, that's where the markets reacted. When we first heard the news of this ceasefire, the markets reacted very positively, mainly based on the fact that that was going to be reopened again. So I think unless we get to there, the US very much has not got something to say, hang your hat and said we've got some level of leverage and something that's back there as well. So, I mean, that is part of the biggest picture in here as well, because an increase in oil prices, again, is the last thing that the Trump administration needs. So from Washington perspective, I think the Strait of Hormuz, getting that open and getting the ships moving again right now, that's worth making some diplomatic compromises, which we've seen and we've heard about those diplomatic compromises in the last 24 hours. We know there's some on the way.
And Freddie, Iran says expert delegation heading to Qatar this week. But Jono actually mentioned it. Over the weekend, we saw Iran once again hit Gulf neighbouring countries. That was Kuwait and Bahrain. We saw Marco Rubio in the region just a week ago trying to sell this deal to the Gulf countries and reassure them. How do you think they're feeling after the weekend?
Well, I think it's hiccups as far as they're concerned. I mean, yes, these are unnerving, disquieting. Any missiles coming into any country is of a great concern. But I think the mood I'm getting from the Gulf states and from the US side of this administration is we're determined to press on with this peace process. Israel and Lebanon is obviously another major issue that could that could scramble it, that could cause all sorts of problems. But there's a real push to drive the peace process on. And I think when you hear Marco Rubio talking, I think that's very much the administration, the US administration, saying we're very committed to this peace process. We're willing to let Qatar unfreeze these $6 billion the frozen assets that the Iranians now have access to. It will be very highly regulated. I think that it's more like a credit system than a payment system, but they are definitely offering Iran things to try and get this peace process over the hill. And another concern, though, that I think is creeping in some quarters is the level of joined up thinking within Iran itself. So the extent to which Iran can actually control parts of the IRGC and so on, to what extent can they stop missiles being launched at the push of a button? Because it's not a very joined up government at the moment for obvious reasons. It's been under massive assault for 4 months. I think there is some concern that are they dealing with the people who could potentially push a button on a missile the next day? That's another concern.
And Jono, let's talk a little bit more about those frozen assets, because Iran have said that $6 billion in frozen Iranian assets will be released by Qatar. How has the US actually responded to this, and especially in light of both sides accusing each other of violating the MOU which is in place?
So the $6 billion is really controversial, and as Freddie pointed out there as well, this is because the immediate risk is from critics to say, right, well, what if that money benefits groups like Hezbollah or any of the Iranian proxies for that matter as well? The US is saying it won't. The US has said that money is going to be, like Freddie said, very, very tightly controlled. And it's going to be used for a few things. So humanitarian purposes, food, medicine and essential goods, that is the stuff that it's going to be used for first and foremost. So we will now take the US's word on that there will be some level of control in there. How exactly, they haven't gone into detail or elaborated on how that $6 billion is going to be financially controlled, and it's not just going to be released. But I think that meeting in Doha tomorrow, that's going to be the real test, because it's really easy to agree to stop shooting or to hold tough. But the difficult part is on the way, because now you've got to build enough trust between both parties. This is the things like the sanctions, the uranium enrichment that we spoke about last week, the control over the regional influence that Iran holds, and over those proxies as well, and what they might do. So I think, yeah, the meeting in Doha tomorrow is absolutely crucial to find out what's going to happen. In terms of the $6 billion US dollars, yes, controversial, but we have to take the US at their word that they'll be able to prevent that from being used for anything that's not the humanitarian purpose that it's been designated for. And I think we've got 24 hours where we're going to see a lot of changes. But again, the US will prioritise what it politically needs in order to make this ceasefire work. And to point out, a breach in ceasefire, even like Freddie mentioned at the very start, it's not at all unusual to see a breach in ceasefire. In fact, 95% of all ceasefires that have ever been reached have been breached at least once. And you're not talking about a tactical breach, which is just something like, you know, a shot fired or several shots fired, even for that matter. You're talking about a military breach where, you know, where you see something like missiles being fired from one side to the other as well. So there have been, as I said, 95% of ceasefires. The promising thing you come out of this with is that 30% of ceasefires that have encountered this entire thing is what has failed, has encountered this kind of a breach and ceasefire deal. 30% of them have failed entirely. The remainder of that, a vast majority of them have resulted in some level of a meaningful peace process and a meaningful ceasefire in the long term. So although, yes, on the surface, that was a panic moment, I think, for a lot of the Gulf countries over the weekend. But the important thing to remember is that this is normally the part of diplomacy that we don't like to talk about. Going into this, we were fully aware that we have 2 months ahead of us where just about anything can happen. Miscalculations, you know, a military hotline that didn't necessarily do the right things and didn't go to the correct people. Anything like that can be the reason why we have something like this happen over the last couple of days. And if both sides have now agreed to hold fire again, yes, I think that's good news. Do I expect it to keep again through the entire 2 months of negotiations? I think you'd be quite naive to think that. So I think we'll have to wait and see for the next couple of days how this exactly goes, and hope for the best and that both sides keep to their part of the agreement.
Jono and Freddie, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. Rescue teams in Venezuela are continuing to search for survivors after last week's deadly twin earthquakes. The death toll has risen to nearly 1,500, with tens of thousands still missing. Rescuers are still pulling survivors from the rubble as the search continues. Jono, let's start with you, because the interim president, Delcy Rodriguez, right now at the minute, has been speaking today and announced that Venezuelans will be housed in temporary camps. How are the Venezuelans taking this news?
Pretty mixed reaction, I guess, would be the best way to describe it, Leigh Ann. And there's a reason for that, because obviously there's a need for emergency shelter when something like this happens. You're talking about 13,000 people have been displaced, 1,500 at an estimate right now that are confirmed dead. But that figure, as you mentioned, there's 10,000 people who are missing. That's very likely, unfortunately, to increase to, you know, far more than 1,500 people. So there's massive neighbourhoods and villages that have been destroyed. There's aftershocks that have been continuing as well. And thousands of people have lost their home and simply can't go home. So there's temporary camps that have been set up. And this has been seen by the public as necessity rather than a political choice more than anything else as well. Now, where Rodriguez comes into criticism here is over trust and over trust in the Venezuelan leadership right now, because the government reaction, or the response, I guess would be the best way to describe it, was way too slow. There was a crucial first few days, and as we know, in any sort of a rescue effort, they always say 24 hours, 48 hours is the big window of opportunity to make these rescues, and that goes for anything. International rescue teams didn't arrive to do any meaningful work from the state support that was given by the Venezuelan government until that window had already passed. We were already past the 24-hour window of opportunity to make those crucial saves. So residents, when Rodriguez showed up, I should point out that there's videos surfacing online that when she showed up to these areas that have been affected, they actually jeered her, they booed her, because there's a wider frustration that's at play here as well. And you have to take into consideration Venezuela and the long history of economic hardship, the housing shortages that we've seen there as well. There's groups that are there that think that these temporary camps that have been set up might not actually be temporary at all. They actually could be something that's much longer and last a lot longer than intended or expected, and that would lead to a shantytown kind of a situation as well. So it's not really enough to provide beds. It's not enough to provide tents. The real test of Rodriguez and how she runs this government is going to be how quickly she manages this crisis. And to manage that crisis, you've got to get people back to their permanent homes, and whether there's going to be reconstruction that actually happens as well. We know the debt deficit that's in Venezuela, and you referenced this earlier on, is actually phenomenal right now. So people are going to judge the government in the next couple of weeks and the months as well that follow from something like this because of the major problem that they're now. Safety is the number one priority. Getting those 10,000 people to safety is the first thing. Once you hit 72 hours, the chances of reaching somebody alive at that stage is significantly reduced. Once you reach 96 hours, that's pretty much zero. You change it to from survivors. You're no longer in a rescue mission. You're now finding bodies, unfortunately. I mean, 33 people were found alive yesterday, so that's, you know, miracles can still happen. But every single hour you add to this now is making those rescues statistically less likely. And you're seeing things like a lack of manpower that have been sent by the government. There's the volunteers on the ground are in their thousands, but there's machinery that is not there. There's no cranes. There's no heavy lifting equipment. Concrete can't be moved safely there right now. So the issue is coming down to trust in the government. These thousands of families who are waiting for answers to find out what's happened to their loved ones and where they're supposed to spend the night in the next couple of weeks. So we've now shifted from rescue to recovery for those bodies, for the people who remain there, and hopefully some survivors as well. It's devastating, but I think this is going to be a real testing time for Rodriguez, who will be fighting for her political life to see what happens in the next weeks and months and how she manages this crisis.
Yeah, Freddie, let's talk a little bit about this, because if we have a look at Venezuela, they're in $240 billion of debt. And there's been estimations that's come out it's going to cost $110 billion to rebuild. So a very difficult situation right now, economically and politically, for the interim president. But Venezuela's opposition leader and also, of course, the Nobel Peace winner, Maria Corina Machado, has vowed to actually return to Venezuela to support those affected by this deadly earthquake. It's an interesting time for her to return. What impact do you think it will have politically on Venezuela?
Well, I guess the big question is, will she be allowed to return? And will Delcy Rodriguez allow this opposition figure, who's a great threat to her, back in the country where she will start campaigning? She wants an election, possibly as early as by the end of this year. And that is not slated to happen. And Rodriguez would be very nervous about that. And obviously, she has not come out of this crisis because the Venezuelan government, despite the change in leadership, despite Maduro going, is essentially the same government. It's a very corrupt and inept regime. And Rodriguez's approach, since Trump took out Maduro, kidnapped Maduro effectively, has been to just do what the Americans want on key issues like immigration, drugs, so working with China and so on, and keeping them away from interfering more on the kind of understanding that they will play ball with America, but they will be allowed to stay in place, and America won't try and foment a kind of regime change war. Machado is a very different proposition. She represents a kind of a more pro-Western Venezuela, a West that could kind of come in from the cold diplomatically on all sorts of fronts. So the very fact that she wants to come back is a threat to Rodriguez's plan. I think Rodriguez was actually hoping that she would just see out Donald Trump, hope that Donald Trump is gone by 2028, and then Venezuela can go back to being the kind of anti-American force in the region that it was. So very, very interesting moment. How Machado plays it will be very interesting. Will she force her way in? Will she go in risking her own life, risking imprisonment possibly, and then become a kind of martyr figure for the pro-democracy movement? It'll be very, very interesting to see in the coming weeks. But I think the pressure on Delcy Rodriguez to call an election will be revived now. Will she listen to it? I don't know.
Freddie, just one final thought for you on this. The US is obviously sending aid to Venezuela to protect its interests in the country. Do you think this could change Venezuelans' point of view when it comes to Washington moving forward?
Well, I think there's a lot of very anti-American sentiment in Venezuela. There's a lot of suspicion about Donald Trump's motives, about the oil companies and so on. There's a lot of hostility towards them. But yes, I think a lot of Venezuelans recognize that if they want to be a functioning rich country, which they deserve to be because they have, everybody deserves to be a rich functioning country, but they have the advantages to be, they're extremely oil rich. I think we will see whether, a sort of instinctive anti-Americanism that exists in many parts of Latin America, Venezuela included, overrides, and also a dislike of Donald Trump, whether that overrides an attempt to kind of fix the country and improve things.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. And at least 36 people, including women and children, are dead in Afghanistan after a Pakistani airstrike and ground offence over the weekend. Pakistan claimed 29 militants were targeted after accusing Afghanistan of terror attacks. But Afghanistan's Taliban government have denied this and have condemned Pakistan's actions as cowardly. Freddie, Pakistan has long accused Afghanistan of cross-border attacks. What prompted this latest strike?
Well, it's a retaliation for a terrorist attack that killed 3 officials in Karachi, I believe, and that is always the way with these Pakistan border disputes, whether it's with Afghanistan or sometimes with India. Pakistan claims an incursion, they strike back very hard. And then the Taliban, or Afghanistan in this case, will likely initiate a counter retaliation. And the great danger is that things could escalate from there. But this is another, similar to a lot of conflicts we covered, from Gaza to Iran and so on. There are ceasefires in place, but they are fractious and they are broken quite regularly. The two sides don't like each other. There are other regional factors at play. There's India. Pakistan has a very difficult relationship with India. Pakistan accuses India of working with the Taliban to undermine and cause security problems for Pakistan. It's another tinderbox of regional conflict that is, of course, linked to Iran too. But don't forget, Pakistan shares a large border with Iran. It's a regional, that anything could blow up at the moment in Pakistan. It's a very dangerous situation. Let's hope that peace resolves.
Yes, indeed. And as you say, Pakistan right now involved in mediating the US and Iran talks. And of course, Pakistan has come under huge pressure economically when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. But, Jono, Afghanistan says at least 36 civilians were killed, 160 wounded. Pakistan say they were targeting Afghan militants. But are we likely to see any kind of retaliation in the coming days?
Yes, we are I'll get into that in a second. I'll talk about those figures first of all, Leigh Ann, that you mentioned there as well, because 29 militants is what Pakistan says. Afghanistan says 36 civilians, women and children were killed in that attack as well. We've got 160 people who are injured. We don't know how seriously those are injured. There are two completely different versions of the exact same event. So it's difficult for either side to step back from something like this without some level of retaliation. So I think, yeah, the answer is yes, we will, but probably not in the form of Afghan fighter jets crossing the border tomorrow morning, because the Taliban simply do not have the arsenal. They don't have conventional military capabilities. They don't have what Pakistan has. So what you're likely to see is something like maybe a cross-border attack. That's the most likely thing, where they'll raid or ambush along the mountainous borders. There's an over 2,000-kilometre border with Pakistan. So that's far more likely than like a conventional military assault. Now, the Taliban does have mortars. It has RPGs. It has rocket launchers. It has some towed artillery pieces as well, stuff that's even Soviet-era weapons. They also have quite an impressive arsenal of captured US equipment. So since the collapse of the Afghan government, we're talking 2021, the Taliban took a huge number of Humvee vehicles, security vehicles. We're talking small M4 rifles, machine guns, night vision equipment. There are apparently some helicopters, some aircraft that are there as well. But if you compare apples with apples in this one, Pakistan has got every single military advantage. It's got over, I want to say 600,000 active personnel that are in there as well. It's got almost 500 aircraft, combat aircraft as well, like F-16s, F-17s, that kind of stuff. So they have got fighting vehicles that can get in there, 6,000 of those, which far outweigh what the Taliban have. And the Taliban will be definitely aware of that. The ceasefire that was in since last October has pretty much fallen apart, and Freddie mentioned it there. So the governments are saying, look, we're defending ourselves more than anything else. But it's very, very easy for this violence to escalate very, very quickly as well. Someone's going to have to manage to get both sides back around the table pretty quickly. And it is ironic, like you mentioned, Leigh Ann, that Pakistan has been the peace mediator in the Iran-US conversation right now. Yet we're looking at this tit-for-tat violence on their own border as well. And it is arguably probably one of the most unstable borders in the world, which is also a concern. But as I said, the Taliban don't have that conventional military backup. So I think likely we're not going to see a retaliation on the level that you would normally see a military retaliation back. There will be something, but both parties will be very aware that they need to stand back from this right now, because there's far too much other stuff that's going on that is way more important right now. And Pakistan needs to focus on the fact that they are being peace mediators. They're trying to project that image to the world. We just discussed in the show 2 weeks ago how Pakistan have completely 180'd their public image on a world stage, where they've said now, we are the peacekeepers. And now the last thing they want is to get into a fight with the Taliban on their border is certainly the last thing they want. And of course, the Taliban have denied as well, vehemently denied the fact that they have any operations within Pakistan territory as well. So both parties are going to need to come to the table on this. But yes, retaliation is inevitable, but it will not be on the scale that we've seen retaliation in the other Middle East troubles that have been taking place in the last couple of weeks and months.
And Freddie, if we talk about diplomatic talks in the future between Pakistan and Afghanistan, China was the country which brokered the last talks. Do you think China could come back into the picture, because they do have huge influence in Pakistan?
They certainly do. I mean, China's made enormous investments in Pakistan over the last decade. You have Belt and Road projects, building ports, building motorways. Cynics say that kind of Pakistan is essentially a kind of propped up economy by China at the moment. So yes, they would have extremely large leverage over Pakistan. But then there is also India and China's very complicated relationship, which is also fractious. Pakistan is sometimes a bit of a spoiler there. How will China, India, Afghanistan and Pakistan all negotiate around any kind of future deal or ceasefire? It'll get very, very complicated very, very quickly. And of course, you do still have the Iran war ongoing, and China's desire to get that resolved very quickly, so that the economy can keep flowing and all the oil can keep flowing out of the Strait of Hormuz.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that, Freddie and Jono. We're going to move on to another story now. And day one at Wimbledon is currently underway, bringing both disappointment and also excitement. Two British stars have withdrawn with injuries, while one of tennis's biggest names is making a highly anticipated return after years off the court. Jono, let's begin with you, because for British hopes, they've been dashed, but by injury. So we've seen Emma Raducanu, Jack Draper, they've pulled out. And then Cam Norrie lost today, which is another British hopeful. So what's happening on centre court this year for UK hopes?
Well, look, like you said, it's been a wild 24 hours for British tennis. Like you said, Emma Raducanu's gone. That's a stress fracture. Jack Draper, who I was thinking everyone's going to go, you know, he'll be flying the flag for Britain. Everyone's going to put their hopes and dreams behind him. And then just found out before we went to air that he's out as well because he's got that arm injury. Cameron Norrie is out, losing a 5-setter on day one as well. It's just been disappointment after this. It's like watching the World Cup. It's just been such a disappointment for English fans, I'm sure. So I guess, yeah, there isn't really one standout British hopeful anymore. There is one player, Katie Boulter, who I think potentially... Yeah, there's some of the younger British names. There's a girl called Jodie Barrage, I think it is as well. They're the two younger names who suddenly find themselves, and they don't have a choice now. They're basically carrying the entire support of the nation upon them because they haven't had a choice. And Wimbledon's always been good at that. They've always gotten behind the underdog, and they'll kind of rally behind whoever is left. And at that stage, it's getting smaller by the day. So the biggest story, I guess, here will be who's going to be at the top of the drawer. I think Yannick Sinner, he had a real scare today, from what I can see, and I haven't seen it yet, but I've watched some of the highlights. Coming in 5 sets, so he is the favourite. You know, that's pretty impressive. Carlos Alcaraz out because of injury as well. So Sinner is still the number one, I guess, being the defending champ as well. So that wobble today, put that to one side. He's very much the man that everyone has to beat, I guess. From a British point of view, I don't think a Brit is going to be taking the title this year. Unfortunately, I'm sad to say that. Can someone make a run into the second week? That is a different conversation. I think that's one that we can have. A few days ago, it would have been a completely different conversation than the one we're having today. It's possible, but unlikely. But I think if you look at who's left on the court right now, with the disappearance of all of the big players, it's going to be a tricky one. But there is some hope, and there is also some still great tennis to be watched over the entire Wimbledon. Of course, everyone will be keeping an eye on Sabalenka. It will be an impressive performance on the women's side, I imagine, as well. But the big thing everyone's talking about is Serena Williams' comeback, which is, you know, something to behold as well. That's going to be the biggest story of Wimbledon as well. So regardless of how she plays in that, I think that's going to be huge to see. And from the men's side, I think everyone will be obviously watching Novak Djokovic because it's you know, for him, Grand Slam territory as well. So it's one player who knows how to peak over the course of the 2 weeks. So it's going to be impressive, but not as impressive as it would have been had everyone not gotten injured themselves in the last couple of weeks as well. So for tennis fans, I think it's going to be a little bit of a disappointing tournament.
I don't know, because I think Wimbledon is all about the underdog. Freddie, I don't know what you think. There is an interesting British player to actually watch. His name's Billy Harris. He's fairly young, and he got all the way through qualifying to make it through into Wimbledon, which is extremely difficult to do. And there's a lot of hopes pinned on Billy Harris. Tall, got a good serve, could be a surprise, could be an outlier, who knows. But Novak Djokovic, really interesting. If he wins this, he will tie Roger Federer on 8 Wimbledon titles, because both Pete Sampras and Novak Djokovic have 7 titles. Roger still leads with the 8. But Freddie, I want to know your thoughts on Wimbledon. And I mean, what do you think about Serena Williams coming back? Look, I'm kind of excited, but I also don't like it when old players who have been so amazing come back and they just don't get very far.
Well, I think people will be very interested because she has such a huge following and she's a kind of cult tennis figure. But yeah, I don't see her going very, very far in the tournament. I think that as far as the English are concerned, we're kind of going back to British, I should say. Sorry, not English. My bias is revealing itself there. As far as British players are concerned, I think until Andy Murray, we were kind of used to just Tim Henman was always our great hope. Henmania would happen every summer. He got to a semi-final once, I think. That's as well as he did. And we've just got used to going back to being a bit rubbish at tennis, which is sad. We're also doing very badly at cricket at the moment. We just lost to New Zealand. It's been a very bad summer of sport, but the big hope is that the England football team may do very, very well in the World Cup.
And let's just talk about Joe Root. That was a pretty big surprise, wasn't it? If we look at the test match cricket, I also saw that bad thumping to New Zealand, and Joe Root's gone, Freddie.
Well, I think Ben Stokes announcing his retirement has
Sorry, Ben Stokes. I said Joe Root. I apologise.
I thought you meant Joe Root was run out.
Yeah, sorry, Ben Stokes.
Didn't say anything wrong. He was run out today. which surprised everyone because we were hoping that he might perform a miraculous innings and pull out an unlikely victory. But we lost to New Zealand, who are very good, but it was a series we were expected to win. And about a year ago, before the Ashes, our tour to Australia, England was considered, one of, if not the best team, the coming team in international cricket. And now we're in a complete mess. So all going very, very badly on all sporting fronts at the moment, except, as I say, the English football team, who are playing tomorrow. Sorry, not tomorrow, Wednesday, 5:00.
And Freddie and Jono, I know that you both love the World Cup. I don't really understand the World Cup, but I trust both of you. So England are through to the knockouts. They play the Congo. And also, Jono, I just heard loud cheering in the studio before we went to air. Brazil beat Japan 2-1.
So, to be honest with you, it was one of the more interesting games that I've seen, and it certainly beats, in my opinion, watching England in the last couple of matches. Very much like watching paint dry. I did miss the end of the England-Panama game when all of the action happened. I got the first goal and then I was out the door. I mean, they got the job done on that game. It wasn't particularly convincing, to be honest with you. Panama should have been an easy win. I would say similarly about DR Congo for this week as well. But, stranger things have happened. That England-Ghana game, that shouldn't have been a nil all. Should have easily won by 1, 2, 3 goals is what I would have said. A 4-2 win against Croatia proved that they've got that was the best performance that we've seen, and we've only seen 3. But they're a quality side. They should really be doing a lot better than this. I'd be concerned. I mean, I'm not overly concerned for round of 16. I think I've got nothing to do with the England team, and don't ever say that I have. But they're going to comfortably get through to round of 16, but that's where things are going to get a little bit hairy, depending on who they face off against there. I mean, they could face Spain, potentially, in the round of 16, and that's where things are going to get hairy. But I think so far, yeah, getting the job done is great. It's very much like a Keir Starmer government kind of a football team. We're getting things done, but just not really at the level that we should be getting it done, and it's disappointing everybody, and it's making for some pretty boring viewing so far, in my opinion.
Freddie, are you more optimistic about England than Jono is? Because I hope so.
I am. I am much more optimistic, partly because as a self-hating Englishman, I take confidence in the fact we have a German manager. So if we had a German replacement for Keir Starmer, I'd be more optimistic about the running of the economy. Similarly, with Thomas Tuchel as our manager, I think that we are making better decisions, better substitutions are being made than we usually have with England managers. So that's why I have quite a lot of confidence. And we have a very good side. And I tend to feel, often the English get very overexcited about our World Cup team, and then we do very badly. I think at the moment, there's a lot of disappointment and kind of bitterness about the England team. Our recent performances haven't been good enough. Saturday night we weren't tremendously convincing. So everyone's getting a bit down on the team. But I think that's a good thing, because when we're down on our team, we tend to do better.
Very interesting. Well, I really hope England do really well in the World Cup, because I think the country deserves it. Sports needs to bring the country together. It's been a hard time politically, and clearly Wimbledon's been a bit of a shame too. But thank you for your thoughts on that. Go on, Freddie.
We need something. We need something.
Yeah.
The big fear is that Andy Burnham, our incoming Prime Minister, will ride a World Cup success and take all the glory for it, which he doesn't deserve at all.
Absolutely not, Freddie. Agreed. Anyway, moving on. It's that time on the show where Freddie and Jono have chosen 2 of their quirkiest stories of the day. Freddie, yours is about football, the World Cup, but the Mexican mascot, who may actually be denied entry into his team's next game. Why?
I think FIFA have very strict rules about animals coming into football matches, and they are not lifting them, despite the massive popularity of Merlin the duck, who's become this national mascot in Mexico, so much that the duck met the president, Claudia Sheinbaum, recently, and bit her, which I believe increased the duck's popularity, not Sheinbaum's, who's quite disliked. And she's becoming, the duck has become this sort of, I'm calling it she, I actually don't know if it's a she, it must be. She is the avatar for Mexico's World Cup. And there was a great movement to try and get her to the game, but apparently she's banned from going into the game. But maybe they'll sneak her in.
I actually think she's a girl. I don't know why, Freddie, we don't know for sure, but I I must admit, Jono, I don't know your thoughts, but that is probably the cutest mascot ever. A little duck dressed up.
Absolutely, very cute. I mean, I just hope she doesn't end up on someone's dinner table if Mexico don't go very far in this. But I do dislike when people dress up animals that clearly do not want to be dressed up. And this dishevelled duck in a jacket, I just think, there's enough going on in the world right now. We don't need to be dressing up ducks in order to throw support behind Mexico. What happened to good old costume characters, what I say? Bring those back. It was far less annoying, I'm sure, for ducks.
But that duck looked really happy. It had a little swim in the pond. Yeah, I don't think you should dress up a duck. But moving on, we're going to talk, Jono, about you. And we're going to talk about restaurants are going to be introducing, not talk about you, but your story, these fat jab friendly menus, because I don't want to accuse you of anything.
Well, you're right to accuse, because I've actually pitched this idea to a few venues already, because I think this is genius. I think this is something that could take off, It's probably, you got to be careful how you're going to market this. Millions of people right now are currently on any sort of a weight loss medication. The fact that they've now FDA-approved weight loss medication, which is in a tablet form and not an injectable form, has meant that those drugs are now available to a lot more people who are much happier to take a pill than they would be to put injections into themselves. This has fundamentally changed how people eat. So for those of you who aren't aware, these, I think it's GDA, or I want to say GDA receptors, I'm not entirely sure. Those receptors that are used in weight loss medications change the way that your body thinks about food. So you can no longer finish a traditional meal in a restaurant because you are full much faster. This is how these drugs, they work on the receptors to stop you from eating too much. So restaurants have kind of always changed and adapted to consumers' habits. So we've seen vegetarian menus became mainstream, vegan menus, Leigh Ann, for people like you, not as much mainstream, but they're there. Gluten-free menus for people like me, high-protein options, they're all there, and they've all been part of the evolution of restaurants. The new thing is fat jab menus, because it's not a great selling point, I get it, but it's basically smaller portions, premium ingredients, lighter tasting menus. So you're going to see a lot more of those in the near future, because commercially restaurants have to follow where their consumers are going. So one of the venues that I know and that I work with are calling them the Super Light Bites menu, which is super smart. So it's exactly the same as what you get on the big menu, but it's not even a kid's portion. It's smaller than that again. This is the...
No, carry on, Jono, sorry.
It's what it is. It's basically that this medication is now reshaping an industry more than anything else. So it's not changing waistlines. It's also changing kind of perception of what it might be to dine out. And we're going to go back to these tiny portions of food again, which any restaurant I've ever been to that does fine dining, I always leave thinking, I just love something like fast food now. So I think we might have a risk of that for people who aren't on the fat jabs like myself.
Yes. Freddie, I don't know your thoughts on this at all, because I remember years ago, Pizza Express made a pizza where they cut out the middle and they put a salad in. And I think it was part of one of the big diet companies' campaign to help people lose weight. And it was so trendy. And we always, like Jono says, these fat jabs are really changing the industry.
Well, I think I'm very suspicious. I mean, I've been to a few quite smart restaurants where they serve you, unbelievably small portions anyway, and you feel, I'm paying a lot of money for this, I want to get more. And you may as well, if you're going to be served tiny portions of food, I always think you may as well just skip going to the restaurant altogether. So no, I'm not very keen on it. I think I'm very fond of appetite. I think human appetite is a good thing. We should learn to curb it ourselves without drugs, although I do understand they are very good and very useful for a lot of people. I do remember, I mentioned to you earlier, I do remember that there was a fad for something called a doll's house diet, where you ate with tiny knives and forks and tiny crockery. And that was an attempt to force your mind to think that you were eating more than you were.
The doll's house. I don't know, Jono. I think it's such a great conversation to have, because a lot of people are saying it's even going to change the way that airlines pay for fuel, because they're going to need a lot less fuel because people getting flights are going to be a lot thinner. There's a whole big, interesting economic angle when it comes to the fat jabs, and now it could be small food. I must admit, I also don't like fine dining. One, I'm vegan and the portions are just rubbish. But anyway, moving on from that. Thanks to our guest, Deputy Editor of The Spectator and host of the Americana podcast, Freddie Gray, and broadcaster and journalist Jono Hayes. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on X. G&T is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English from our headquarters in Riyadh. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, as the White House says that a US delegation is heading to Doha for technical discussions with Iran, we ask what is the status of de-escalation efforts and what has the US got to show for those efforts so far? And Hezbollah is warning that the trilateral agreement between Lebanon, Israel and the US would result in internal conflict. We ask, how real is the risk of civil war in Lebanon? All of that coming up. Hello and welcome to the programme. Tensions have once again risen between Tehran and Washington. Well, weeks of negotiations ended in military strikes over the past few days, with Iran launching attacks on Bahrain and Kuwait after the US struck 5 Iranian targets. So what comes next? Well, US President Donald Trump says that a meeting will take place tomorrow in Doha, in Qatar. This at Iran's request. However, Iranian media reports suggested that Tehran has not confirmed those talks so far. Well, experts say that President Trump wants the ceasefire to hold and is pushing for a negotiated settlement, particularly as the US midterm elections approach. But will that happen? Well, escalating tensions are now threatening the fragile ceasefire agreed by both sides earlier on this month. We can speak now to Aaron David Miller, who is a former Middle East peace negotiator. He advised 6 US Secretaries of State on Arab-Israeli affairs during a 24-year State Department career. He joins us now from Washington, D.C. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. As ever, a pleasure having you on Al Arabiya English. We've had these tit-for-tat strikes during the course of the weekend. Technical teams might or might not be holding talks in the coming days. Just how fragile is this interim ceasefire and indeed the entire de-escalation process looking to you?
Yeah, it's a very good question. Look, a flawed U.S.-Israeli military campaign has led to a flawed memorandum of understanding. Clearly, our lawyers and negotiators were not as astute as Iran's and the mediators. And that flawed MOU has led to a flawed implementation process. And you have two stressors, neither of which have immediate solutions. One is the continuing problem of what to do about disarming Hezbollah and Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon. That's number one. And then you have the second issue, potentially kinetic issue of the Straits, which the Iranians are determined to ensure that they do not lose their leverage. Any indication or sign that the Americans, the Gulf states, are somehow believing they could erode Iran's influence and control there is going to make the Iranians respond, I think, more aggressively. Look, at the end, I'll give you my bottom line here. What you need is a strategic understanding now between the Islamic Republic and the Trump administration. For the Iranians, that means facilitating billions of dollars of financial and economic relief, either in unlimited waivers on oil, the removal of sanctions, and frozen assets that are unfrozen. For the administration, you need clearly a set of constraints on Iranians' nuclear infrastructure and the dilution or resolution of the problem of the highly enriched uranium, all done under intrusive IAEA monitoring. That is the deal. Financial and economic relief for Iran in exchange for serious constraints on their nuclear issue. Unless you have that understanding that that is the end state, we're going to continue to look at these stressors and the tit for tat, the tick-tock, however you want to describe what we've witnessed over the last 4 days. And technical talks, while important, will not answer the mail. You need decisions by the leadership in Washington and Tehran to anchor this process. Without it, I think we're going to drift and we're going to deteriorate.
Right, but we're in a situation where there has been some financial relief. Some sanctions have been lifted. Some assets have been unfrozen. I mean, what's the US got in return for that?
Nothing, and that's the price I think you pay for a flawed military campaign, a war of choice, and the negotiation of an MOU that, frankly, is only a ticket that Iran and the U.S. have purchased to begin a negotiation. My point is, the more time that is spent on Lebanon and the Straits, and frankly, I don't think there is a resolution to either of these problems. They're going to have to be managed. But the more time that is spent on them, the reports by Axios that Messrs. Kushner and Witkoff are heading to Doha for quote-unquote talks. What are those talks on? Are they on Lebanon and the Straits, or are they on what presumably was the main event here, at least from the United States perspective, and that is significant restraints and constraints on Iran's nuclear infrastructure? Unless you have some measure of trust and confidence on the part of both that each side is going to get what they need at the end of this process, the Iranians will play their cards and their leverage. And frankly, right now, they have more of it than the administration.
Right, and we don't even know if those talks are happening in Doha. We've got conflicting reports on that. But clearly the clock is ticking. 60 days started counting down on the 17th of June. Discussing issues like Iran's nuclear program, proxies, ballistic missiles, all supposed to be happening. And yet 2 weeks have gone by. I mean, have you seen any results? Do you see results being delivered by mid-August when that 60 days comes to an end?
Right, Tom, let's be clear. I've been around Arab-Israeli negotiations, Middle East negotiations for most of my professional life. They only have two speeds, slow and slower. And I'm reminded of what the Taliban said to the Americans. You have the clock, but we have the time. There is no way this 60-day window is even relevant to the realities that Iranian and U.S. negotiators are facing. I mean, this is not the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, and it will not be the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. But that took 18 months, right? And it produced, 18 pages of text and 141 pages of technical annexes divided into 5 chapters, which covered both U.S. and Iranian needs and requirements. This process is not going to operate according to some artificial time window. I mean, we're talking weeks, if not months here. If, in fact, if you actually do get serious negotiations, I'm less worried, frankly, on competency on the Iranian side than I am about my own government's capacity to do this. The president wants to deploy his best friend and his son-in-law to take on the 3 most critical conflicts in the international arena: Russia-Ukraine failure, Israel-Gaza, phase 1, but that's it so far. And then you have the U.S. and Iran. Negotiations ended up resulting in a major military campaign. So you got to take this stuff seriously. And both sides need to have a shared sense of urgency. That is to say, they have to have enough pain that motivates them and enough prospects of gain. I don't think you have a shared sense of urgency right now.
Well, perhaps you could argue Iran should have a sense of urgency. When you read what President Trump put out at the weekend on social media, he said, "There may come a point when we're no longer able to be reasonable. We'll be forced to militarily complete the job we very successfully started. If that happens, the Islamic Republic of Iran will no longer exist." In your experience, and we've already agreed you've got decades of experience of negotiating between the various sides in this part of the world, does a warning and a threat and an imposition of a timeline like the one that President Trump has just given tend to have the desired effect?
I mean, I think you know the answer to that question. And look, 40 days of the largest deployment of American naval, air, and missile assets since the Second Iraq War has failed to break the Islamic Republic, a brutal, repressive, authoritarian regime. Putin couldn't break Ukraine after 5 years. The Israelis couldn't break Hezbollah, nor, frankly, however hollowed out, have the Israelis been able to fundamentally break Hamas. So again, I don't think more kinetic action is going to fundamentally change the calculations of any of these players. In large part, it's because for them, the conflict is existential. For Trump, it's discretionary. He's not even on the ballot in the midterms in November. So again, I think there's a huge mismatch here. And when the president says the Islamic Republic will no longer exist, when I voted and worked for Democrats and Republicans, what exactly is he talking about?
Okay, well, I don't have the answer to that question, but let's just focus for the remaining 2 or 3 minutes that we have you on Lebanon. Clearly, progress is being made. The Lebanese and the Israelis have had several rounds of talks with the United States presiding over them. How far off is peace, in your opinion?
I look again, and I don't want to diminish the importance of that word, but we've never had it. We don't have it now, and we're not going to have it for the foreseeable future. Certainly not between Israel and Lebanon. The framework is actually rather impressive. And the current Lebanese government has gone farther, I think, than any of its predecessors rhetorically, and in willing to identify that Hamas must disarm, Hezbollah must disarm and must become an actor, political actor in the Lebanese scene. The problem is here of capacity. And it's the broader issue, Tom, of what you do with non-state actors. I'll give you 3 examples. Good Friday Agreement in Northern Ireland, where the paramilitaries and the IRA were demilitarized, and they were offered a role in governance. Or the FARC in Colombia offered a role in governance. Or the Aceh separatists in Indonesia. It became a political issue. And the real challenge with Hamas and Hezbollah is that I can't see, they're both supported by external actors. In the case of Hezbollah, Iran, it's Iran's billion-dollar proxy, and they're not giving up on it. I can't see the sort of demilitarization, demobilization, and reintegration, the so-called DDR, which has provided a pathway to get non-state actors to demilitarize. I can't see any of that working. Israel has no military solution to the problem of its northern border, and the government of Lebanon has no solution to how to disarm and seek Hezbollah's demilitarization. So that framework agreement is aspirational at best, important, but still aspirational. And one last point, between now and Israeli elections, which I think may be tentatively set for the second or third week in October, this Israeli government is not going to move in ways that the current Israeli prime minister believes would jeopardize the prospects of forming another right-wing government. So again, there are so many constraints here operating against this well-intentioned and quite significant effort on the part of the Israelis and the Lebanese government to find a political pathway forward.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but really appreciate you joining us today. Aaron David Miller, always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure. Thanks, John. Thank you.
Well, PJ Crowley is a former Assistant Secretary of State to President Obama, and he joins us from Washington, D.C. today. Thank you very much indeed for joining us once again, PJ. I just want to start by asking you, I mean, we're getting these conflicting reports about whether or not Iranian and US technical teams are going to be holding talks in Doha during the coming days. But the fact that there is so much confusion surrounding the progress of these diplomatic efforts, I mean, what does that tell us?
I think in a word, it tells us the process is messy. It's a loosely worded document. We've just had days of exchange of fire among Iran, the United States, Israel. We've seen before that in many cases, the White House, for its own political reasons, gets slightly ahead of the process. But I think what's notable is despite the exchange of fire over the past several days, both sides seem to be still committed to the process.
Okay, tell us about a technical team. For those of us who are less familiar with these sorts of things than you are, who's involved and what is a technical team?
Well, particularly when you're talking about the nuclear program, these are highly complex technical issues. Go back to 2015 and the Iran nuclear deal under the Obama administration. It took 2 years, to negotiate. So, particularly in that realm, technical teams, have to consider, what is the state of play regarding Iran's capabilities, the fissionable material. How can you neutralize that, either inside Iran or beyond Iran, so on and so forth. How will the IAEA be able to inspect the Iran nuclear program, whatever continues beyond an agreement, to ensure that there's not a path to a weapon? So that's one area in particular where, technical knowledge beyond the capabilities of the Iranian foreign minister or the Trump administration negotiators are vitally important.
Right, you say that process took 2 years. We haven't got 2 years, have we? We've got 60 days minus the 12 days that have passed since the 17th of June. So in 48 days, complex issues like Iran's nuclear program, its support for proxies in the region, its ballistic missiles program, have all got to be discussed. Do you see results being delivered by the middle of August when those 60 days expire?
I think there can be results. Both sides have an interest in seeing the end of, the direct confrontation that we've seen over the past several months. Both sides have things that they want to gain, both materially and politically. So I think there's the real prospect of some understanding on several issues, whether we end up with an actual agreement or with a framework agreement that leads to further talks. I think particularly in the nuclear realm, being able to fit this in, as you say, a 48-day window is going to be Herculean.
It certainly is. And I mean, Iran can already say, some concessions have been obtained by their delegation. We've seen $6 billion worth of assets that were frozen in Qatar being unfrozen. Some sanctions on the petrochemical sector have been lifted. And what's the US got in return for any of that?
Well, for President Trump, it is, at least on the surface, the end of a war that was highly unpopular here. And it changes the subject in ways that may or may not help him, in upcoming midterm elections. But I think the coin of the realm, for the United States is a better understanding, a long-term durable agreement regarding Iran's nuclear program that has always been at the heart of the relationship between the United States and Iran. And that will be something that is, if in fact the Trump administration can negotiate something that is stronger than what Obama negotiated in 2015, that will be important and will serve the interests of the United States and the region.
Indeed, and I'm sure that would be welcomed by many parties, many countries around the world. And yet here we are in a situation where, we're not quite even back to square one, are we? When you look at the situation today and where we were at the very end of February.
Oh, we're in a very different place, particularly with respect to the Strait of Hormuz. You look from Iran's standpoint, they've been looking for, some tool, to serve a deterrent aim for them. The nuclear program might have been one, but now they found a new weapon, the ability to, close the Strait of Hormuz, and inflict economic damage on the United States and the global economy. I think that's one of the reasons why we did see, Iran fire, on a ship the other day in the Strait. The United Nations had worked out an arrangement with Oman and Iran that was literally a shot across the bow to Oman, saying, don't get too far ahead of here. We're going to play a role in how the Strait is administered going forward, and we'll see you in 60 days.
Right, so we're not back to square one. The Strait of Hormuz is more operational than it was, say, 2 weeks ago, and oil prices are looking kind of steady around the $72 a barrel for Brent crude. I mean, do you think that alleviates to some extent, or to a major extent, President Trump's domestic political headaches?
It's certainly helpful, but gas prices here in the United States are one measure of economic performance. Grocery prices, fertilizer prices, impacts on farmers, for example, are others. So, some of the pressure is alleviating, but this will be a major issue for Trump and the Republicans, coming up in November.
Do you think, knowing what we know now, the Trump administration would never have entered into this conflict as it did late February?
Well, I think when people assess this, they're going to wonder what President Trump, got from this latest episode that he didn't already get, with the campaign, a year ago. But that's probably more for historians, than it is, an immediate issue. I think most people have thought that it was unwise, and most people, believe that Trump was wise to find a way, out of a conundrum that he couldn't seem to stop.
Do you think it's a vindication for America's allies that were, let's say, extremely hesitant about getting involved at the get-go?
I don't think there's any vindication there. I think the United States has, very strained relations with key allies, both in the Gulf and certainly in Europe. And that's going to be a major challenge for the United States, for the coming years, to try to find ways to repair and restore the equilibrium that existed, before February.
I mean, President Trump was putting out messages at the weekend on social media to the effect that any more of this from Iran, and we will go back to warfare, and the Islamic Republic of Iran will no longer exist, he said. I mean, the Iranians probably can see through a message like that, can't they? They know, they seem to be pretty aware President Trump cannot afford for this to slide back into all-out war.
I think both sides are well advised to try to find a way to keep this process going. What it eventually produces, remains to be seen. But I think that's critically important. Iran is not served by direct and open conflict. Neither is the United States. Israel is a wild card in this. Their war aims were not fully satisfied. This is one area where President Trump's political interest and Benjamin Netanyahu's political interest diverge significantly. So even if the United States and Iran, supported by intermediaries like Qatar, Oman, and Pakistan, are able to keep this on track, the U.S. intelligence services have warned that Israel may find ways to try to undermine this process. That's something that everyone will be watching closely.
Indeed, everyone is watching closely. And I would like to get your opinion on some words spoken by the Vice President, J.D. Vance, who seemed to be saying that the United States was Israel's only powerful ally. And I wondered what does a comment like that reveal? And have you ever seen relations between Israel and the United States strained to this extent?
I think we're in a new era in U.S.-Israeli relations. This is not something that's necessarily recent. Go back to 2015, where Benjamin Netanyahu came before the Congress and openly and vociferously tried to undermine, the Iran nuclear deal. But the pillars of the U.S.-Israeli relationship are still there. They're under stress. The political choices made in Israel and in the United States in the coming months, in the coming years, will have a lot to say in terms of where this relationship goes in the future.
Do you think the U.S., well, by the U.S. I mean the Trump administration, is looking beyond Netanyahu now and assuming that perhaps he's a spent political force? And if so, who might they have their eye on?
Well, obviously, the Israelis have an election that they have to conduct sometime in the fairly short term. People have counted out Benjamin Netanyahu before, but he is one of the most remarkable and durable political figures in Israeli history. So I think it is too soon to count political chickens, in that country. He has a reckoning that he is going to face, not only for what's happened more recently with respect to Iran, but what has happened in Gaza. I don't think anyone right now can get too far ahead of this, because Israeli politics are vastly different than they were, say, 20, 30, 40 years ago. There's not the two primary parties and clear choices. There's an array of choices across the Israeli political spectrum. We'll just have to see how that plays out, and then what that means going forward in terms of a relationship between an American president and Israeli prime minister, and then in turn between the American people and the Israeli people.
So longer term, how would you assess the strength of what's been a strong and pretty enduring relationship and alliance between the US and Israel?
Absolutely. But a lot of things are under stress, there's redefinitions of the relationship, being written as we speak. It used to be, for example, an Israeli prime minister put himself in political peril by openly challenging an American president. That's gone. And a pillar of American politics has always been unquestioned support for Israeli democracy. And that landscape is changing as we speak. So I think we're in a period of change, reevaluation. Where we come out on the other side remains to be seen.
Okay, and obviously efforts have been made, and again, during the weekend, there was more progress on that front in the dialogue between Lebanon, Israel and the United States. The United States sort of guardians of that diplomatic process. Are you seeing progress being made towards drawing a line under what's been decades of turmoil?
I think there's been remarkable progress. The very quiet dialogue among the United States, Israel, and Lebanon is vitally important and has the ability to ultimately transform that relationship. So Israel and Lebanon, the agreement. There are some experts that believe that the agreement complicated the ability of Israel, Lebanon, and the United States to kind of work to make sure that the Lebanese government can regain control of its country and put Hezbollah in a box. That remains to be seen. But this quiet dialogue has enormous potential implications, for Israel, for Lebanon, for the region, going forward if it is ultimately successful.
OK, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Thank you very much indeed, P.J. Crowley, former Assistant Secretary of State to President Obama. Thank you for your time, sir.
You're quite welcome.
Meanwhile, in Lebanon, tensions are showing no signs of easing. A massive explosion shook a southern Lebanese village after Israel's military claimed it had destroyed a 200-metre-long Hezbollah tunnel there. Well, the incident comes as Washington and Tehran seek to preserve their fragile truce, and while US officials also work to advance the trilateral framework agreement between Lebanon, Israel and the United States. That's an arrangement that could potentially pave the way for a broader peace deal. However, the Lebanese Parliament Speaker Nabiha Berri and Hezbollah leader Naim Qassem have rejected the proposed deal, saying that it fails to preserve Lebanon's rights. They describe the agreement as a surrender to Israel. Well, let's bring into the conversation Makram Rabah, who is an assistant professor of history at the American University of Beirut. He's joining us from the Lebanese capital. Professor Rabah, always a pleasure having you on the programme. I mean, another day, another sign of progress. And today's sign of progress is the presence of a top US admiral, Admiral Brad Cooper, who's in Beirut today holding talks with your president, President Aoun. And I gather they're discussing the framework agreement between the US, Lebanon and Israel. This is, you know, another sign, as I said, of strong momentum. Is peace within reach, do you think?
First of all, thank you, Tom, for having me. Always a pleasure to be on. I don't believe that while everyone is talking about peace, the achievement of peace is not the real KPI. Ultimately, in order to be talking about peace, one has to disarm Iran's militia in Lebanon, Hezbollah. And this is why the presence of someone like Admiral Cooper in Lebanon at this particular moment in time is basically to talk shop. Because the intentions are there, the President of the Republic has green-lighted the signing of this framework agreement between Lebanon and Israel. However, the devil is in the details, and the devil here is Hezbollah. And the real challenge is for the Lebanese armed forces to actually field a clear roadmap ahead with a sustainable framework and, more importantly, a clear timeline, because ultimately one cannot bet on the fact that Iran and Hezbollah will ultimately disarm on their own, given what's happening. And this is why the meeting with the President of the Republic at this time, as well as the coordination meetings between Cooper and General Haikal, the head of the LAF, is very important, because whatever is needed by the Lebanese army and by the new state, the Americans can definitely provide. However, the will and the disarming of Hezbollah cannot happen except on the hands of the Lebanese authorities and the Lebanese armed forces. And again, this does not include a direct confrontation and an open fight. Hezbollah can be disarmed by basically debunking the narrative and, more importantly, having physical presence on the ground, something which up until now the LAF has been very terrible in enforcing.
Right. I mean, everything we've heard from Hezbollah so far suggests that they're not remotely interested in this deal. The Hezbollah leader, Naim Qassem, we were talking about him in the introduction, he said any such deal is going to be null and void. He described this deal, or this idea of a framework agreement, as being a surrender of sovereignty. And then we heard the Speaker of Parliament, Nabiha Berri, lambasting that US brokered agreement, saying it won't be implemented. So clearly Hezbollah plans to torpedo all of this. And is there a way to incentivize them not to?
Well, I don't believe this is the case, because simply you are asking someone to do something against their own interest. The problem here is the interest of both Nabiha Berri, Speaker of Parliament, who heads Harakat Amal, as well as Hezbollah, is to keep these arms not to fight Israel, but rather in order to keep the so-called gains they have acquired throughout the years. Simply, Berri does not want to go back to his traditional constitutional position, which is just being Speaker of Parliament. He wants to be the kingmaker. In the past, he has usurped power on more than one occasion. And now his so-called sectarian threats about the civil war will not go anywhere, because the simple reason, Tom, is that no one in Lebanon is interested in the civil strife. And people who are always warning of the civil strife are actually the ones who want to engage in this open civil war. The problem here is not an internal problem. The problem starts by the fact that Hezbollah has poked the bear, and the bear here is Israel, and Israel has demolished the Lebanese South. They have killed Hezbollah, and they have destroyed Lebanon because it has housed Hezbollah. The only way out of this is for Nabih Berri to basically grow a conscience, so to speak, and to remember at the end of the day, the 1.5 million Shiite refugees are there because of Hezbollah and Harakat Amal, not because only of the Israeli aggression. And one very important thing that the international community has done everything it can do for Lebanon. The Lebanese need to lead the way in the disarming of Hezbollah and the restoring of state sovereignty.
The Lebanese and no one else. And I have read with great interest a piece you've written in which you dismissed the idea that somehow Syria could help tackle Hezbollah. And you've described that in very clear terms. You call that Orientalist improvisation dressed up as realism. And you've said that this idea sounds clever in Washington, but it would end up being a massive propaganda gift to Hezbollah. Why is it such a bad idea to get Syria involved?
Because anyone who is slightly familiar with the history and geography of Lebanon and Syria, they know really well that asking for the Syrians to join is a recipe for disaster. While President Shara has on more than one occasion and just recently has dismissed these ideas, I think Tom Burges, President Trump's envoy to Iraq and Syria, has been floating this idea because it looks good and because Trump himself likes the strong man, he likes someone to bring him solutions. However, Hezbollah for a long time has used Shara's previous career, which is the jihadi career, to try to scare the Shiites and to say that we are not only fighting Israel, who wants to destroy us and to kill us, but we have a kind of a terrorist threat on our eastern border, which is basically absurd because Shara has a number of priorities. The Syrian army doesn't have the resources and the capabilities and the bandwidth to invade Lebanon. And more importantly, if this happens, we are looking at a real mess up, so to speak. And also more importantly, Trump doesn't have the capacity to focus on this. We are talking about Syria entering Lebanon. In 1976, we had Kissinger running the show, and we had different dynamics altogether. At this particular moment, I don't think anyone will bail out Hezbollah, not even an absurd idea such as the one Trump suggested, which Shara cleans house. The Lebanese house, as I said on more than one occasion, needs to be cleaned up by the Lebanese themselves. One has to pick up after himself, and this is exactly what's happening right now.
Okay, there's one initiative that I wanted to ask your opinion about, these so-called pilot zones, whereby the Israeli army withdraws from certain pockets of occupied land in southern Lebanon. The Lebanese military then take over those areas. I mean, do these pilot zones, as they're being called, sound workable to you?
Well, certainly they do, but I think if the Lebanese army is to gain the trust of the Lebanese first, they have to jump head first, meaning that when they tell you we have 2 pilot zones for you, the Lebanese state and Lebanese army should say that we are in charge of the entirety of the Lebanese territory, from the border of our border with Israel all the way up to our border with Syria. This is why the pilot zones, Tom, is a slippery slope, because if they do drag their feet, they are being cornered and they're being exposed by the Israelis. The Israelis certainly want to withdraw, but they will not withdraw until they verify that these areas and these tunnels, which ironically the commander of the Lebanese army has assured on more than one occasion before the start of the war that they're clean, are totally destroyed and they're no longer used to pursue Hezbollah's military campaign. The Israelis don't really care what happens in Lebanon. This is why one has to be mindful that our mining people are saying that we will wait it out and we will wait for the Israelis to get rid of Hezbollah. This is a very dangerous school of thought, because if we become irrelevant, Trump and J.D. Vance, who are pursuing a more pragmatic yet short-sighted approach, will certainly transfer the Lebanese card back to the Islamabad table. And this is very dangerous and very destructive for the Lebanese and their future.
But when you hear people in Washington saying Israel has no territorial ambitions inside Lebanon, I mean, when you look at Israel's track record and you think of Golan, you think of what's been happening in some of the Palestinian territories, I mean, do people in Lebanon believe that?
Well, certainly they do believe it because the propaganda machine keeps on using these analogies which you just mentioned. However, as a historian, I can assure you that in 2000, I was still a teenager at the time. The Israelis withdrew unilaterally. Second, and more importantly, in 1983, the Israeli state was very keen on signing a peace deal. And even if we are to deal with the so-called extreme religious right in Israel, they actually recognized Lebanon as a biblical entity. So we're not dealing with the Golan, for example. And more importantly, I always say this and people think I'm joking. Lebanon has a much easier task in negotiation than when it comes to Syria or to Palestine even, or even to Egypt, because it's a take it or leave it deal. The Israelis have to withdraw to the pre-October 7 boundaries, and they might even give us the Shib'a farms, while Lebanon has to totally disarm Hezbollah. We're not talking about a few miles or half a kilometer like it happened in Tiberias Lake, for example, when Hafez al-Assad. The problem is that Hezbollah, they believe their own propaganda to some extent, because at the end of the day, they don't want to disarm because they want to pursue whatever Iran commands, and what's happening around us is a case in point.
Okay, I want to know what the Lebanese public makes of all of this, because I mean, the Lebanese leadership, and this is really for the benefit of our viewers, you know this better than anyone, President Aoun and Prime Minister Salam represent between them the Christians and the Sunnis in Lebanon. So we're talking here about 2/3 of the Lebanese population, 1/3 of the population being Shia. Is the opposition to this diplomatic pathway between Lebanon and Israel unanimous along sectarian lines? Do you hear, for example, powerful Shia voices breaking rank at all with Hezbollah?
Certainly, we have these voices who are very loud and objecting to the fact they've been driven out of their land and their house is totally destroyed. However, the framing of this issue, particularly when it comes to the Hezbollah propaganda machine, using normalization as a kind of a scarecrow. First of all, no one is talking about normalization. And while many people, including myself, believe that peace will be attained at the end, we have, for example, Saudi Arabia, which has been publicly saying it's better for us to enter any kind of collective peace deal. So they're telling the Lebanese state, more or less, talk about security, talk about disarming, and let's try to negotiate a better deal for the Arabs. This is something I actually endorse. But what I don't endorse is basically allowing Hezbollah to keep its arms, which the majority of the Lebanese abide by, and we are talking about recent polls that reflect this. And more importantly, Tom, this is not a popularity contest. We're not electing the homecoming king and queen. Even if the totality of the Shiites are saying no, this is not their choice. Peace and war is not a sectarian issue. If they have the 2/3 of the parliament to push through their ideas, they're more than welcome. As we stand, I think if the Shiites are left alone to speak their mind without them being killed and being bullied by the Shiite political establishment, the majority of Lebanon, including those who publicly support Hezbollah, will say we are done. We don't want to pay the blood tax for Iran and for Ali Khamenei. We simply want to go home.
Okay, I mean, just sorry to keep throwing numbers at you, especially numbers that you know better than anyone, but I mean, the population of Lebanon is only 6 million. It's not a very big country. And you know, I was just doing some comparisons, and that makes Lebanon about the size of Miami or Philadelphia. So, I mean, were the US to want to really fix the problem once and for all, what would you say Lebanon and its allies, need to do to really draw a line under this problem in a country that seems to be so important, but which on the grand scheme of things really isn't very big?
Well, the international community, including the US, are very good at cutting corners. They kept on negotiating with the ruling establishment, which in a way normalized Hezbollah and allowed this peace to become a normal political party. I always remind people that a party that flies a banner that has an AK-47 can never be a political party. So simply to answer your question, Tom, the way to ensure that this scenario does not repeat itself is basically to reform the Lebanese political system and to develop it in a way that does not allow any sect, be it a majority or a minority, to simply say it's my way or the highway. Allowing people to connect with foreign rogue elements such as Hezbollah and the Iran Rushi Guards is what got us here. But more importantly, it is the Lebanese corrupt political system which needed the muscle of Hezbollah that got us to where we are right now and isolated us in more than one way vis-a-vis the Arab world. So the simple answer, the so-called beauty pageant response is fighting corruption and developing the Lebanese political system. This is our only way out of this quagmire.
And just lastly, I mean, are there any parallels you can draw? Because we were speaking earlier to a guest who drew parallels between the situation in Lebanon and what happened in Colombia with the FARC rebels, or what happened in the Republic of Ireland with the IRA. Have you got any sort of case study that you can point to and say that is the way out for Lebanon?
Well, I think definitely the example of the FARC and the IRA is important. Yet at the same time, both of these people had local agendas. Okay, one of them was a Marxist entity, but they cared about Colombia. In the case of Lebanon, the problem is that, for example, the Lebanese president talks to the Shiites of Lebanon through the gateway of the sectarian system. And this is what empowers people like Hezbollah. This is why I think the sectarian system itself is the real weapon that Hezbollah uses. And the only way to disarm it is to actually talk to the people directly and to ensure everyone, be it a Shiite, a Sunni, a Christian, or an atheist, that you are a citizen that pays taxes and you are protected by the Constitution. Our problem is not only Israel, it's the fact that we allow foreign entities to use us and we use the foreign entities in exchange. And this is why, at the end of the day, the Lebanese themselves need to rebuild their own house. We have parallels, but we are yet unique, and we know what the real problem, but everyone trying to avoid it, and they're trying to not only avoid the elephant in the room, but they're trying to dress it up in a suit. It doesn't work anymore.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. We're out of time. Thank you so much, Makram Rabah, Assistant Professor of History at the American University of Beirut. Thank you very much indeed, sir.
Thank you.
Well, that's all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Look forward to seeing you again tomorrow with some more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
President Trump this morning seems to have been facing a bit of pressure back home and has come out saying that we're not going to put a cent into this reconstruction fund. And I think Vice President Vance has been talking about the Gulf Coast states, presumably the GCC, being the ones that pay up in terms of this $300 billion number that is floating around. Would you put money into Iran? And do you think that is a necessary part of the equation for regional stability? I mean, how do you deal with that after what you have faced over the last 2 months, the bombings, the military campaign, the fact that it was initiated by the US and Israel, and now they're saying that you guys are the ones that are going to have to pay, and Iran, on the other hand, that has bombed you and is now expecting that again, you'll be the ones to pay?
First of all, I have no details on this fund. I have no information or insight into the concept behind it, so I can't comment on it specifically. But what I will say is, as you mentioned, as a result of this conflict, Iran attacked not just the kingdom, but all of the countries of the GCC. That has created a significant gulf of trust, a significant gulf, a significant loss of trust between all of us. We were just in the beginning process of rebuilding our relationship with Iran as a result of the Beijing understanding after a significant period where we had broken off relations. And that was only just starting to really gather momentum, and we were starting to at the edges, explore potential areas of opening up on economic cooperation and things like that. And I think we are now, actually, we have since then regressed, and we're going to have a conversation how we rebuild that trust, how we rebuild that relationship before any concept of economic cooperation mutual investment or anything like that can rationally be addressed. And I suspect that similarly goes for many of the GCC countries as well. And you have to, that, we in the Kingdom, we have a very ambitious, in domestic investment program. We have our public investment fund, our main vehicle for investment, has a long-term strategy that was actually just approved, and they have so they have already committed their funding streams to areas that are targeted at our domestic economy. Whether there is anything available to invest beyond that is something that I don't know. That's up to the relevant ministers on the investment side, on the economic side. But even before we can look at that as an option, there's going to have to be a rebuilding of trust and a rebuilding of relationships. And then maybe there is eventually in the future some pathway to greater economic cooperation and investment between Iran and the Kingdom and the GCC. Certainly, in an ideal world, that's what we aspire to. This is, as I said, when we were working to, normalize our relations after the Beijing understanding, it was a focus. We had started gradually. It started, in opening up for visitors from Iran and starting to look at reopening trade relations. All of that. That in itself was not an easy journey. And this has now regressed. So we're going to have to start some of that over. And it's a conversation we will have bilaterally with the Iranians, but it's also, I think, part of the very important dialogue that's going to have to happen in the context of a regional security framework. So I think we are quite early days yet before talking about, any real economic cooperation between Iran and its neighbors, although that in the long term should be the objective and the goal.
But the bet will still be from the Kingdom one of regional diplomacy. You led a process of re-engagement with Iran over recent years, having gone through a very contentious, cold, almost hot conflict in different theaters. We've now gone through this new war. Do you see the Kingdom pushing that again? Are you going to lean hard into that? Do you think that actually the only way forward is diplomacy? We have a lot of people talking about the need to boost defense mechanisms in the Gulf. There are some states looking to take a more assertive stand. How do you fit into that equation in terms of how we stabilize the region in a meaningful way?
Look, the reality is you can't have effective diplomacy without a strong deterrent and a strong resilience to be able to deal with potential threats and challenges. So we're going to have a dual-track approach. This is absolutely certain, whether it is on building our defense capacity to ensure that we are able to face threats, whether it's from Iran or elsewhere, and also building our resilience from a logistics and economic perspective. That said, we are committed to diplomacy. This is why we supported the diplomacy that helped get us to the MOU. This is why we're going to be very actively engaged in supporting the success of the negotiations that will follow the MOU, and it's why we will work with our partners in the region to begin a regional dialogue to start the conversation about how we can overcome again the trust that has been lost as a result of this conflict, and how can we look to a better future, and how can we ensure that if potential flashpoints of the future can be addressed through diplomacy rather through confrontation.
Indications that we've seen of the shape of the nature of the MOU suggest that there's zero mention of regional dynamics. That was one of the reasons that I think Trump referred to when initiating the conflict, but clearly now we've narrowed it down to opening the Strait of Hormuz and addressing the nuclear issue. What does that mean for you in the fact that the region issues have been sidelined? And what does that mean in terms of how you take forward this process that you're talking about now? Are we just going to see a US-Iran nuclear track and everyone left to pick up the pieces? Or do you see those being integrated? Do you see a US role in that? Who is going to lead that process? And what does a regional dialogue possibly look like in the context where we have a number of states that have been or are pretty much still at war with each other? Missiles and drones continue to fly across the seas and the airways. How do you take this forward in the context of an MOU that completely neglects the regional dimension?
So I think one of the lessons that we learned from the JCPOA, which also ignored the regional context completely, is that if we don't address the issues that concern the region, the risk is always that any agreement on the nuclear issue becomes less secure and becomes a source of contention and a source of risk as much as addressing the nuclear issue. So I firmly believe that there is a need to address all of the issues that concern the region. So it's the nuclear issue and beyond. It may well be that there's a dual track approach potentially, where there is a US-Iranian nuclear negotiation, and I think that there is a rationale to that because it's a very complex issue on its own. But I suspect that it will be very difficult to make concrete progress on the nuclear negotiations without there being a level of engagement on the regional files that gives the confidence that allows then those negotiations to proceed correctly. And, eventually, if there is a nuclear deal, there is the issue of sanctions relief. And that, as you know, is a very complicated issue. It's complicated within the US context, and it's also complicated within the European context. And the more that the regional issues are addressed and there is a level of confidence that we are able to look towards a future where there is less risk of confrontation, the more likely it is that the potential benefits in the areas of sanctions relief can be delivered more quickly, more effectively, with less opposition, both potentially from us in the region or from the quarters in the US and in Europe.
Putting aside the question of normalization with Israel that you've in the past made very clear is tied to Israeli steps on the creation of a Palestinian state, presumably Israel needs to be part of that regional conversation if it's to be durable and sustainable.
I mean, in the long term, that's certainly the most rational approach. Is it possible now? Is it possible with the policy approach that Israel is taking? I think, there are many challenges in that. From my perspective, the region includes the Palestinians. Are the Israelis ready to sit with the Palestinians at the table to discuss regional issues? Doesn't seem to me that is a potential outcome right now. It would, I think, serve the interest of everyone to have a real discussion about how we address all of the issues of regional tension. And the core issue, the thing that drives most risk in the long term, is obviously the unaddressed issue of the rights of the Palestinians. And the same goes for the issue of Lebanon, Syria, etc. So Israel is part of the region. That means they should be part of the regional conversation. But Palestine is also part of the region. They need to be part of that conversation. Are the Israelis willing to accept that? If that were the case, that would be, I think, a move in the right direction.
I want to get onto Gaza in a bit more detail in a second, but before we do that, just on the broader Israel question, there have been those that have expressed concern that Israel is going to be the one actor most opposed to this deal. And there are those that have suggested that a number of Israeli strikes on Beirut over recent weeks have been partly intended to try and disrupt the prospect of the successful completion of negotiation. How do you view the evolving U.S.-Israeli relationship? There's been reporting that Trump has essentially tried to kind of shut Netanyahu down and said, don't do this attack. There have been reports that the Americans have not been prepared to share the draft MOU with the Israeli system. Does that create pressure that can be constructively channeled toward helping regional peace? Are you worried about the fracturing there? How does one address the fact that Israel has indicated that it is not at all happy with the deal, and it clearly has the willingness and the unilateral capability to take military action that could be disruptive?
Certainly Israel has that capacity. Is it the right thing to do? I don't think so. Is it in Israel's interests? I don't think so. I think, for Israel to insist solely on the military approach in the long term will be very detrimental to Israel. So I think the reality is, when it comes to Lebanon, there is a process that the US is facilitating where there's a dialogue between Lebanon and Israel. The insistence that for Israel to try and maintain some territory, some buffer in Lebanese territory, I think is not the right approach. We see that repeated as well in Syria. And of course, we see that even more acutely when we look at the issue of Palestine, where, whether it's the issue in Gaza, where Israel is not indicating any willingness to withdraw. Obviously, Hamas is also resisting disarming and using Israel's refusal to withdraw as a pretext for that. But if we look at the West Bank now, there is also a complete unwillingness to engage with the Palestinian Authority and a systematic dismantling of the potential for a Palestinian state. All of this only serves to raise tensions. To me, the idea that a purely military approach is viable in the long term, I think is completely incorrect and is not going to be in the interest of anyone. So I would really focus our efforts on diplomacy. And here I think the US obviously has an important role to play. The US, given its historic strong relationship with Israel, has always had an important ability to facilitate dialogue in a way that allows, that could possibly allow a resolution to these efforts. As I mentioned, they're trying to do this in Lebanon. I would hope that they also give additional attention to the issue of the Palestine in the West Bank, and I think there's actually some some activity behind the scenes that's quite positive on that. And the same applies, I think, now to the broader regional context. A U.S. commitment to diplomacy, but also to regional security, is critical and important. And for us, the U.S. is always going to remain the most important security partner. And I think that continues to be an important factor for stability.
Does you stated in the late that one of the very unfortunate dimensions of the Iran war is that we've all turned our attention away from the unfolding tragedy on the ground there, and there are millions, hundreds of thousands suffering at great intensity, and none of us are focused on that. There does seem to be a real risk that the ceasefire process collapses. We've been stuck in phase one. We don't seem to be moving towards phase two. And there seem to be two narratives here. On the one hand, you have a narrative that Hamas did what it was supposed to do in phase one. Israel has not met its expectations for phase one. That would then move us towards phase two, whereby Hamas would start its disarmament. You have a second narrative, which is actually that Hamas should disarm now, potentially not in accordance with the initial agreement, and that's what's needed to unlock progress. Where do you stand on that? Can we make progress? How do we break through this deadlock and move things forward, first and foremost, for the needs of the Gazans on the ground?
Look, I think the biggest challenge for Gaza, and it's something that's quite, in my view, repeated in other scenarios, is Israel's unwillingness so far to embrace the political track, to embrace the need for a political horizon for the Palestinians, whether it's the Palestinians in the context of Gaza, more broadly the Palestinians in the territories both of West Bank and Gaza. It's the same applies in Lebanon. This minimum, there is this reinforcement of, in rhetoric and in policy, of the military option, of the security option, which then obviously gives the other side, legitimately or otherwise, it's up to you to interpret, but it gives them the space to say, well, I don't have a partner that is committed to a political track, therefore I am also going to hold on to my guns, or I'm going to, continue to resist fulfilling my commitments. So this is the quandary and the conundrum we have. There is a need for both sides to live up to their commitments. Right now, both sides are not living up to the commitments, and if we stick within this, chicken and egg kind of dialogue of who came first or who's supposed to come first, I think we will abdicate the solution to those that actually don't want a solution. So I think, again, here the U.S. involvement is absolutely key, and I'm confident that they will continue to push both on Gaza and beyond to eventually get to that discussion about a political horizon that I think will unlock a lot of these issues in a way that is beneficial, first and foremost for the Palestinians, but I believe also for the Israelis and for us more broadly in the region.
Two last questions, if I may. One of the issues we haven't talked about is the Strait of Hormuz, obviously of immense global concern that is reopened. Trump has talked about it being a precondition or a necessary condition for the MOU, but there's a real sense of uncertainty about what comes next. And the Iranians are making very clear that they expect to have some control or some assertion of sovereignty over the strait, and are talking about a regional solution managed between them and the Omanis. If we end up in a place where there is, the Iranians are saying it won't be a toll but a service fee of sorts, is that something that the kingdom, does it expect that outcome? And can you live with that outcome for the sake of getting ships moving again?
So our position is very clear. The situation must return to the status quo before the war. There is no other option from our perspective. And if you read, and I have read more than my fair share now of analysis on what is allowed under international law and under the UN Convention for the Laws of the Sea, there is no real space for any mechanisms in the context of what the Iranians are talking about right now. And therefore, and more important than anything, the management of the strait was working fine before the conflict. There were no issues. Ships were navigating freely. There was no safety issue. There was no environmental issue. There were no issues. So why should we now, as a result of a conflict, accept some novel arrangement that is going to be imposed on it? That to me doesn't make sense. So I think we need to go back to the way it was, and that worked fine, and that should be the end of it.
We are the European Council on Foreign Relations, and we haven't mentioned Europe once, which is a sad indictment of Europe's regional role these days. But I want to conclude with a question on that file. Europeans don't have much confidence these days in their ability to really play a regional role when it comes to Gaza, when it comes to Iran. We've clearly been out of the loop, pushed aside, marginalized, divided amongst ourselves. From the kingdom's perspective, is there a role for Europe? Has that role become more important since the eruption of this conflict? And where would you see it playing out? I mean, you've got talk of a maritime naval mission by the French and the Brits. You have talk of supporting a regional security dialogue. And you also have talk of European nuclear expertise in the context of a US administration that seems to be sorely lacking in that kind of expertise. Where do you see a place in any of those areas? And can you give us a specific sense of how you could see that unfolding or looking like if Europe was to step up?
I mean, first of all, I think Europe did step up. Europe was very involved during the conflict. It did support many of its traditional allies in the GCC with their defense, and we are appreciative of each individual European nation that contributed in whatever way they could. They also obviously engaged diplomatically very actively, including starting work on this mission that you alluded to for the securing of the Straits of Hormuz. And I think that will have a very important, valuable contribution to the post-MOU phase, to ensuring safe navigation and also helping deal with the possible threat of mines that might be there. And beyond that, Europe will have a say, because obviously there continue to be EU sanctions that the Iranians will want to see lifted, and that will allow the Europeans to be part of the conversation. I think the European, and certainly the E3, have a lot of experience when it comes to the nuclear file that they can contribute as well. Europe, has a role to play, and I think Europe can play that role. Obviously, one challenge for Europe is, having a unified voice. That's not always the case, but I would not at all minimize the role that Europe has already played and can play in the future.
Minister, thank you so much for being with us. We've done a really rapid tour of the various regional challenges that you're facing, and we know that the next 60 days are going to be high pressure, high stakes, and obviously the risks of a relapse into violence remain strong. So thank you for sharing your thinking with us. Thank you for being in Vienna with us. And thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Canberra. Not your typical destination in Australia, but Canberra holds a lot of promise for tourists. There's just so many attractions to explore in the city. Prepare to be surprised. Canberra is in fact Australia's youngest capital city. What it hides is its thriving arts community, lively food and bar scenes, and then of course, the cultural institutions. It's got a healthy mix of man-made and natural attractions for every kind of tourist. Overall, Canberra is where you can explore, discover, learn, and yes, have a lot of fun. Know more about the history of Australia at the War Memorial. This is where the nation's troops and war's involvement is chronicled, starting from the colonial period to the present day. Here, you'll find a new range of exhibits, such as the Anzac Voices and the revamped First War Galleries. You can also tour Parliament House, a modern complex opened in 1988. This is where you can witness the democratic process at question time in the House of Representatives or Senate. Historic and educational stops aside, Canberra's also got a funky spirit. You can experience this at the weekly Old Bus Depot markets held every Sunday. It's where you can buy the most interesting of things: hipster clothes, homeware, and yes, delicious organic produce. It's also where you can shop for souvenirs to bring home. The city is also a haven for art lovers. Small art galleries line the city, not to mention that some of the country's most important collections are displayed here. The National Gallery of Australia is the nation's preeminent public gallery, housing collections of Australian, Indigenous, and Asian art. There's also the National Portrait Gallery nearby that you might just be curious enough to check out. And then there's the Institute of Sport. Get up close and personal with elite athletes, gymnasts, swimmers, and cyclists that train at the Australian Institute of Sport in Canberra. The Institute welcomes visitors and offers tours for them. The place houses many facilities like swimming pools, tennis courts, and of course, a fully equipped gym. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
If you are watching this report on TV or on your mobile phone, you are committing a sin. And if you take part in political activity, as a candidate or as a voter, this is forbidden. And never keep photos of yourself at home or allow anyone to take them. New York, the dazzling city known for its nightlife, its crowded streets, and the Statue of Liberty. In all its modern lifestyle, its urban sophistication, its fast pace of life, architecture, and advanced technology, and yet only about 300 kilometers away from New York lies the state of Pennsylvania, which is home to the largest Amish community in the world, a religious group that has voluntarily given up modern freedoms and abandoned contemporary technology in order to preserve their traditional way of living. Our team boarded a train from New York to Pennsylvania on a special mission to learn more about this group in a journey that felt like stepping into a time machine. This Christian community stands as a clear example of people who willingly hold on to their old beliefs, choosing freely to remain committed to a way of life built on traditional farming and handcrafted work. They continue to follow these long-standing practices with intention and devotion, quietly setting aside the modern developments and technological changes that surround them in the world today. But how far can a community cling to the past in a world ruled by technology? Pastor Gregory welcomes us into his church to share his experience living among the Amish and how their beliefs differ from the Protestant Christianity followed by most Americans.
They're just people that are living like in another time frame. Most people, we go with the flow. When cars came along, we gave up our horses. When cell phones came along, we gave up our landlines. We just go with all the technology, but they have held back on that on purpose. I think because they want to have a slower lifestyle, more thoughtful lifestyle, more contemplative, and not be influenced by the things that go with these advances. It's a mixed bag. There's blessings in the technology, but there's also some dangers as well, and they try to stay away from that.
The Amish believe that good deeds in this life lead to salvation in the next. Unlike most Christian churches, baptism is not done at birth, but at the age of 18. At that age, one chooses whether to remain with the Amish community and be baptized, or leave it with no ties.
Well, I was born Amish till I was 5, and then my parents changed to the Mennonite church. Playing with cousins wasn't a problem at all. Children get along with children. But when you get into adults, especially my grandparents, they were really strict, staunch Amish. We didn't eat at the same table with them. I remember one time we had one big table, but they put a divider down the middle. Mom and Dad sat over here, and then the rest of them. What I do now is just respect their way of life.
The people are generally very personable. They don't like their pictures taken, but they will be willing to talk to you. A man named Sam Stoltzfus. He lives here in Gordonville, Lancaster County, next to the church where I pastor. But this man is a resident historian for Gordonville. He's written Lancaster County Amish History is one of them. And he recently, well, I think it was 2016, he said, he took a trip to Germany. And he has pictures, and it's like a travel log of his experience in going to Germany. So things don't get collected. People give me notes, or I write notes, and I put the envelopes in.
Pastor Gregory arranged for us to meet his Amish friend, the historian Samuel, who agreed to speak only if his face was not shown, as photography conflicts with Amish beliefs against portraying humans.
We don't believe in having our photographs taken because of the graven image.
Ten Commandments, second commandment. We have 350,000 Amish people in North America. They're scattered all the way from Montana to Delaware to Virginia or New York State. There's Amish people in Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, Mississippi. Then there's also Beachy Amish. They don't drive cars, but they have tractors. Almost 40,000 Amish people in Lancaster County.
The Amish are known for their distinct appearance. Men grow beards but shave the mustache, and women cover their hair and dress modestly.
We always wear plain clothes, plain suits, plain shirts. Now, we don't always make our own clothing. We buy some. You can buy some tailor-made. And the dresses, the girls wear white before they're married. Organdy, we call it. Then when they get married, then they wear colored dresses. The white dress, when you get married, is laid back, and that's their funeral garb. Or when a lady gets to be 35 and not married, then she'll switch over to colored dress.
The Amish trace their origins to the 17th century, when a Swiss spiritual leader named Jakob Ammon founded the movement, aiming to return the church to its original teachings and old religious traditions, believing the Mennonite church had strayed from them. Ammon also wanted a simple, humble lifestyle aligned with the teachings of the Bible.
The Amish people came here in the 1700s to Pennsylvania, Lancaster County, at the same time that many other people were coming, Christians who were experiencing persecution in Europe. William Penn and others had purchased land here and made land available for them to come, where they would have religious freedom, freedom to teach their children, have their own schools, and live like that. Many of them were farmers and stayed to be farmers throughout most of their life and throughout the history of Lancaster County.
They all came from Germany and Switzerland, Europe, and they all taught Pennsylvania Dutch. And that's English and German and Dutch together. So that's why they taught Pennsylvania Dutch.
It's very interesting how at that time, back in the 1700s, that the communication got from America to Europe that, oh, there's freedom here, and why don't you come and live here? But many of them did, and records exist of boatloads of immigrants coming from Europe to America, arriving in Philadelphia, moving westward as land became available.
We've been keeping that pretty well. Our church services are in Pennsylvania Dutch and German. Always in Pennsylvania Dutch. 50% German. Our scriptures are in German. Our communion services are in German. So it's just something we've always kept.
The Amish prefer to have their children schooled in their own private schools, and that is permitted here in Pennsylvania. Usually their students go to about the 8th grade, do not go to further higher education. Some of them might continue into high school.
We've seen this from day one. We started our own schools in 1928 because the sports were taken over and they wanted the Amish to go to high schools, and we didn't feel that was very necessary. Well, we have to go to school till we're 15. In 1956, that was a big issue. Finally, they got together and how they would do this, and now they have a 14-year-old school. After you're through the 8th grade, you go to 1 year to that until you're 15. And then they teach German, farm economics, and things like that. The ladies will learn cooking, housekeeping, which they have anyway. They knew it anyway.
Nowadays, the ministry taught more English than High German. It makes it easier for everybody. But they still use a lot of German too.
Amish girl will go to Amish school, And when she gets out of school, she can be a helper when she's 15 or 16. If she's a helper for a year or two, she has the groundwork to be a teacher. They don't all make it, but 90% of them do. They do a good job.
Their schools are usually taught by a younger single lady, and they do have a training, although it's very short, a training program for their teachers. And when they get to the point that they might marry, she should no longer continue teaching, because if she's married, she should be living at home, taking care of her children.
The Amish face many challenges, including the high cost of land, which pushes many away from farming toward working in shops. Here in the central market, young men and women sell their local products, attracting visitors from all around.
I grew up in Lancaster. I think the market's such a great part of our history. It's actually the oldest, largest, continuously operating market in the country. So that's like a really cool thing.
The Amish today work with other people. They participate in community activities, especially with local fire companies. All of our fire companies are volunteer. The Amish have lovely farms, and they have farm buildings, barns, and they need protection, and so they cooperate with other people in the community as well.
Here's a fire company. The Amish help a lot at the fire company.
Some people confuse the Amish with the Mennonites, as both share European roots and have similar beliefs. They are essentially spiritual cousins.
I'm not Amish, we're Mennonite. We're not quite as strict. We all have electricity and telephones, but we don't have cell phones and no computers. And we don't have the beards, and the dress is a little different. We all drive horse and buggy too. Now there's some Mennonites that drive cars. There's a lot of different groups of Mennonites.
We always work together with the Mennonites. So if it goes to the worst, it comes to bat, sometimes those people will step up for us, which gives you a good feeling. We do a lot of comforts for MCC. It's sort of a quick put-together blanket, quilt. Ukraine, Jerusalem. They send a lot of stuff over to those cities. People don't have enough to eat or have enough to wear.
The Amish maintain strong social and economic ties, especially with the Mennonites. The Amish refer to anyone outside their community as outsiders, regardless of background.
It's a mix. They'll use our services as English people. They will use our technology, our transportation when they need to, but they rely upon themselves mainly for their day-to-day living in their home life. Some of them actually have vehicles, but not for their own purpose. They use it for business purposes. I work for a hardscape company up in New Holland where the owner had 3 big diesel trucks. He had cell phones, he had office computer equipment and so forth, but he himself would have to be transported by a driver to get to the job locations to give the estimates and then to check up on the work.
Amish buggies differ in shapes and types and uses. There are summer buggies, winter buggies, family wagons, cargo wagons, and more. Power companies used to show us some of his personal buggies.
Evil. So go through the... Here, blinking lights. So headlights. This is actually my buggy here. I use this quite a bit in the summer. Their head and base. Helps a little for the rain too. You look around more and gives you a good ride.
We believe in using horses and on the road and in the field, because if we would start buying cars and buying tractors, we would go way too fast. Our young folks, when they get 16, we get them a horse and a buggy, and that's the way they travel.
Amish like to stay as a community. They have very strong families, and so they don't drive cars because that would take them away from their family and away from the community, perhaps into a city where there might be other influences that might not be to the benefit of their families. And they've kept using horsepower for their farm work as well. And so you'll see horses out in the field pulling plows and different kinds of equipment all the way.
Packing up the dreams God planted in the fertile soil of you. Can't believe
it can add up to the price of a car when you have a horse and buggy together. They have different upholstery. He said they can have seating, front row seat, you have a back row seat. So the single guys, he was just going to have a front row seat. He didn't need a back row because he wasn't married.
But we'll keep you close as always. It won't even see you go.
The buggies all have halogen bulbs now. In the last 20 years, they got much brighter. The headlights and the tail lights, so you can see them. And the boys that ride scooter, I meet a bunch of them going to work, 5 or 6 of them going to work in the morning. And they have a light they put on their hat so they could see, and then they have a flashing light in the back for safety.
Among the Amish, forgiveness and rejection of violence are core values, to the extent that they do not join the army. Even so, their punishment is harsh for those who break their rules. For example, if members violate Amish church guidelines and refuse to confess or leave the group, they face expulsion, which in their community is called shunning, as happened with the Miller family.
They keep their horse feed in here. Chickens like that too, I guess. You go into an Amish-owned store to buy something, they won't take money from you. You have to lay it on the counter, and they'll pick it up. They won't take it out of your hands. They'll ride in a car with ex-Amish, but you're not allowed to drive. They can't. I have to drive because I was never baptized in the church like my parents were. So it gets a little touchy, I guess.
'Cause our hearts in peace will keep the love that keeps us strong, and friends are friends forever. If the Lord's the Lord of them, and a friend will not say never, 'cause the welcome will not end.
They have mud sales every year, and they could have $5 million coming in. They sell everything imaginable, household quilts and farm equipment, and they sell horses some places, and quilts could bring over $1,000 for quilts and auction them off. But because it's a fundraiser for the fire company, they don't mind paying twice as much as what you would maybe buy it at a store. You might get 5,000 people showing up at the sale. English and Amish, they go together, Mennonites, and sell buggies and horses.
And we got the, well, we're at about 35.
Mud auctions, as they are called among the Amish, are one of the major traditional events in their culture. These auctions are held every spring with many community members and neighboring groups participating. They sell many items including handmade furniture, farm equipment, horse-drawn wagons, and local foods. This event is a chance to raise donations, and also a special social occasion where Amish people and visitors meet to enjoy the auction and exchange stories and experiences.
A harder life, riding a bicycle, pushing a scooter, which would use one foot on the platform, and the other foot they use to push. I mean, it's a lot harder. It's slower. It's a slower life. And I said to one Amish lady, you know, you're kind of away from the world, kind of a thing. But she said, you know, but we're still tempted. We're still tempted. We're still, you know, it's part of life. Not that all of it's bad, but it has its influence. It changes things. So I think as long as they're able to maintain their independence to some degree, they'll be fine.
You on my side, Ben, or not? 22, not 5. And now 22, 22, 5 and 9. So $22 straight down the middle. Number 100. Number 100. 22, 5 and 9. So $22 left side.
The Amish are a very important part of Lancaster County culture. They contribute in many ways to our history and our culture now today. We like having the Amish in Lancaster County.
They are people that add to this area and make it unique. And if we lost the Amish, Lancaster County would be just like anywhere else.
But in this case, from birth, the announcement was made that Jesus is a Savior, a deliverer. In fact, his very name means salvation, means Savior. They shall call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sin.
For many, this community misses out on much of life's pleasures, but as the Amish say, sometimes the simplest things in life are the best.
Welcome, dear viewers, to this special, exclusive live interview on Al Arabiya with Pakistan's Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, Mr. Mohammed Ishaq. In about an hour and a half from now, talks will begin in Switzerland, in Bergenstock. There are questions about what the real agenda of these talks is, and about the stalled timetable. With which stages will they begin, and with which topics?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. You know that on 28th of February, Iran was attacked by Israel, and Pakistan condemned that attack. Within hours, then Iran also started attacking Gulf countries and US bases. So Pakistan took initiative to try and convince both parties to come on the table and start dialogue, because dialogue and diplomacy is the only way forward. Because, you know, the conflict takes there. So we eventually managed and became successful. First, we got the ceasefire done. And then on 10th and 11th of April, there were 21 hours of long marathon session between US and Iran in Islamabad. It was 21 hours continuous dialogue with 6 rounds and intervals for consultations. And after that, they decided to go back to their capitals and discuss further with their leadership. US was represented by Vice President J.D. Vance. He was accompanied by Mr. Steve Witkoff and Mr. Jared Kushner. On the Irani side, they had the Speaker of Iranian Assembly, Mr. Ghalibaf, and Foreign Minister, Mr. Abbas Araghchi, as well as the National Security Committee Secretary. So those parleys were first time direct talks between United States and Iran after 47 years. So Pakistan was asked to be witness if it is going to be direct talks. So Pakistan was represented by myself, the Field Marshal, head of Defense Forces, Chief of Defense Forces, and National Security Advisor. So things moved on. A lot of discussion was positive, but it could not be conclusive, and they had to go back, and they went back. But we did not give up hope, and we continued to convince both sides for de-escalation, for exercising restraint, and eventually you saw that 18th of this month, just 3 days ago, the final signing of Islamabad Memorandum of Understanding has taken place. You see, during this period, Pakistan has been, right from day one, has been very, very, active. Not only we were mediating between the United States and Islamic Republic of Iran, we were also keeping our allies, our friends in the region connected with us. And in that process, we saw that a regional forum has been created, which is Pakistan, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey, the 4 countries. Side by side, we were dealing with other Gulf countries, be it Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan, and also international partners, European Union, then Canada, then Australia, Japan, China. So Pakistan has been making all the efforts for the sake of regional peace and security. You saw the consequences of this conflict in a very short time was horrific. The energy supply chain was disrupted. The prices of energy products shot up to sky, and the inflation triggered. Estimated 20 to 25% global GDP has been lost. So you see, this has been a humongous job. Now, coming to your question, this is a little background that what is happening now. The Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mr. Shehbaz Sharif, early hour reached Burgenstock, and Field Marshal Sayyid Asam Munir and Pakistan Foreign Office team is there. And the US team is also there, and the Irani team is also there. Now, this is basically, I would say, the phase 2. Yes. There are 3 technical groups. One to deal with nuclear issues vis-a-vis Iran. Second is about sanctions and defreezing of assets. And third one is Lebanon. You see, the Lebanon issue has been erupting time and again because, these parleys which are starting today in Switzerland, Burgenstock, could have started few days earlier, but because of Israel attack on Lebanon, actually derailed everything and stopped everything. So the progress has been, but now it has started. We were very hopeful that things will progress. They have, for certain items, they have 30 days to conclude, but the bulk and overall conclusion of the final deal, the timeline is 60 days, 60, and this can be mutually extendable. So I think it is very important to see how the progress takes place and hope, because we have seen already the dividends of this peace. The prices of energy has come down. The ships had started moving. We had done it, apart from its facilitation role and facilitator, its own very clear mind that the Hormuz should be restored to pre-28th of February when the conflict started, which means no government, no fee, no toll. So the 60 days, it has been now guaranteed, during which they will work out with the regional countries, on this subject they will finalize.
The text in the Memorandum of Understanding talks about the resumption of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz for only 60 days. After that, the rest of the text is unclear about whether there will be communications between the Sultanate of Oman, the littoral states, and Iran. Each side is interpreting this text differently. Iran says it will impose fees that it calls service charges, even though the text does not mention this. The U.S. president says there will be any fees for passage or services in the Strait of Hormuz. We want to understand the truth.
Well, in these the party standing is, it is in writing, they will finalize on Hormuz. The U.S. blockade will be lifted, which is being lifted. Iran side will not stop ships and will ships to pass. And according to our information, ships are passing since 18th of June after signing of this agreement. Now, Pakistan's position, as I said, has been very clear in the beginning. On 31st of March, at the invitation of Foreign Minister of China, I visited Beijing. We discussed the minimum agenda, common proposal. It was 5 points peace proposal for the Middle East. And it had 1 point, Hormuz. And we both agreed that there should be no fee, no permission, no permits, no toll, no additional charge, whatever you name it. And it should be free movement. Sea lanes should be freely moving both sides. And this was our... and then I would say that following President Trump's visit to China, the White House statement which came out also, repeated what China and Pakistan had announced, that the Hormuz movement should be free from any toll or permissions. So I hope, this stays, because, the energy crisis, everybody has seen it has increased of the prices shot up by 80%. So now they have come down drastically. Even a country like Pakistan, we suffered a lot. Pakistani people suffered a lot. The government of Pakistan gave huge billions of rupees subsidy for 3 weeks. We tried not to pass the price, but then we had no choice but to pass the price. But now we have reversed. The moment it came down, every penny has been passed to the consumer.
I still have many questions, but before leaving the Strait of Hormuz, given how sensitive this is, you said there would be no fees. You used the word fees, while Iran says these are not transit fees, but service fees. How should we understand that? No charges at all, neither transit nor service fees?
Well, according to my interpretation, there should be no fee. No matter what you call it, service fee, toll, or fee, whatever it is, or service charges, our understanding is there should be nothing. It is status before 28th of February should be restored. So under that status quo restoration of the status, then there should be no fee. This is our understanding. This is the global understanding. But let's see, 60 days at least are there, free movement. And according to our information, the ships are moving both sides. Even I was told, one of the Gulf countries, the foreign minister is here. 6 ships moved in last 24 hours of that country.
This memo succeeded after Pakistani efforts that went on day and night. And I know this because I was closely involved and present in Islamabad to follow the process. However, there is a major problem facing this issue, namely the disputes or confrontations between Israel and Hezbollah. These ongoing clashes make the ceasefire extremely fragile and liable to collapse at any moment. This certainly creates significant pressure on the main mediator, the Pakistani mediator. Do you have any guarantees from the American side that Israeli behavior will be contained so that the negotiations do not collapse?
You see, the facilitator or mediator role is to keep trying, making efforts. There were points where things looked like, that won't be concluded, but we never gave hope. We continuously, led by Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mr. Muhammad Shahbaz Sharif, and Field Marshal Sayyid Asim Munir, Foreign Ministry of Pakistan, Interior Ministry of Pakistan, we worked like a team. And eventually, we managed to get what we got. If you think independently, there are spoilers who never wanted this deal to happen. And the moment this deal was signed, we saw that there was heavy bombing in Lebanon. So this is something which actually is to provoke the parties to give a pause, don't move. I think the wisdom has to prevail. If they realize that this is the objective, I think they should try all the tools. The world community should convince and persuade and influence Israel not to do what they're doing. Because you see, the international law and order has been weakening. You see, where the resolutions are adopted and passed and implemented, thank you very much. But those who don't, then there is no action. The UN Security Council system, which is meant for peace and security, seems to be not fully functional because Jammu and Kashmir, there are dozens of resolutions of the UN Security Council. The plebiscite is due in Jammu and Kashmir. There's the curfew, and there's no political freedom, and total law and order is missing there. So this sort of gives us an example. And the second example is Gaza. There has been so much done. Last year, September 2025, UN the General Assembly session annual, September, on the sidelines, 8 countries, 5 Arab and 3 Islamic countries, Turkey, Pakistan, Indonesia, they met President. Look at the bloodshed in Gaza. The innocent lives are being killed every day, and hundreds of people are martyred. So the understanding was that, okay, then give us some solution. He gave his team, led by Mr. Steve Witkoff. The other 8 countries, they gave their teams. All foreign ministers were there. I was there. And we came up with proposals, which eventually the United States announced, this 21-point peace plan. But that was followed by Board of Peace signing. That was followed by International Stabilization Forces. But this conflict has actually overshadowed what had to be done with Gaza and Palestine. And meanwhile, Israel started, creating problems even West Bank. So in today's meeting, my colleagues and brothers from Foreign Minister of Egypt, Turkey and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we agreed that we should revive that Gaza-Palestine issue as well. And we should make all the efforts. It's called Group of 8 Arab Islamic countries. So we are going to revive that effort as well, because this conflict seems to be now, ended, hopefully, inshallah, and then the other things will be sorted out in the next 60 days.
I agree with you about the framework and these meetings that are being held among this quartet, but I want to return to the Memorandum of Understanding. We have a single text for this memorandum, but we have multiple interpretations regarding the uranium issue, which was an extremely difficult challenge for you, and you exerted great effort on it, including in Pakistan. Iran has pledged not to possess a nuclear weapon, but the answer is vague when it comes to its uranium stockpile. What will happen to Iran's uranium stockpile? And will the negotiations currently taking place in Switzerland focus in their initial stages on this matter, specifically the removal of or dealing with the uranium stockpile? This is a key demand of the American president.
Well, the 2 things are in your question, madam. One is R4. R4 has a platform, 4 countries, again, Egypt, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Turkey. We are constantly in touch with each other. It is not a bloc. It is 4 brotherly countries forum. We frequently talk to each other, all the 4 foreign ministers, assess the developments, take suggestions of each other, how we move, because we were in the lead role as a facilitator and mediator. That's number one. But this bloc in the long run has a lot of scope, because this is a bloc which has about 500 million population. This is a bloc which connects us to the South Asia, to Red Sea, to Mediterranean, to Africa. So I think they have scope in enhancement of trade, mutual trade, economy, security and defense, and they have cultural and people-to-people exchanges programs to be promoted. So this is number one. Number two, your question about President Trump question about stockpile. He uses the word nuclear dust. So about this stockpile. So this nuclear dust, there has been a lot of negotiations in Islamabad on 10th and 11th of April. The positions which developed over 21 hours, Iran was flexible to talk. It was at that time a question of US demand that they wanted to take it away. Iran was not willing to give it to US, the stockpile. But the neutral thing is that it can be down blended from it's over 60%, claimed 60%, the stockpile, nuclear stockpile which they have, very enriched high grade. It can be down blended. I talked to DG, Director General Mr. Grossi of IAEA. Down blending to 0.7. The quantity has to be agreed, but right now it is in rubles. So as long as it's not started being discovered and pulled out, it is already settled, and the Irani facilities have been bombarded. So I think this stockpile can be. This is one of the 3 main groups, technical groups, which have started working from today. And one is nuclear, the second one is sanctions, and the third one is Lebanon, what you said.
I mean, as you're talking to me now, the points may seem clear and well-structured, but you put in an enormous amount of effort. For you, as a seasoned diplomat, these negotiations meant dealing with 2 extremely difficult parties. The Iranian side is always described as a tough, highly skilled negotiator that hardly ever makes concessions and tends to drag out the talks. And the American president? I mean, he might change his mind from time to time, speak to the media a lot, and that may have spoiled certain things. How did you deal with 2 negotiating teams that were this difficult?
Well, it is always difficult to deal with, and particularly, they had more than 4 decades of sanctions, Iran. And undoubtedly, they're very intelligent, so are the United States people. And President Trump was overseeing himself. So we have been basically convincing both sides, because you see, at the end of the day, conflict and confrontation takes you nowhere. No matter how big wars you fight, at the end of the day, you have to sit on the table, talk, dialogue, and then find a way diplomacy. So that's what we have been working very hard, and we are grateful to both countries. The leadership of United States, led by President Trump, and the leadership of Iran, led by President Pervez Peshkian and Foreign Minister and Speaker of Iran, they have been working with complete sincerity with us. The gaps was too gap, a lot of effort in background. Then they managed to sit, shake hand first, and then what they say that the last 10 miles of the 100-mile journey is as difficult as the 50 miles, equals to 50 miles. So you see these now dialogues and these technical discussions, we hope, we pray, and we will make full effort. And all our friendly countries they will also make full efforts to take them to a logical conclusion, because the conflict, war, and disputes take you nowhere. You know, your country suffers. You know, they see its impact on poverty, its impact on GDP growth, its impact on per capita income, its impact on people's normal lives. So we have seen even these few weeks conflict. You know, the prices shot up and energy supply disrupted. Thanks God in Pakistan we managed that there was no shortages like few countries. There are no queues, but we had to work very, very hard under the leadership of Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif to make sure it doesn't happen. But we did also have felt the heat. So I think we have to continue to work with the same passion and same effort.
Does the ghost of war returning haunt you personally from time to time? Because some say that the Memorandum of Understanding did not provide a solid basis for reaching a final agreement. Do you agree with this view? Or do you believe that signing the agreement will ultimately lead to a final settlement?
Well, let's hope for the best. We have to be sincere to the cause. Pakistan has no personal vested interest. We did our complete, the entire exercise with complete sincerity. And we prayed to Allah as well to give both sides wisdom and foresight to realize what has been happening. So I'm born optimist, and I have a full faith that with our efforts, with global community, with the brotherly countries' support, these two countries will reach a final deal. They are tough negotiators, both sides, but I think the involvement of Pakistan as mediator, word over, I think, in the brotherly countries, particularly of the GCC and South Asia, Europe, you name it, and they're all there, because everybody suffered. So I think I'm very hopeful that first final deal will be very positive.
Qatar also played a supporting role alongside the Pakistani mediation. You were the main mediator, but how was the coordination between you and the Qataris, especially in the final hours, around 17 hours before the signing of this memorandum?
Well, you see, the Qatar is a brotherly country, like Egypt, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan. They're all brotherly countries. Pakistan always enjoyed best of best relations, and Qatari leadership, His Highness the Amir and His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed, the Prime Minister, they have been constantly in touch with us. We have been in touch with everybody. And I must say that they also made double efforts with us particularly in the last rounds. And after 11th of April, they activated very heavily to convince both sides as well. So Pakistan has been lucky to have brothers like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, other Gulf countries, even I would say the China and America. They all supported. This is something was unique. I haven't received any call from anywhere, on the globe. During India-Pakistan war, I talked with my counterparts around 61. In this conflict of US-Iran since 28th of February, I have talked with my colleagues almost 150 times, 2.5 times, 250% more than how much I was busy then. You can imagine, this is the sincere diplomatic efforts we made, and God has been very kind, and sense prevailed, and parties realized that dialogue and diplomacy is the way forward.
Some of the speculations about the memorandum are incorrect. There is negative propaganda against this memorandum, especially in the United States, claiming that President Trump will grant or significantly lift sanctions on Iran. However, what is stated in the memorandum has a specific meaning. Could you explain to us, regarding the issue of sanctions on Iran, what exactly is going to happen?
Ma'am, you see, one of the three technical groups is dealing with sanctions. And on 11th of April, after 21 hours, we have reached somewhere, although that is not relevant now, but we have discussed sanctions, we have discussed stockpile, we have discussed number of years ban for civil nuclear, we have discussed how to deal with the nuclear dust, everything was discussed. But now I think we have to now see this new document. This new document basically has been divided into two phases. The phase one is completed and it's been signed. Nobody should doubt in the intentions of the signing parties. And we have no doubt that they are sincere, they want to move forward. And now that, the question that how much, saying that there are certain things which are not, I think that what I understood from the translation, that perhaps there's some sort of question mark raised. No, I have, the copy of the document, and I shared today with the Foreign Minister of Egypt, Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia, and Foreign Minister of Turkey. So they have the copies, and professionally, we don't see anything which is negative in this memorandum, Islamabad memorandum understanding, and we should not doubt that going ahead there will be any negative play by any party. About the sanctions, is very clear now that the sanctions will be co-discussed and probably co-decided with the nuclear issues and the Lebanon issue, because the Lebanon has to be also in peace. So I think this nuclear matters in this phase of 60 days. I hope they complete their work in 60 days. Otherwise, it can be extended mutually. It is part of the Islamabad Memorandum of Understanding. So hopefully, these things. But right now, no sanctions immediately being lifted, which means no assets are being defrozen. So this is the main, one of the main area which they will be dealing with, nuclear and sanctions.
Does this mean that lifting the sanctions will be tied to reaching the nuclear agreement?
Well, you see, it depends on what both parties decide. But I can't repeat what had been agreed by 11th of April, because that will be unfair. Because we as facilitator, Pakistan as facilitator, as mediator, has never leaked, has never shared anything which we handled. So we were part of the main 21 hours dialogue. We know what discussed, where we reached. Parties went. They had some different approach later on. But the trust and faith has to be without any question mark. And we are very sure that things, as these things have improved and situation has changed positively, it will further progress. And I hope that they can do and complete in 60 days. But this is now very clear, as per this document, that sanctions and nuclear issues are coupled. And unless they decide a different phasing, that's again doable. But Iran was happy to downblend, its nuclear stockpile. They were not resistant. What will happen eventually? The number of years, civil nuclear ban, that was also discussed. But now I think it will be unfair to speculate or to say what will happen. I know what happened up to 11th of April morning, but now we have a new MOU because both parties had certain issues. Because once they decided that it will be in two, at that time it was phase one only, in one document. Right now it's two phases. So I think we have to be a little patient and work hard to get the final positive result.
Can you reveal some of the behind-the-scenes details about what was happening in the communications during those final hours? Because we saw the agreement being signed in a very dramatic way. At first, it seemed it would be a traditional signing. Then it shifted to an electronic signing. And then it turned into 3 separate signings. The U.S. president alone, the Iranian president alone, and Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif alone. Why did this scene unfold like that? Why did it end up in this unconventional form, instead of the usual image of 2 parties sitting together and signing face-to-face?
There are different mechanisms to complete anything. Initially, it was agreed that it will be initialed. And after the initial, both parties initial, Pakistan will initial, and at that time, it was conceived to be at least like 11th of April, Mr. J.D. Vance and Speaker of Iran will, and Pakistan will witness as mediator. But subsequently, it was agreed that on 19th, perhaps we meet and but then for the purpose of expediency and saving time, and which is appreciable, President Trump was in France. So 18th night, President Trump signed, followed by Irani president signing electronically, and then the document was signed in Pakistan by Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mohammad Shahbaz Sharif. So that completed the document. All three parties have that document, and as I said, I shared that document with ministers of Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey today. So there is no harm. That's why the function of 19th of June became irrelevant or redundant. Initially, exchange document there, but even that is fine. As long as the work is done, we should all celebrate and be happy and thank Almighty Allah.
It has become existing, and there is an understanding, but the last question may be asked. Are there understandings under the table outside of this memorandum, or is everything that has been communicated public in this memorandum?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Whatever has been agreed so far, this document has dozens of shuttling through Pakistan. One side giving us a proposal, draft, Pakistan sending states proposing amendments, going back to Iran, and these shuttles have taken place almost less than a dozen times. So this is a very well thought out document, acceptable to both parties, facilitation, but it was our responsibility. Many great friends, foreign ministers, my colleagues, have been asking earlier sharing of this interim document, but that was not possible because a mediator is responsibilities like a trustee, and you cannot neither divulge nor share anything which we did not. But now, since it's done, it's a final document, so we have happily shared with my colleagues. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
We have reached the end of this special, exclusive interview with Pakistan's Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, Mr. Ishaq Mohammed Ishaq Dar. And we now return to our studios in Riyadh.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.